Tony Dunn. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, brother. Let's roll.
In a world where Carolina Panthers fans have an insatiable thirst for Panthers news and opinions, only one podcast roars ferociously. It's the C3 Panthers Podcast.
You know, between soccer,
Fire Matt Rhule.
Football,
Fire Matt Rhule. Welcome in, folks. It is Columbus Day, and you are with a special edition of the C3 Panthers podcast brought to you by the firing of Matt Rhule. Breaking news, folks. The Carolina Panthers have parted ways with Matt Rhule. Just 5 games into his 3rd season, a man who has only won 11 games as a Carolina Panthers head coach and arguably has become a sign of failure in the Carolinas so much that even David Tepper had to admit he was wrong, guys. Welcome in. I have fretted with the idea of being happy about someone's demise. I know that to me, it's like rooting for someone's failure is difficult for me personally, especially when I want the team to succeed. But it was time for a purge, and the Carolina Panthers, after a loss to the San Francisco 49ers, decided now was the time. I could have argued it was 6 weeks ago, 8 months ago, but hey, here we are. Matt Rhule is no longer the ruler of the Carolina Panthers. I'd like to welcome in my co-host, Cody Lashney, a man who has been waiting for this moment for some time.
Tony Dunn, maybe you have a problem with celebrating the demise of another man, but I sure as fuck don't, baby. It is out the door. Don't let it hit you on the ass on the way out, bro. Not only is this man do another $40 million this year, but you already know he has his pick of whatever college job he wants to go to. So don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out. Tony Dunn, today is a day of celebration, of thanks, of hallelujah for Panthers Nation. We finally get to turn the book on this terrible, terrible chapter of bad coaching. Now Steve Wilkes is going to be the interim head coach, and he gets an opportunity to see if he can turn this team around. And look, Tony, you already know we're going to do it with the best Panther fans in all of YouTube. You already know them and love them. Our man Drew is joining us today. And by the way, we are going to open up the show. We're going to let people come in and react a little bit later. Let everybody join in on the celebration. But our man AU Link, Lynn Leon Hart, what's up? Joshua Hall, Lance Kubiak, Diesel Drew, Flying High, and the NFL Kid, Cardiac Cat 13, Skunk 8 Mysteries, Ross Gold, Roosevelt Mongo, Yonellis, Mike Darko, and last but not least, the boy Ten Tizzy. Tony Dunn, it's a wonderful day. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, brother. Let's roll.
We're going to be taking calls today, too, at 252-228-5098. We want to hear your thoughts on Carolina's decision to move on from Matt Rhule, which has seemed pretty universal among Panther Nation in many ways, but who the next coach could be, what this means for the organization at this moment. So we appreciate everybody being here. Smash the thumbs up button. Be a part of the show by participating in the chat. And thank you for all those super fans. I see those great green tags there, the ability to put some emojis up there. We like that support. CK in the house. How you doing, my friend?
Man, I am doing incredibly well. We have a lot of positive news to take from this. And I've just been sitting here just trying to figure out how to end this letter I've been writing to the 49ers, thanking them for helping us accomplish something that we fans haven't been able to get to take place for the past year and a half or so. I woke up this morning to news from Ian Rappaport talking about how David Tepper is going to be patient because he wants his next coach to also think that he's going to be patient to make this up. And I'm sitting here thinking, David Tepper came in here after a playoff year where we had a pretty impressive year that year in 2017, bought a playoff team, a guy who was the head coach of the year, 2 times in his short tenure here in Carolina in Ron Rivera. He had lost Cam Newton. He didn't have a healthy Cam Newton for his first year, his second year, and he got fired halfway through his second year. He didn't even get a year and a half. And you're talking about patience with Matt Rhule after his choice of quarterbacks failed. Like, it's 2 separate situations, and one was more proven than the other. Patience is out the window when you deal with this type of situation. You were losing your fans. You needed this to happen. And this is the only way moving forward that we were going to be able to live with ourselves being Panthers fans. And as an owner, he made the right decision. Unfortunately, I feel like it maybe came a little bit too late, and we might be losing this locker room.
I think that report from Ian Rappaport was just him speaking on the last information he had. Right. Is that not necessarily some insider information? Clearly, if it was, then he was off the mark. Drew, I was going to say is, how are you doing? And I've just been waiting for someone to say better than Matt Rhule, but then you can't say that because he's got $63 million. We don't. Drew, you have the day off, and he is permanently unemployed right now until he's not. Are you happy for this moment?
Tony, I am extremely happy. I was waiting for this. I didn't know David Tepper would have the balls to do it, but thank God he did. We got to find something else to talk about now because there's no more talk about firing Matt Rhule. He's gone. Thank God.
I know. And on top of that, guys, news is coming out that Baker Mayfield, who left the game in a boot yesterday, is now suffered it's been ruled a high ankle sprain, will miss time. PJ Walker is going to get the start. Here's the problem. Maybe we got a more qualified head coach and a better quarterback now. Let's not go fuck around and win something by accident here. Holy moly. Man, I don't know, but I want to start. I'm going to let you kind of bring some people in. I saw G Baby. Look,
the man
look at this. The energy.
I'm so happy, bro. I'm so happy. I can cry, but I'm not gonna be a bitch.
I love it. I love it.
Look at that energy. How early is it there, G Baby?
It's 11:30, G.
Okay, so not too early there. I guess you're only 2 hours behind us. Man, makes for a good morning though, huh?
Oh, it's a beautiful day, boys. There is light at the end of the tunnel. We just can't fuck this up. We got the number 1 spot secured if we could just lose the rest of these motherfucking games, man.
I love it.
And I just seen some reports that teams have started calling the Carolina Panthers for our top players like Christian McCaffrey and DJ Moore. Yeah, I don't want to lose DJ Moore. But if they're going to give us the ammunition and we are doing a complete rebuild the right way, unfortunately, I'm going to have to be okay with it. But I'm so happy. When I saw the news break on Undisputed, watching it live, I almost started crying. I ran to the bathroom. Lisa was getting ready, and I couldn't hold my emotions in, man. Oh, it's a beautiful day, boys.
Hey, man, that's something we're going to have to talk about today, too. Is there going to be a fire sale on the Carolina Panthers? What players do you not want to be touched? What players are you okay with getting rid of? Today is a wonderful day, man. You already see the excitement going around. Next up, our boy KPM joining the show. KPM, what's up, dude?
What's going on, guys? It's been a long time, no talk situation for me and you guys. So, hey, let's just say this.
How you feeling?
It's a great day. I've been all right. I mean, I've been just very busy on Friday nights covering high school football games, so I just never had the time to join Friday Free for All.
Right. Happy to have you here, man. It's a special occasion. You know, CK and Tony, they were in the middle of stuff, but they got their priorities in line because they knew that it was time to be here talking about this great news that we received today.
Can I tell you this? And this is what's going to be the most interesting about this move, especially putting Steve Wilkes at the helm, is we're going to see how real not only his coaching abilities are, we're also going to see how real the report was that Steve Wilkes didn't find that many of the players we have starting on this defense deserve to be in the NFL. And we're going to see how real that is by seeing who isn't starting over
Miles Hartsfield, you bitch. You guys see that shit, bro? He's the biggest, bro. I can't stand him, bro. I don't know if you guys have seen him mic'd up, bro, on the sidelines, but he talks about everything but fucking football, joking around with the players, bro. The culture is fucked up in Carolina, bro, and we need a
ping pong table.
The ping pong table.
And a ping pong table, bro. Come on, you guys know that's a pure joke. And Cody, I heard you talking about that last week about the ping pong ball, the table. That you're on point with that shit. I 1,000% agree with you, bro.
So one of the things is Miles Hartfield is the guy, and I don't know, I have to watch more. I haven't seen him mic'd up, but he did sweep the leg yesterday. That was I'm pretty sure he was the one that tripped that guy on the kickoff or on the punt return. It didn't get called, thank goodness.
No, that was Sam Franklin.
Oh, it was Franklin?
Yeah, that was Sam Franklin.
All right. So, is that you're right. We're going to get some insight. I think the one thing, though, CK, that's going to be problematic for us to see just exactly some of the depth of that right away is that there's some injuries facing the Carolina Panthers, particularly Jeremy Chin, that maybe is testing the depth that immediately Steve Wilkes, maybe isn't going to overly put his fingerprints on it. But on top of that, what is the relationship between Phil Snow and Steve Wilkes going to be? That's an interesting one, because if Matt Rhule, which is, has this kind of fatherly relationship, or at least that's what it seems like with Phil Snow, is Steve Wilkes going to go in there and pull the big old what out and be
I pray to God he does, Tony. I pray to God he does, man. This is his second chance. He knows he's probably not going to get this opportunity again, man. Steve Wilkes got fucked in Arizona, okay? And this is his opportunity to put foots and asses, G. It's time to get this shit correct and get this fucking culture change correct.
You got to be careful. You got to be careful. You said let's just cheer for losses. You can't have both. Steve Wilkes has got to come in there and inject life.
Yeah.
But lose, not possible. The problem is that are we somehow going to stumble into success when Sam Darnold comes in here? And those are interesting questions. Who are the players that you're willing to sell? Who will be the next coach? You can call into the C3 Panthers podcast in this special edition at 252-228-5098. That's 252-228-5098. Questions about the relationship between Steve Wilkes, Phil Snow. How will this team move forward? And we're keeping an eye out for that press conference to see exactly why this team maybe took this long to do this and why this decision came today and not last week or maybe not next week. Thank you for the person who does care about the C3 Panthers podcast. He just don't care about Matt Rhule. Thank you for your $5 super chat. The patron saint of the C3 Panthers podcast. You can support us by smashing the thumbs up button, being a part of the conversation. Let's go to Cody Lashley on this. Was this the right time, or was it too late or too early? Was next week the week to do this? Where do you see the timing of this issue? We'll start with that.
Yeah, so listen, I would have done this at the end of last season.
Me too.
So, and it's the same thing that happened with Ron Rivera. I thought Ron Rivera should have been fired at the end of that season. But I'll say this. If you are going to have any hope of turning this team around this season, how likely or not you believe that is doesn't matter. If you're going to have any hope to do it, it had to happen right now. The Panthers are 1-4. Check the probability of teams that start their season 1-4 and end up going on to make the playoffs.
It's only happened 3 times. We went over this last night on the show 3 times, and none of them have happened in the last 15, 16 years.
Yeah, so you have absolutely had to do this, and you had to do it now, and you had to get some kind of change in the locker room. And listen, I know Brian Burns and Dante Jackson were doing interviews where, they were talking about how they believed in Matt Rhule.
And Christian McCaffrey, too.
Yeah, CMC knew what they would be coached. I felt bad for CMC because it felt like CMC was felt like he let down Matt Rhule. And I have no doubt that they probably liked him as a person, as a man. But sometimes the things that you say tell you one thing, and then your actions tell you another. I never saw from the body language, from the energy of any of the players on this football team, that they ever believed that they had the right stuff to be able to go out there and win every game that they were in. I never felt it from them. So in my opinion, Matt Rhule lost the locker room. And I think he lost it a long time ago. If you're going to get it back, you need someone who has coaching experience and who had head coach experience. We all know that Steve Wilkes got the raw end of the deal when he was the head coach for the 49ers. But to end my little rant here, Tony, I'm worried because I don't know if Steve Wilkes is actually going to be able to turn this team around, not because he's not capable of doing it, but because Baker Mayfield is still our quarterback. Baker Mayfield now has a high ankle sprain, so he's not going to be playing versus the Rams.
Possibly for 4 more weeks.
Yeah, that motherfucker, he's fine, bro. I don't want to hear that shit. He's fine.
Is set to start versus the Rams. I don't know. That's not a recipe for success for me.
Well, go ahead, CK.
I was going to say, I mean, listen, if there's something to be positive about right now, it's this news about Ike Ekwonu and his rating this year, or from this week 5. He was rated 92.1 for week 5. That's the highest rating of any left tackle in the entire NFL all year. So Ike has been getting better and better and better. Ike looked incredible yesterday, and he's continuing to get better. So there's a lot of things to be able to build around from that.
I think the scariest thing is considering that Steve Wilkes could inject life into this team, because like we said, is that there's only been 3 teams in history, or I think that's what we came up with last night, that 3 teams have made the playoffs after starting 1-4, and they went like 10 and 6 by the end of the season and things like this. Is the part is that idea of going on that type of run seems so far-fetched given the fact that Baker Mayfield has been so bad, that Sam Darnold wasn't good when we, the only reason that we think Sam Darnold is any good now is because he's not Baker, right? Like, I mean, none of the answers, the problem at quarterback still
Coordinator
exists.
is too.
What's that?
Do we not see who our offensive coordinator is too?
Right, exactly.
He does nothing but pass the ball.
Yeah, those problems will exist regardless. So I just don't know if the problem would be actually winning just a few games and falling out of that number 1, number 2 spot right away, right? That's what and I hate to say that, but if you're shopping players right now, this is going to be, or that you have to make a decision. And so with Matt Rhule out, the question is, will Scott Fitterer keep his job? Will this be an entire overhaul, including the front office? And you know what? At first, I was okay with that because I'm not on the crew that's like, oh, Fitterer's done everything. He's so great, whatever. And like, he's mid right now, but we don't know if it's him being handcuffed or hamstrung by Matt Rhule and what was going on. We just don't really know who holds the cards and how much sway he's had or how much he's just had to appease Matt Rhule. But I'm at right now of the opinion is that now that we fired Matt Rhule, this is Scott Fitterer's time to show us what he's made of, to see if he can position us into a place for long-term success. So over the next 6 weeks, 8 weeks to the trade deadline, I'm looking at Scott Fitterer to see how he improves this team, both in our draft positioning going forward, our assets, accumulating assets, as well as creating cap space for the new coach. If he does that well, I say this, Let's keep him and his staff in place because you got the scouts in place. You know what I mean? You don't have to scramble to put it all together. And you say, let's let you run the coaching search. Let you hire the coach that you're going to work with. And either he works and you work well with him, or you both get fired in 3 years and we're starting all over. CK, you had something to say about Scott Fitterer, I believe.
Yeah, well, if you anybody who's listening last night, my opinion on Scott Fitterer is certainly there's a lot unknown, right? But when you look at the moves that he's made, you can say directly that he is a part of why we do not look good, right? When you look at from his first year on, his first act was to trade for Sam Darnold and sign his 5th-year option. Like, that was with no reason to. There was no reason to do that. And there is an argument that you can say, well, that could be X, Y, or Z. Well, listen, that's also, you could use that same argument for Baker Mayfield. He came in here with this, right? You can use that same argument for Sam Darnold. You can use that, like, yes, he might have been handcuffed by that. But right now, every decision that he has signed his name on has turned out to be a bad decision for this Panthers up to this point. You can talk about Jeremy Chin, which he wasn't a part of his first one.
He was
Marty Herney.
This is his first draft.
No, he
came in at the last second last draft.
Yeah, he had all the defensive, the entire defensive
that was
draft.
2 years. No, that was Rhule's first draft, and that was Marty Herney. Right. He's with J.C. Horn. He's with Brady Christensen. But here's the thing: as we continue to look at this, a lot of the players that have failed to make a kind of a spot on this roster have since Fitterer has come in. And you got to wonder, is this the case of, do you really believe the GM went and got players that he didn't think could contribute to his team? A Deontay Foreman, a Terrace Marshall Jr., and maybe Terrace Marshall Jr. was a Joe Brady pick. I don't know. But like at the end of the day, is that there are questions about the unity between Matt Rhule and Scott Fitterer, the unity of vision. And now we get to figure out a little bit. Maybe we get some more insight into if he is appeasing them. Drew, go ahead, and then we're bringing in the additional guests.
All right, so just a couple of things. As far as Scott Fitterer, I'm a kind of person, I'm going to sit back and wait and see as far as he's concerned, because we do all know that it was written into Matt Rhule's contract that he had final say on all player personnel decisions. So now I want to see Fitterer do his thing with his guys coming in and seeing what he can get done. But also there's a report out that the New York Giants have called the Panthers in regards to DJ Moore and Terrace Marshall.
Wow.
Hey, a complete rebuild means everyone gets fucking fired, bro. I'm sick of having out second chances, bro. Scott Fitterer also fucking traded for Chenault, a 5th-round pick, and he's on the injury report every fucking week, Tony. A complete rebuild means everyone gets fired, Tony. Everyone, G. Everyone, G.
So let me say this though. Let me play devil's advocate and kind of go in the middle, and then I'm going to add some people. So we can only have 10 people at one time. I want everybody to stay. I'm gonna have to filter some people in and out. But I'll say this: like one of the things that I have hypothesized is that Matt Rhule has been the arbiter of all of our quarterback decisions. Him and Phil Snow, they're like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde over there. They were the ones that said they wanted Matthew Stafford. They were the ones that then wanted Russell Wilson. And by the way, look at Russell Wilson is doing now on his own up there in Denver. And you know, now Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield. It's like maybe I'm too much on Matt Rhule and not enough on Fitterer. But it just seems to me like when our draft was being controlled by Fitterer, we made a lot of moves that we really liked. We picked up Brady Christensen in the 3rd round. That's going to be a big-time piece for us going forward. I want to see what Scott Fitterer is capable of doing when he's able to hire his own coach. I'm going to go ahead and add some people in and get their opinion. KPM, stay with me. I'm going to put you in the background just for the time being, but I'm going to pull you back in. So
Scott, he going to hire Dan Quinn. He going to hire his boy, Dan Quinn.
Yes,
he will, bro. I'm telling you.
All right, so hold on. G-Baby, we got to go to PG-13 mode real quick because we got to welcome in the future of Panther Nation. My boy Connor. Connor, can you hear me, dude?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. How you feeling about Matt Rhule being fired?
Good. I've never been happier. I'm no longer in hell.
Are you at school?
Well, I homeschool.
Okay. I was about to say, if you're really at school, that's awesome. That's commitment. I left school. Connor, I've been advocating for David Tepper to have to take you and Noah to school every day until this happened.
But so yeah, we got Connor joining the show. We got Tony's illegitimate son, White Chocolate Espresso. What you doing, bro? What's up? How you feeling? You're muted.
I'm chilling right before work. So yeah.
How you feeling, man?
He feels employed.
Yeah, he does. He feels employed. How you feeling, dude?
I called in yesterday in the show and said, like, I'm not watching another game until he's fired. And then he got fired.
Poor guy, you got to watch the Panthers this Sunday.
Yep.
Yeah. So next up, you know him and love him. It's our guy, Jay Stubbs, chilling with the awesome sunglasses, looking cool. Can be. Jay Stubbs, how happy are you, bro?
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I had to put the sunglasses on because looking like the Carolina Panthers' future is now bright.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. I like that. I like that.
I will say this. In terms of G-Baby, man, he does have a point about Fitterer now. Like CJ's been he's been very torturable. Although I do think that BS PI last week was just kind of atrocious. But I don't know. I'm at the part now where it's like I agree with Tony when I first came on. He said, "Look, what if Scott Fitterer can turn Christian to a first or a second? What if he can get a third for Robbie? What if he can straight up trade Brian Burns for a first and a third? Like, what if we have 2 or 3 first-round picks in the draft, and we actually have a coach that can come here? We can take a quarterback and then take a defensive end. Hell, we can take 2 defensive ends if we need to.
I'm actually not in favor of trading anyone. I don't think.
No, you gotta trade people, bro.
Especially not Brian.
Look at the Giants. Look at the Giants this year. They didn't trade Swift one.
The reason why I'm saying trade them is because they have not got their big contract yet. They're very trade. And on top of that, it would make 0 sense, even though I'm not against it, to trade DJ Moore when his contract has not even started yet.
Yeah, we're going to draft a quarterback. Why trade weapons away?
Yeah, I'm saying, but like with Christian, like if you can get a first or a second for Christian McCaffrey right now, like this is as high as his value is probably ever going to be.
Everybody's value is
I think we could be a playoff team next year.
So real quick, you're offloading contract. But hang on 1 second. If we have a bunch of salary cap dollars that are being allocated toward players that we're ultimately still not winning with, nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to say goodbye to these players. And I understand the people that don't and the people that think we're only a few picks away. But if you're going to rebuild, the opportunity to not only add money to your salary cap, but to then fill your player or your team with a bunch of young, talented players on rookie contracts, that is how you build a team. Build up a really competitive football
bunch of
team.
young Terrace Marshall.
Yeah, but that's just nitpicking the bad ones.
Think
You want a
about what
bunch of Brady
did.
Christensen.
Buffalo
Right,
ripped
so
the Band-Aid off and got rid of a bunch of players.
absolutely, Buffalo is the perfect example for what we're talking about. Let me add my my next gear. And again, we only have to. We got 10 at a time, so we can add some more people. But
I'm about to
next.
soon,
Yep. No, you're cool. You know this man. Love this man. He actually went live earlier. He was the first person that I saw on YouTube reacting to this. It's Big John from North Carolina. John, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. How you guys doing?
Doing good.
Oh, it's a good day. It's a great day.
Yeah, good day. So look, I don't have long, but I just wanted to say 3 quick things. As a longtime avid listener of this show, I want to formally from the One Carolina Show give G Baby his flowers because he deserves it. The second thing I want to do is say that Cody, your report looks even more true today than it ever has.
Okay.
From the stuff that you talked about on Twitter that you know I covered. And third is I heard y'all talking about Steve Wilkes, and I got to thinking about this because I heard a blue check say this on Twitter. And when you look at what the New York Giants are doing right now, you look at what Philly's doing right now, there's probably only one guy with as bad as quarterback play is. If I'm Steve Wilkes, now speaking from a fan perspective, I'm like you guys. I want us to offload stuff, fire sale. I saw Jay Glazer say that DJ Moore was potentially being shopped to New York, and Terrace Marshall and some other people and Christian McCaffrey, obviously. So from a fire sale perspective as a fan, I look at it and I say, all right, I'm with you guys. Like I want to tank and, rebuild this thing and, from the ground up. But at the same time, if you're Steve Wilkes and this is your only opportunity, as I heard, G Baby mentioned earlier as well, like there's one guy that'll pick up the phone for you to play quarterback. And when you look at what New York is doing with minimal quarterback play, do not tell me that we couldn't do that same thing with who. Even though I'm not saying I want to do it.
Hey, don't get me started, G. Hey, don't get me started, G. You know I
he can't. There's only so much happiness that he can handle at one time.
I'm just. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying like and I'm not saying I'm for it.
I've never seen G Baby so happy.
All I'm saying is that blue check said there is a guy that will pick up the phone for him, and it will look very similar to what you see in New York with the Russian attack, and it would be interesting to watch.
Interesting stuff.
So, my only rebuttal to that is, I don't. We're gonna do Cam wrong, just like we're gonna do Steve Wilkes wrong. We're gonna do them both wrong, and it's a shame, but it is what it is. That's the business of NFL.
Yeah.
All right, let's give. Hold on, let's give my bastard son his last mic because he's got to run. What's your final takeaway and your thoughts for us as you part ways?
I'm just gonna say this, like. Jeff Fisher got fired from the Rams at 4-12. They kept everybody, brought in McVay, and then next year went 11-5. Sometimes you just need a new coach, and it just changes everything. I don't think this team's worth blowing up at this moment.
All right. Okay. We're gonna debate that. I like that because if he is the problem, that is the problem. All right. So what we got here is. All right, we got to go. Let's go to Noah real quick. Noah, also, no school today? You're on mute.
He's actually not. Hey, say something, Noah.
Oh,
hey, you might have to come back in and come out. We don't have any audio for you. Come back in and come out, and we'll pull you in.
All right, I want to just give this super chat.
That's the first time I've seen Noah, bro. Noah, brother. I see you, my brother.
Hey, you know what? We're still trying to get the Noah and Connor podcast started. That needs to happen, dude.
I know.
Do anything for that.
Yeah, man, that would be awesome.
Well,
Wednesday nights.
We got the platform, dude. Let's give a shout out to Dexter Henderson across the pond with the 449. Keep pounding. He said Christmas has come early, boys. Sell everyone and start over. That's actually the call we're gonna give. We're gonna give you guys the numbers 252-228-5098. Now that we have fired Matt Rhule, is it trying to win some games this season with Steve Wilkes, or is this trying to prepare for the future? And is that future one that could be here next year, or is this plan more long-term than that? Who we got next up in the hole? We got to get everybody in here and cycle before we take some calls.
Man. Yeah, so this next guest is
Hold on. Hey, hold on. No, let me stop you one thing. J Stubbs, 89 J Stubbs got some work to do. J Stubbs, your final thoughts, and they'll let you get on out of here.
My final thoughts is this is probably the last Victory Monday we're going to have in a while. But keep pounding, everybody. I'll see you on Tuesday. And remember, the future is bright. And if it's not, have your fuckers on.
Yeah, there you go. All right, Jay Stubbs, we appreciate it. All right, who we got next up in the hole?
Let me get in.
Yeah, so we'll go to you, Connor. I just want to introduce some more some more people. You haven't heard from this man in a while. Carl D. This man used to be in the chat every single Tuesday, calling me out from the cat calls line. Carl D, what's up, brother?
What's up? What a beautiful day it is, isn't it?
It's a great day, man. Everybody's really happy.
Hey, I was out in front of this for the last couple of years.
Okay.
Finally, it happened.
Yeah. So I mean, this is one of the reporters put that the entire fan base had turned against Matt Rhule, and I was like, he's right. Like the only people that were defending
even
Matt
Panthers drafter hasn't even been talking these last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Dang.
So, hold on, Connor. I'm definitely going back to you. Let me use 2 more people, and then we'll be at capacity. Let's try Noah again. Noah, are you with me? Can we hear you? Oh no, man, Noah. Are you saying if you're saying something, we can't hear you, bro? Noah's having some technical difficulty. Well, we'll get Noah in, and then let me go ahead and I got to work around. I figured.
So I want to ask y'all a quick question. What were y'all doing when the news broke?
My brother just texted me that he had been fired, and I was like, "What?" And then that's when I went on. I saw John doing a show. But next up, AU Link. I know you're chat room. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Enjoying this day off. And in the backyard, just with the pups. I was watching NFL Network, waiting for this news all morning. Just waiting for this news, and as soon as it popped up, I was like, "Okay, I know what channel I'll be heading on to."
Right on, man. We right on. All right. So my question to you, we'll open it up to you. Is this an opportunity for the Carolina Panthers to find some momentum this season, or are you thinking next season and beyond already?
Honestly, I'm thinking this season because everyone says, yes, we were going to have a fire sale. I want to be careful with the fire sale. I want to become a bargain bin organization where we're giving away talent for next to nothing. But we have a talent, just sans an OC who's competent and a QB who can, throw a ball farther than 10 feet. But we have all the other talent that we need. But we'll see. I know Steve Wilkes is going to be trying his hardest to get some wins because he's playing for his job now. And I liked him when he was our DC. I just don't know if he's the right person for us because we're really wanting someone who's an offensive hotshot.
All right, let's go to Connor. Connor, are you trying to catch some momentum this year under Steve Wilkes? Find a fire maybe with Sam Darnold in a week or two? Or are you thinking beyond to the next coach in the next season?
Well, I'm already thinking beyond, and here's somebody. So let me list some of my potential coaches. And there's somebody here that nobody has talked about, but I really like, and I'm going to give you a hint on who he is. He brought a team back from literal hell last year. That is Rich Bisaccia, the coach of the Las Vegas Raiders last year.
I haven't heard
defensive guy, right? Defensive guy, right?
Yeah, I think so. But at this point, if we just get, I'm not even looking for an offense or defensive coach. I'm just looking for a coach that could get a team onto its feet and do good. Like, to me, offensive and defense, that has never really mattered that much because I feel like if you're a head coach in the National Football League, then you are hired to be able to do anything, essentially, at that coaching position.
Okay.
All right. Good stuff. All right. Who have we gotten everybody a chance to get on the mic real quick?
I believe so. I'm gonna read this out and then we'll kind of open it up to more people or whatever you want.
I want to take a couple of calls real quick.
Yeah. Okay. So Charles Johnson, former Panther defensive end, former UGA player, says, "Okay, I can finally talk my ish now about Matt Rhule. I'll tell y'all this story later today, but heck yes, today is a good day." So again, this goes back to the stuff that I put out about there being some real dissent amongst the Panther coaches and the players. And everybody wanted to kind of poo-poo it and say, there's no basis of it. But sometimes you got to use your common sense.
Big news breaking right now.
What's Williams?
Big news breaking right now, Cody.
What's
Ian
up?
Rappaport.
Don't do me dirty, Tony. Don't do me dirty, G.
No, please, God, no.
Panthers defensive coordinator Phil Snow has been fired, so not just Matt Rhule, but his defensive coordinator as well.
All right. Yes.
Thank God.
Yes.
Cody, we were right.
No,
Sounds about right.
We were right.
Wilkes, let's go, baby.
That was the only way that he was leaving is getting fired.
Yeah, he could. Yeah, I mean, because you got to keep your paycheck. You know what I'm saying? You're going to go in and do your work if you got to just to get paid.
Baby, are you really acting like this is a good thing, bro?
Yes.
It is a good thing. What you talking about?
Connor, there
That's
was a lot.
thing.
There was a lot of rumors
I was getting tired of
that a lot of players, and Steve Wilkes included, were not happy with how Phil Snow was running his defense. And I think
no more.
Our defense is like number 5 in the league this year.
I don't know, man.
That was a mirage. That was an illusion.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember who we played either. We played Jacoby Brissett.
Exactly.
And a one-dimensional offense there. We played the New York Giants, who were running the Wildcat yesterday.
Can I say Jameis Winston? Enough said.
Yes, Jameis Winston. So, look, is that the defense has been the best part of it. The best part. But it's going to the prom with the tallest midget, man.
Another coach got fired, Tony.
What's that?
Another coach that got fired.
Who's that?
Assistant special teams coach Ed Foley got fired.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Oh.
Damn. Man, dude,
Okay.
Listen, this team has been such bad underachievers. It's time to change.
Yes.
There is no way. Listen, and I know people are going to disagree, but from a top-down perspective, it is time to rebuild this football team for the future.
Who's our defensive coordinator now?
Steve Wilkes.
Well,
my money's on Steve Wilkes.
Yeah, Steve Wilkes has been a defensive coordinator for the Panthers in the past, who put together a pretty solid defense with less talent than we have now.
Way less talent.
Yeah,
Way less talent.
And then on top of that has been a head coach. And look, this might not even be about just Phil Snow's performance entirely, but about continuity here. We know that Phil Snow is a Matt Rhule guy, and Matt Rhule is a Phil Snow guy. Like, it's just, they come as a package together. So I think that this is not surprising, but more understandable than anything.
Yeah. So Tony,
what's Sea-Dog at?
I mean, I don't like that.
Hey, so
Getting a ton of white noise in this podcast today.
By the way, if you're not talking, try and mute your microphone when you're not speaking. But Kyle D 159 with the 199 says Wilkes making moves. And by the way, if I can, I know you want to get to the cat calls, Tony, but one of the things that we had reported is that there were real issues between Steve Wilkes and Phil Snow. So I agree with what John said earlier, man. I'm not trying to just pat ourselves on the back here, but every single minute that's by, the information that we had put out seems more and more and more relevant.
But do you guys think that Snow got fired because of Wilkes being appointed head coach, or do you think it was already set in stone?
I think it was a couple of things personally.
Yeah.
I think that it's that Steve Wilkes got the job. I think they also asked him if he wanted to stay there, and he probably told them he probably didn't want to. So the firing makes it look like he didn't give up on his guys.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that, and I think Phil Snow has been with Matt Rhule literally every place that he's ever been, and there were they're
a package deal. They're a couple. They're a couple. They come together, and that I'm telling you is is that it would have been badass if Steve Wilkes took the podium and was like, and you know what? Phil Snow, get your shit and get out of here. Oh, that would have been bad to the bone, bro. That would have been bad to the bone.
Sheena just shouted you out on Twitter. She says, "Where's Cody Lack?"
Nuh-uh.
Yep.
Uh-oh. You know what? Maybe the 4-man rush will actually give you some props now that Sheena likes you.
And so let's do these calls. Let's jump into some of them, and then I'm gonna message Sheena.
All right.
Hey, Cody, skip my call. I called in, but everything I'm talking about now is just going to be in my call, G.
All right. Okay, so let's do this. Is the number's 252?
Let me play the bump too when you're done.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and smash it then.
Yep. 252-228-1598.
So what are your thoughts on catcalling?
Yeah, it's pretty. You shouldn't do that to somebody.
And how did that make you feel?
Very uncomfortable.
So how do you think catcalling makes the person feel?
It feels good, like.
Who's that cat sitting in the back corner with his face buried in his nose? Who's that kid that can use one?
The bleeding has finally stopped. Matt Rhule is gone. I don't know if you guys are going to get this shit because today, Podcast Brothers, how y'all doing? Hey, the bleeding has finally stopped. Matt Rhule is gone. I don't know if you guys are going to get this shit because today is the 10th. Today is Monday. And I know y'all going on Tuesday online and everything. But I looked on Facebook and they say y'all got a show coming up in a couple of minutes, man. But yeah, it's G Cavassier. I am so happy David Tepper pulled the trigger, man. I was like, hell yeah, pull the trigger. Steve Wilkes, to see what he gonna do, man. My opinion is Snow safe? You know, there was stories. Cody said it, man. That him and Snow butting heads, man. So I don't know. And McNacadoo, whatever his damn name is, our offensive coordinator. I know Wilkes doesn't have a pull like that, but somebody else is gonna be next, in my opinion. Give me your thoughts on that, y'all. Keep pounding.
Yeah, I don't think we got the staff in place to probably move on from McAdoo at this point. Maybe I'm wrong. We'd have to look about it a little more. But this is probably this is just I think he's probably safe, and not safe because he's done a good job either. Let's keep going.
Woohoo! Thank God Rhule's fired. Now get rid of the puppet master too. This is Skunk Ape Mystery.
Oh man. He's talking about Phil Snow. He got his wish. We'll keep pounding through with a couple calls. Just speed this.
Hi, guys. I presume none of you work then if you're able to do this in the middle of the day. Oh, no, it's Columbia Day or whatever. Thank fuck for that. Thank fuck he's gone. I never want to hear Matt Rhule's name linked with the Panthers ever again. Oh, just so happy. So happy. Give Wilkes a chance. A bit of pride. Couldn't go for another two. It's been the most painful 5 games ever. Anyway, happy days are here. Happy days are here again. La, da, 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 da,
Look at this, man. You even set another country on fire. That's how bad Matt Rhule is. He got the English upset against him. Let's keep going.
What's up, C3? Whole happy days, man. It's a happy day for everybody. I mean, our prayers have been answered. I mean, it's been, man, given how good I feel today. I mean, I had no school today, and then we hear some good news that, Matt Rhule is over. His era is done. I just mean, and I think it's kind of too early not too early. I mean, it's too late. It's too late for us to, get those years back that we had. Now we're in the, division where, how I put it, where it's getting much harder. We should have did the rebuild before Tom Brady went to the Bucs. I think that's when we should have started doing the rebuild. And it would have been much easier. And now Baker Mayfield's injured. He has like a high ankle sprain. I'm coming for Ian Rappaport. I mean, this is, I don't know, it's getting crazy. And then we have a new head coach. And then, Phil Snow, Matt Rhule had a good relationship. So we gonna see how this gonna go.
Oh, man, look, Noah's on it.
Why, Matt Rhule didn't succeed as he wanted him to was because of David Tepper. I mean,
Oh, man,
you gotta
good
think
point,
about it
man.
this
We
way.
appreciate it. Noah, the number's 252-228-5098. Let's sneak in one more call, and we'll go back to the panel.
Man, what a day. What a day. What's up, C3 fam? This is your friend, Sweet Double J, president of the Witness the Walker Wonder fan club. But I tell you what, I'm going to change my slogan. How about let's witness that Wilkes Wonder?
Ooh.
Let me hear it, y'all. Witness that Wilkes Wonder.
Witness
Man,
the
I am
Wilkes
so
Wonder.
happy
Good
for
gosh,
Steve
tongue
Wilkes.
twister.
I mean, he got the raw end of the deal over there in Arizona. And, I mean, can you imagine the, just the story when he can turn this team around and I mean, it's the redemption story. Thank you. I couldn't get my words out. I'm just so excited. It's been a great day. Had a nice part-time day, just a half day of work. My wife decided to take the day off, and she told me, why don't you meet me for lunch? And then, you know what? We're going home to fuck, motherfucker. Oh. And Matt Rhule got fired, too? Hell yeah!
Woo, close your ears, little oh, my goodness.
Damn.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, that is awesome.
Lucky 2 times in one day. Well done.
Holy cow. Holy
And
cow.
to Connor and Noah, you didn't learn any words on this podcast.
None.
Yeah, none.
Oh, Noah's not in here, thank goodness.
Well,
Poor little
Noah-
Connor's got his
Noah
earbuds on. I'm surprised his mom lets him hang out with us. Number 2. All right, so let's do this. Look, we got some cool news going around. Obviously, this is the thing is this. If we went around and you said this is like everybody believed that this should have happened. It's just a matter of when it was he was a dead man walking. And arguably he was a dead man walking even at the beginning of the season, unless some miracle happened to where we were going to be really good. And for a moment, we bought into that potential miracle with the addition of maybe a guy like Baker, who has had some success in the league, but that turned out to be just traumatic at that time. Cody gave a good description of how this could have happened, a pathway if Matt Corral could have offered some excitement, but once he suffered that foot injury and once they also made that problematic, that became unrealistic. So I guess the question then going forward is, who is the next head coach? Should Steve Wilkes really be auditioning for that job, or is he a placeholder? Connor, we're going to go to you, and then when you're done, make sure you mute because you got a lot of white noise associated with your mic.
Vacuuming.
Oh, that's okay.
So I've got something also that I thought was pretty interesting. So actually, I've got 2 things real quick. But what week? It's pretty evident that by now Matt Corral would have been starting if he did not have the foot injury. But would he have started? But would he have been given the starting role after this past week or after the Arizona game?
Or even at all? You know,
Well, I know. I mean, there is no debate in my mind, Cody, that it was gonna happen after seeing Baker Mayfield play.
But my point is, Connor, is maybe Matt Rhule doesn't let it happen. You know what I mean? Like maybe Matt Rhule had this idea that, hey, we traded for Sam Darnold last year. That was a bad look for me, and he ultimately got benched. So what is it now if I traded for Baker Mayfield and then bench him after a few bad performances? Like maybe it was more of an ego move on behalf of Matt Rhule in that position. So maybe he would have never gotten that opportunity. But I do hear your point, though. These last few games, like right now, you can make a legitimate case that Baker Mayfield is the worst quarterback in the NFL right now. Like straight up. Like what other quarterback can you really say is playing that much worse than
Davis Mills?
Cody, did you see who is slated to be the new defensive coordinator?
I did not.
This
Al
is it.
Holcomb.
Yeah, reports here is that Ian Rappaport reported 16 minutes ago defensive coordinator Phil Snow has been fired, so not just Matt Rhule, but his defensive coordinator as well. And then he's also reporting on this is Panthers run game coordinator Al Holcomb is expected to be the new defensive coordinator, per me and Mike Garofalo. And also, I believe that Al Holcomb was Steve Wilkes' defensive coordinator in Arizona.
Yes.
So that relationship was there. What's interesting here is Al Holcomb has been the run game on the defensive side. I was about to say, man, because we got no run game. Sorry.
I got one quick thing that I want to say. So, Cody, the people that run the show, I'm sorry, but I'm planning on taking this to court.
Oh boy.
I blame you guys for giving me optimism to start this season.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Don't blame us,
Gauntlet
man.
dropped.
No, you should be putting that lawsuit against Matt Rhule, dude.
Well, yeah, both, and I'm also planning on. I'm just waiting
He's
to
got
hear.
$40 million for you, bro. Go get it.
Look,
if you have
here-
experienced the Matt Rhule experience, you may be
you may be
eligible
subject
for
to
financial compensation.
Yeah, let me tell you this, Connor.
That's what I was about to say. That is exactly what I was about to say. If you have been a Panthers fan in the era of Matt Rhule, you may be entitled to significant compensation because of the pain and suffering that you
I will say this, Connor, if you're going to take me to court, I will take that one, because when my man said he's taking us to court, there was a litany of other things that I thought he could be talking about, and I was like, I'll take that one. Woo! Woo! All right. So we're going to do this.
I'm gonna add in some more people. We have enough room.
Yeah.
And by the way, to anybody monitoring, we are going to be live reacting to Steve Wilkes and his press conference. I ain't got nowhere to be, so I intend to be here as long as in order to do this. We also have more and more things. We also have more and more coming out about Matt Rhule that we're gonna get into here. I'm gonna read it. But first off, let me welcome some more people to the show. First up, Locks Man. You're muted. I don't know if you know, but are you there, Locks Man? Locks always 10 minutes before he hears me talking to him. And then I'm going to go to someone else and he's going to unmute his microphone and be like, hey, here I am. Or whatever. I'm going to come right back to you, Locks. And then next up, we have our man Blake joining the show. Blake, how are you, man?
What's going on, everybody? How are y'all doing today? I'm doing pretty good.
Doing good. How you feeling, man? How you feel about all these moves? No more Phil Snow. No more Matt Rhule. Steve Wilkes.
So Phil Snow, I'm a little indifferent on. Steve Wilkes, I like as the interim head coach. What we've got going on. Phil Snow, I'm a little indifferent on. I know people weren't really a big fan of his college-style defense game, but the defense was playing well. The defense was playing well. They were keeping us in games, so I'm a little indifferent. I knew he was going to be a tack on to Matt Rhule. So I knew it was going to happen eventually. You just win versus was it going to happen? There was definitely no way he was going to be a coach for the Panthers past the season if Rhule was no longer here, which it was going that way anyway. I'm interested to see what Steve Wilkes does. The issue of this season has not been our defense. The issue of this season so far has been the last 3 seasons' issue, being able to score on offense and give our defense time to rest. Quarters 1 through 3, last 3 years, we look pretty good on defense, and it's in that fourth quarter we get lit up because everybody's tired. So that's where I'm going to see. Hopefully we get something improvement off on that side. Hopefully there were reports on Ben McAdoo having issues with Matt Rhule and the communication between those two. But hopefully we get something out of that there now that things might be able to be fleshed out more throughout the organization.
Oh, yeah.
Good comments there. Is that you're right? Is that Phil Snow, had this defense playing well enough to win us some games, and it's just been the offense that's been so problematic. But it is the two of them. It's that tandem of Phil Snow and Matt Rhule together that we knew that they came together as a package, a married package, and it looks like they are now leaving as a married package. But this goes back to something that Look, we are, again, the C3 Panthers podcast is a podcast that's the latest news and opinions from the fan perspective. We always want to emphasize that. That's why we started the podcast, was to have a good time and have fun, not to be journalists, right? And but at the same time, when we talk about news, when we follow it as closely, you happen to kind of walk in some of those circles at times. And we were fortunate enough to have some information fall into our lap. We never are people that say we got sources per. I was like, this is the one time we get to say per source or sources close to the team. We never say that crap. And this was one that Cody, we were very careful on how we released this information, or not released the information, but how we approached it. We wanted to be cautious because of our own role and some other things. And there was a lot of people that just said, no way. No way. Like, y'all people said making it up, fabricating, and things like this. And like, I'm going to tell you this, is that as we see this move with Phil Snow, some of the things that are now being reported by, or not reported, but Charles Johnson coming out, this is when this news breaks. But look, is that Matt Rhule, it was like the keep pounding thing. Do you remember when that was kind of being like, it was about the brand, and now and then we had to guilt them back into the keep pounding chant. There's been a lot of things that we have tried to sweep under the rug or give the benefit of doubt to this organization. And you just have to wonder how much this smoke was actually fire in the background. And this firing was Matt Rhule being fired today. Cody Lack, what do we got news? We got new stuff to talk about, I'm sure.
Oh, so how about this? Everyone's quoting me on Twitter saying, Cody, your news sources are looking better and better by the moment. So check this out from Joe Person. So he talks about Al Holcomb being the new DC for the Carolina Panthers. Now, he prefaced with this, but he said, I'm told Wilkes got along with Snow. Yeah, of course you were, Joe. But there were some philosophical differences.
Mm-hmm.
Given Wilkes' long defensive background and Snow's ties to Matt Rhule, this move is not at all surprising. It's not all that surprising.
No.
Again, we had reported this, that a lot of people in the Panthers organization felt like the college-style defense the Panthers had been running, this insistence on a 3-3-5 defense, which to be fair, think that they kind of got away from. But this
we played a lot of 4-3 this year so far.
Yeah, we are playing more 4-3, but we were getting burned run the time.
Every time we get burned on the run, it is the 3-3-5 stack.
Right.
And that was early on in the season. And you know what? This is not just exclusively to the Carolina Panthers. Maybe that philosophy of the 3-3-5 stack is, but as defensive players, people like Brian Burns, this types players, look, the defensive side of the ball has gotten lighter and lighter and moved to fast and athletic. And some of the success on the offensive side of the ball for teams like Detroit Lions goes back to Deuce Staley capitalizing on old school type offensive plans where you batter and bruise them. If you go back to that Dallas game last year against us, just ran all over us, and it wasn't like we didn't know what they were going to do. And so that is like personnel. There's always a correction in life, right? Is like when one thing goes a different, like it's a pendulum, and it's kind of maybe swung a little too far away from valuing run defense. And in college, you're able to get around it in different ways. And everybody plays that fast, up-tempo spread offense where it probably negates the run game altogether in certain ways. So, yeah, philosophy, Cody, isn't that exactly what was what our, I would say our source, I hate saying it like that. It makes us try to sound cooler than we try to be.
No, we are. Our
source. We can say according to us. Ha!
Right.
Yeah.
So the biggest thing that I see coming out of all of this is where does the identity go, right? Like we had some sort of something happening with Ben McAdoo, and I think the issue that I see with our offense is they're trying to get the quarterback that we have in place to do things that he is not able to do. Baker Mayfield is not Eli Manning. And that's the straight fact of it. They're wanting Baker Mayfield to sit in the pocket and deliver passes when he's got happy feet, always has, always will.
Yes.
Baker Mayfield needs to be on bootlegs. He needs to be running out of the shotgun. And we need to I liked what they did with Christian McCaffrey in this game against the 49ers. I don't know if you guys watched very much of it, but they lined him up in the slot and in the bunch set on multiple different occasions. And that added some dynamics to our offense, which allowed us to convert some of these first downs. But we're going to have to see where that offense continues to go, especially with Baker Mayfield being hurt. Now, I just saw a tweet that came out saying he's wanting to play this weekend. He's getting a second opinion on his ankle. I hope he plays because PJ Walker is a turnover machine, more so than any of the quarterbacks we've ever had. PJ Walker is worse than oh man, I was talking about him all day yesterday. A bunch of my friends were having the worst quarterback conversation in the league. Jimmy Clausen. PJ Walker is worse than Jimmy Clausen. I was there for those days. I don't want to go back. And then we'll have to see what happens with the with the defense from here on out.
Yeah.
Can I tell you that I think our entire coaching situation right now is almost reboot. Like, right, we were excited about at the beginning of the year. We said when you looked at Rhule's first 2 years tenure in the NFL, his entire coaching staff looked like they were just like they had not had basically no NFL experience whatsoever, right? And so now, when this year we were like praising Matt Rhule for hiring Ben McAdoo, Steve Wilkes, Al Holcomb, these guys who had the experience in the NFL, right? And now they're the leaders of this team. Like, it's not it's almost not a surprise. And quite honestly, it's a flip in the right direction of where we wanted to go. We're getting all the people out that seem to be Matt Rhule loyalists, as they call. And we're getting to a position now where this defense, I mean, our entire team very well could change in the blink of an eye. Now, I'm not saying the QBs are going to be that way, but I'm telling you, like, if you can get this team to actually play to their capabilities, because you know how to build a team, you know how to get the most out of these guys, I think there's a chance that this team could look a lot better. Does that mean we're going to start winning a bunch of games? No, but I'm telling you what, if we start to look competitive by the end of the year, it's going to make us feel a lot better about the offseason.
Hey guys, Tina just tweeted out that at 3:45 it's going to be David Tepper that's going to be speaking.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
And look, hey, and so look, you know what? The C3 Panthers podcast, we're going to be live, baby. You know we're going to be talking about it. You know we're going to be covering it. Anybody that wants to jump in and be a part of this conversation, the link is actually in the description. So long as you're patient, I'm going to have to filter some people in and out. And preferably, if you can give me some kind of way to show me that you're legit and you're not trying to bomb the stream or whatever, that would be great too, to give me a thumbs up. But I'm going to there's two things on the docket right quick. And first and foremost, I'm going to ask everybody, and I want you to be thinking about this. What is your hopefulness now that Steve Wilkes is our head coach? Do the Panthers that have been looking completely hapless, do they actually have an opportunity to turn it around now? Or
no?
Or are under the idea that, man, this is a lost season. We need to be trying to accrue picks and do what we can to build this team the right way. However, before we do that, there's more important business to get to. And it just hit me. There's 369 nice big-time freak shows here in the chat. And I don't know if you all know, but we have a tradition here when we get a bunch of freaky people watching the C3 podcast, we give you over to the man with the golden pipes, the man, the myth, the legend. CK, talk to him, Big Papa.
Well, hello there. You have heard the news. You may be jumping up and down. You may be crying if you're G-Baby in elation. You may be so happy that the Carolina Panthers have finally made a move that they have fired Matt Rhule, Phil Snow, and that assistant special coach guy, whoever he is. But you've come in here to the Carolina Panthers #1 fan-run podcast. And I know I'm making a lot of claims with that #1, but I believe we're #1, and I believe every one of you do as well. You've come in here to see what C3 has to say what's going on, but you haven't hit that like button yet. I have one thing to say to all you absolute freaks. Subscriber shame.
Subscriber. 171 people, 155 likes. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit that notification bell for every single time the C3 Panthers podcast goes live. Help us rip up on that YouTube algorithm, put it in the headlock, shove his head in the toilet, so that way we can show YouTube who's boss, and we can get more Panther fans to be a part of this podcast. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Connor, we're going to go to you next, man. And I'm going to ask you, what do you feel like Steve Wilkes can actually turn this thing around? Can the Panthers do it? Go ahead, Connor.
Well, so, of course, I've only been a fan for this team for about 6 years. Ever since Super Bowl 50, I started liking football. So I wasn't a Panthers fan when we were in the Steve Wilkes like defensive coordinator days and that kind of stuff. But I would just, I know some of you guys are gonna hate me for saying this, but I would just rather tank out this season and try and get the highest possible draft choice, so we could draft one of these good quarterbacks. We could clear the house. We could clear the coaching staff. We could get somebody new at head coach. Which, in my opinion, should be Sean Payton. It should be maybe Sean Payton or Eric Bieniemy or one of those guys. Maybe Rich Bisaccia, and also defensive coordinator. So I'm not sure what we're gonna do at defensive coordinator. That's long term. And there's also one more guy that I was thinking about for offensive coordinator. And he's on the Dallas Cowboys. I don't know what. Yeah, Kellen Moore. I think that the Cowboys have said that they don't want to let him go or anything. I think they just gave him a big contract. But to me, that seems like a pretty good head coach candidate. But to answer your question, I do not think that it is worth it to try and do well this season. Because if we do well, the kind of well that we're going to do is going to be is probably going to be 6-11 well or 7-10 well. And that well is not worth giving up what we have right now, a top 3 draft pick.
Right now we're number 1.
Right now we're number 1.
Especially if we have an opportunity to be picking number 1, you know, that's a big deal.
To get a 7-10 season, that is really hard for me to pass up the opportunity of, instead of going a 7-10 season and saying, okay, I mean, we came out from the ashes. I would much rather just clear house this offseason. And maybe, I just don't like the idea of trading our stars. Maybe someone that we could trade. Sure, I'd like to trade Robbie Anderson and maybe even CMC. And maybe we trade him to the Bills. And who knows? I mean, maybe we get a serviceable backup running back, which, I mean, we already kind of do have in Deontay Foreman. I don't really like Chuba that much because he fumbles. But, I mean, I just think that this season, there's nothing really worth it. And I know that sucks because, I mean, the next time that there's really going to be player movement is going to be, February, March? But it's worth the wait. I believe that we should definitely try and tank it, clear house, get a new roster, and go into next year. And I guess go into next year with optimism.
Yeah. No, those are great points, Connor. A lot of good points to be made, you know, especially if CJ Stroud is the person we think he is. Hey, let me add some more people real quick. Timeout. Let me do my statement.
Levi's, by the way. I think that he's been shooting up some draft boards. I think it's between him and for me, I like Bryce. CJ. I like Bryce Young.
Well, yeah. So I want to jump around here. Let me get some. First off, we got Locks man. Locks, are you back?
Yeah. My damn phone acting a little crazy right now, but I'm in here.
No, you're good, man. What you feeling about Matt Rhule being fired? Phil Snow being fired? What's up?
I didn't expect Matt Rhule to get fired right now. I thought he would probably get fired about week 8 or week 9, depending on if he loses like 3 or 4, loses the rest of these games. And I wasn't surprised when Phil Snow left with him, because I felt like he Matt Rhule came with Phil. No, well, he came up under Phil Snow. So if Matt Rhule was gonna go, I felt like Phil was gonna go, and you seen that with Ed. I don't think Phil Snow was fired. I think he was like, look, if you get fired, I'm going. Yeah.
I'm right there with you. I think it was 100% like a, you know, we would like you to stick around if you want. And then Phil Snow said, you know, listen, I don't think he quit, but I think that it was a scenario where he was given the choice of sticking around, or we can fire you so it doesn't like you quit on your guys or something like that. I think that's possible. But I don't think that there was ever a scenario that existed where he was going to be just resigning his position. So it had to be him being fired and nothing else.
Right.
Yeah.
I wanna give a alternate position on this Matt Rhule thing, though, because it's very clear. All of the press conferences, even the locker room video that we got after the win against the Saints, Matt Rhule had these players had his back. They knew that Matt Rhule was a good coach to them. Matt Rhule wasn't necessarily a bad person or anything like that. It wasn't anything where the players had any less respect for him. Matt Rhule was in a position where he just couldn't win games. I say Matt Rhule was not a good coach. Matt Rhule was a good people person. That's where I'm at on this. Matt Rhule was a good people person. He was a CEO head coach. He didn't have one or other specific thing that he's good at, whether it's defense or offense. But you can see time and time again, Christian McCaffrey, DJ Moore, Brian Burns, Robbie Anderson, all these different people on our team, even in the locker room video that came out after the win against the Saints, Matt Rhule got that game ball. So it's very obvious that the players liked him as a person. He may not have been a good coach, had a really hard time winning, but this is the right direction for our organization. But I think we're going to have to see what the attitudes of the players come out to be, because I do think they did like him as a person as part of this.
My bad. I'm muted. No. Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
I was just going to say there's only rare instances I feel like where coaches and players don't like each other at all. Right. I mean, there's probably individual cases where players and a coach don't either see eye to eye or have had some sort of encounter that has rubbed people the wrong way. But, I felt like Ron Rivera kind of was a guy that they would run through walls for. And Matt Rhule was known for being this guy that, and he was coming from schools in bad positions. He had to find players, and he had to instill belief in them. He had to do these types of things. And look, we like the things that Matt Rhule said for the beginning. When he was introduced as the head coach of the Carolina Panthers, he had that preacher vibe that got us thinking optimistically about the future and doing things a certain way and the process and those things all sound good until you see the problems that exist. And it really was that this was after year one. I actually was heartened by his performance. I thought in year one, the one thing I wanted to see from a college coach was what my big concern about hiring Matt Rhule was the track record of college coaches and just a different animal and different beast that the NFL game proves to be. And I thought in year one that this team looked competent and competitive, and it did not look like that they were just in over their heads. But year two kind of showed us there was some rookie success. Maybe the rest of the league struggled with COVID and some of those things. and that the younger coaches who maybe were more nimble at moving through Zoom and stuff like that, maybe that gave Matt Rhule some sort of small competitive advantage that we didn't maybe attribute to it or something. But last year was what I expected, or my fear was his rookie year would look like, where everything was just bizarre and crazy, and then floundering, sitting Darnold, putting him back in, going getting Cam, sitting him, putting Darnold. Like, it just was, everything just seemed so like he was like me when I start panicking and I'm swimming. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, am I drown? I'm about to drown. And you're like, no, dude, the fucking edge of the pool's right over there. But here, so those are the things is like, I think, I don't know. It's like, it would be weird if they came out and said they didn't like him. And also, we'll kind of reserve a little of the judgment too for that, is that, like, give some time for those stories maybe to leak, like, really what was going on in there. I don't know if the guys are going to come out and that's good for their trade status to be like, Matt Rhule stunk, or something like this. But I do got some cool news for the show, guys. While we got the 386 viewers who are going to now be subscribers to the C3 Panthers podcast, the longest running Panthers podcast out there, Wednesday night, beat check at 8 p.m. Jonathan Stewart will be joining us, Cody. So we get to catch up with former Panther running back. Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
No way. That's impressive. Awesome.
I wish that could be like the free for all where everybody can come on.
Yeah.
We gotta keep that
we gotta warm them up.
We got to get those a little bit more. We got to keep the beat checks a little bit more tight. So we got to do.
Plus, we don't want to scare them off, y'all.
That's a big deal, boys. That's a big fucking deal, man.
Yes.
Hey, congrats, bro.
Congrats, bro. That's Brad.
I got football from him.
So we got actually, you know what? That'll be great. I can show him my side.
Oh, that's right. I remember that short that you posted.
I got one too. The other thing too is tomorrow night at 9:30, we'll have Matt Rhule on to do his conciliatory post firing interview. And when I say Matt Rhule, I mean the cooler Matt Rhule, and that is Dennis Cox from 99.9 The Fan, at the Rookie Fan on Twitter, who's doing those great Matt Rhule impressions.
I was about to say, if it was actually Matt Rhule, you're probably going to lose about 300 subscribers.
Oh no, we would probably have a bunch of people that would tune in to say, we'd have to like block the whole, no comments coming up on screen if that was the case. So yeah.
Honest question for you, okay? If he was on here, what would you say to him? Would you be nice to him, or would you be like, man, you coaching?
I'm not like angry at him as an individual. What I would probably ask him is I have one question for Matt Rhule. I mean, maybe it's not like one question, it's one storyline, and that is at the end of this past season, when I thought that and Connor, could you mute your mic for us just because of that kind of fuzz noise? At the end of this past season, I was advocating for it's just time to cut bait with Matt Rhule. I just said I had it like it just didn't look like it was heading in the right direction. I didn't like the quarterback stuff. I said, let's bring in somebody, let him pick his quarterback. Let's get a quarterback in this draft and go. But he came on the radio. He went on 99, or he went on the Charlotte radio, WFNZ, and he had a real kind of honest conversation where he sucked it up. People were upset with him. They asked him some kind of tough questions. Not tough, but he had to face the music. And what Matt Rhule did is laid out a 3-year plan that he had come in, that he thought that they were going to try to do, is bring in Teddy Bridgewater, build this defense up, and find an opportunity to draft that quarterback of the future. And then, like, the plan he laid out was perfect. it would have been. I just want to know why he didn't execute. Why did he stray from the plan? What made him, after year one, so gun shy or whatever that he then said, you know what, we got to move away from Teddy. We're not looking for a quarterback. We're trying to win now. And like, I just want to know what in the background was going on that made him question his original intention, or if that was an honest intent, or if that's looking backwards. That would be my question.
I think
let's bounce it around here. Go ahead.
I think it was that 3-0 start last year when they traded for Sam, and we got off to that 3-0 start, and the defense was looking great. The offense was okay. The defense was looking great. And I think when he got a chance to get, matter of fact, when did we trade for CJ Henderson? Like in week 4, week 5?
That was
like
that was this. Oh yeah, no, that was last year. Yeah, it was when J.C. Horn went down, week 4 or 5, right around there, because he went down. But here, my one question about that, Locks, is I think that's a good point. Is I understand that last year that 3-0 start made them believe in last year's team. But what made them? I think that I want to know what kind of pressure he got from David Tepper potentially, because the pursuit of Deshaun Watson, the pursuit of Matthew Stafford, the pursuit of, and it seems like what we got were the scraps of those conversations, of those pursuits, from Sam Darnold being the scraps of Stafford, Baker Mayfield to being the scraps of Deshaun Watson.
And Russell Wilson.
Yeah. Was that institutional pressure, or was that self-created pressure? And I almost feel like Matt Rhule said the right things and didn't do the right things. He's like a Dave Gettleman. Dave Gettleman used to always say the right crap and then do the wrong thing. He said, let's do this slowly, but I feel like Matt Rhule wanted to win now and prove everybody that he wasn't going to take a long time. I don't know. Those are my questions for him.
I think there were a lot of pressure from fans as well. You know, you want to talk about internal, institutional, but there's a lot of pressure from fans as well, especially towards the end of last season. You know, about midway through last season, I think is whenever we had CJ Henderson, and then we also had Stephon Gilmore come in at the same time. And everybody's like, oh, well, we can win now. Our defense is just going to put us on their back and it'll be fine. And then we ended up 5-11, 5, whatever, you know, not a very good record. And, you know, I would say about game 10 is whenever the fire Matt Rhule train kind of started for me. And whenever that starts, especially as a head coach in your second year, you know, with the doubt of being a college coach in the first place, there's that pressure from all three sides that kind of puts him in that box. He doesn't get the opportunity to execute his plan, if you will, because it does become I need to show that I can do this. It becomes a pride thing at that standpoint, especially for me as a very competitive person. I would assume as a football coach, you're a competitive person. It becomes a pride thing. I need to show I can do this. I need to show that I'm worth my salt. And that's where everything falls apart.
I think one other question I would have for him is, have you ever listened to the C3 Panthers podcast? Because
that's a great one.
They certainly do seem to listen to some of the noise, you know, and feel some of the pressure from the outside. In fact, that was one of the things that maybe also was problematic about this regime, is too much listening to the outside. And if you look at last year, you can look at the first 3 or 4 games as a microcosm of that, or at least a lot of evidence. We start out the year, we have a good win, or a tough win against the New York Jets. It wasn't easy, it was gritty, but it was a W. And all of a sudden, Christian McCaffrey got 30 touches, and the people, the noise right afterwards was, oh, how are we going to be? Are you worried about Christian McCaffrey's durability? How are you going to manage him? And then the next week we come out and it's like a completely different game plan. They try to shelf Christian McCaffrey in a certain way and do that. And then the next week it's about, and then you saw it with the Giants game too, where it's like, oh, well, we didn't run the ball enough and we would have won if we would have just run the ball more or been more competitive. And it's like, well, we want to run the ball. Bill Parcells says if you don't run the ball 33 times, it's like wherever the wind blew. Matt Rhule, I felt, read the newspaper headlines too much.
Well, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. I guess.
Well, let's say, hold on, time out. Connor, let me stop you real quick. I want to first, we always got to do it here. White chocolate espresso with the 199. Says congratulations on the Jay Stu interview. For those of you that just missed what Tony said, Jonathan Stewart, we will be interviewing him this Wednesday on the C3 Beat Check. That's going to be one of the biggest interviews that we've ever done on this channel. Congrats to Tony and for making that happen. That's going to be real fun. So hit the like and subscribe for more C3 Panthers content. And then I also I wanted to kind of continue to get everyone involved and also let people know that I got more people that want to come in and talk. Just have to kind of move people around.
Hey, Cody, I got 2 more questions, and I'm gonna go ahead and head out because I got my damn phone acting crazy. It's about to die in a minute.
Okay, cool.
But
All right, go ahead with it.
Yeah. But about the pressure, do y'all think that's the reason that they fired Joe Brady, and do y'all think that's the reason that they put Steve Wilkes as the interim head coach? Because you heard like last year, you heard a lot of people calling for Joe Brady's head. And then you heard a lot of people this year saying, yo, we need to fire Matt Rhule and put Steve Wilkes in as the head coach. Do y'all think David Tepper heard the noise and made that move? Or do y'all think those were the obvious moves? And I'm in that, but I'm about to go ahead and head out.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Loxan. Thank you for joining today. So I'll kind of start with my answer. Every day that went by, that David Tepper hired Matt Rhule, he was turning the fan base against him, and it was another stain on his own legacy, which is already in a very short amount of time had a lot of bad controversy surrounding it. So I really think that he had to do this not only for his own image, but look at the fan base. I mean, we were overrun by 49ers fans this past Sunday. That is unacceptable. And by the way, I'm not down with this. Oh, that's who the Panther fans are. They always let their stadium get overrun. Nah. If Panther fans had a legitimate team to be pulling for right now, there is no way that it's that lopsided in Bank of America Stadium. I'm sorry. I just don't believe it. I really just don't believe it.
You're right on a couple of accounts, but even when we've been good, when you have a team that has a legacy like the 49ers, our entire stadium gets just overrun, even when we're a decent team. Now, if we're
look at Miami with the Bills.
Right. If we're a 2015 team, yeah, you're right. People are paying for those tickets and we're willing, we're getting, the Panthers fans are filling that bad boy up. The problem is right now, Bank of America Stadium is an investment opportunity for too many people. It is not a fan opportunity. A lot of people have PSLs that their only goal is to make money, which means that whoever is willing to pay for the tickets gets to get the tickets. Now you have places like the Roaring Riot that actually do like a ticket exchange where you actually get face value tickets and everything, and it's a verified and all that stuff. But for the most part, that's the majority of our PSL owners, and they're all just investment opportunities. People don't realize that that's something that happens along the all over the place. A good portion of our PSLs are owned by things like SeatGeek and Ticketmaster, right?
Yeah.
People don't realize that a lot of those tickets that we sell aren't even actual people, but businesses. And so, yeah, you got to keep that in mind, because that's why you see that happen. If we were 2015, you're going to have a lot more people willing to pay the price for it. You're still going to have a tremendous amount of these people that are just trying to make money, and that's why you see these stands fill up like the way you do.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I want to welcome some new people to the stream. First off, I'm going to go in order that I let them in, so that way everybody kind of gets their opportunity. Matt Corral will shine. I know you've been waiting a minute, man. Are you there?
Yo. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, man. How you feeling?
Feeling good right now. I mean, all this news, man, is just music to my ears. And I just feel like I hope we don't pull the same like the same shit as the last 2 years, because this is a good opportunity where like we can actually have a nice team, a decent team. It doesn't even have to be like a like a Tampa Bay type of team. It can be like a Vikings type of team, you know. As long as we're getting better, that's all I care about, and I feel like we're just going in the right direction. So that's how I feel about it.
No, that's a great point. And real quick, and then I want to move on real quick, and then I'll continue to bounce it around. So hopeful about Steve Wilkes and his ability to potentially turn this around this season, or do you think that we're going to need another offseason of draft and free agent signings?
I think we're gonna need probably another, just because this is all happening kind of like now, like out, if that makes sense.
Right.
I just feel like we need time, but like the more we take our time, I feel like the more efficient it will be. That makes sense.
Yeah.
So
no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great take. Next, we've had him on before, and by the way, I always have this layout just so I can prevent bombers when I get a bunch of people I haven't seen before. I have seen this guy before. Malcolm Flex, welcome back to the show, brother. He has been on this show before. What are you thinking, man? How are you feeling about Matt Rhule being fired? Phil Snow being fired, Al Holcomb being promoted, the whole 9 yards. What you got to say about it, Malcolm?
A new day has come. We've waited for this moment for so long, and it's finally here. It feels really good, but I don't know how to feel because again, we're probably not getting the season back. Let's be honest. Matt Rhule does, he didn't really do anything other than mess the team up from personnel and a decision standpoint on who to play. It's not like he was a play caller, not like he made the offense. He's not an X to the nose kind of guy. He's not a defensive guy. So you're really going to have to rebuild the whole entire staff, the whole mentality, and all of that. And that's not something that you can necessarily just change overnight with the firing of a head coach. It's not like we had Kyle Shanahan and now we got rid of him and now we're moving from the wide zone West Coast to a modern day pro spread or something. There's a lot that's probably going to have to have some changes. The safeties are still injured right now. Our quarterback, our subpar quarterback is injured, and our other subpar quarterbacks are injured, and the only quarterback that we really have is PJ Walker. So
we're in desperate need. I would expect whether we like it or not, I think Jacob Eason is probably going to be promoted from the practice squad since Baker. That's inevitable pretty much. I mean, you're going to have that behind PJ Walker. That just kind of seems like the next inevitable conclusion. Next up, I want to go to Shay. Shay, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man? Shot, man. Salute, man. How y'all doing, man?
Shot, what's up, brother? How you doing, man? Happy you could join us.
Hey, man. Happy, man. First time been on the comments for a minute, man. Basically, man, I'm gonna jump right into it. I feel like I want to go back, y'all. I want to go back to 2020. Sometimes you gotta admit that you just messed up when we already had the coach that should have been hired, Eric Bieniemy, when he said he wanted to work with Cam Newton. Now, we also got to think that that's also everybody's a Carolina fan. So I'm thinking that we all fond of Cam Newton. So I think that was a Matt Rhule decision to release Cam Newton and affected his whole career. I don't think that was a David Tepper decision. I don't know why he gave him so much power, but that also, to me, affect Cam's psyche. Now, to me, I want to go with an offensive coordinator mind coach like Eric Bieniemy. Now, you see how they destroy Tampa. Now he know how to play teams. He know how to play, you know what I mean, and adjust. And that's something that we could have built on. And we messed up by going with a non-experienced coach. And at the end of the day, I don't think Carolina get enough credit for, you know what I mean. At the end of the day, I am African American. For them going in giving African Americans chances. and I commend him on that. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I don't think Steve is ready because he's like just the way the team is set up. You know, like it should have been done in the off season. And at the end of the day, I think David Tepper just messed up. I think Matt Rhule messed up Cam Newton's career. He was a bad decision. And at the end of the day, we should have went with Eric Bieniemy from the jump. Because I also never took out of context that he said he wanted to work with Cam. Like that's amazing, man. Like, and that's something that should be taken out of context.
It really seems like a missed opportunity. Like we had an opportunity, to see what Cam had left to off season. But no, and you can really even make the argument, kind of like you did, that the downfall of Matt Rhule when they decided to move on from Cam Newton in the way that they did. So, I mean, it was truly kind of embarrassing that way. You bring up another point, too, that I wanted to key in on. Steve Wilkes, he is a part of that class action lawsuit with Brian Flores, basically about, the NFL owners is following the Rooney Rule and, kind of faking like they're going to give these black coaches a chance, only in name, and then they never do. So, it is going to be interesting to see how that goes forward. And that's honestly why I'm worried for Steve Wilkes. Like, I want him to be successful. I would view this as, if I'm the owner, I would want this to be for Steve Wilkes to interview for the head coaching job.
Here's
he
my only.
He might actually be the guy for the job.
Here's my only issue with that, and this is where I'm really afraid for Steve Wilkes, is if he comes out and just shows that he's a great coach, the NFL is fucked.
Exactly.
The NFL is fucked. So these storylines that we talk about, that we think that sometimes the NFL has a little bit of things that nudge things a certain way, makes you almost wonder if Steve Wilkes is going to be set up to fail here, so that it makes their case look better, right? And I'm not saying Steve Wilkes is a part of that. I'm just saying right now he's got a class action lawsuit against the NFL for this shit, and if that it just seems like an opportunity for the NFL to find a way to just completely just shut that narrative up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's still McAdoo, correct? So it's Steve Wilkes.
Yeah, we still got McAdoo.
Okay.
Yeah, McAdoo is still here.
That's just, that's just sort of a sticky situation. But yeah, I think Steve Wilkes right now, he's got extra incentive. But one thing he's got going for him is that he was with the Panthers staff during the heyday, so he had been around
4 years that we had. So. Yeah, he knows what it means to keep pounding.
For some reason, a lot of people want to think that a lot of people say Cam Newton's done, but like I say, I want to go back to 2020 and the whole Matt Rhule experience. Kenny Allen, Teddy Bridgewater, Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield. Why ain't those guys considered done? That he went through 6 quarterbacks in this whole experiment and failed.
Well, he got more quarterbacks.
I don't want to hear. Yeah, I don't you can't tell me that Cam is done, because at the end of the day, I don't think he ever for some reason I don't think he liked the Cam. I don't think he never wanted him back when we got him back. I mean, he never wanted to say he gave up on him. I mean, at the end of the day, the Patriots suck. I mean, at the end of the day, so I believe for some reason, man, an offensive coach, for some reason, I just believe the setup in to trade, people saying trade CMC, I believe Eric Bieniemy can turn this thing around, man. For some reason, I just believe we have the defense. It's not great. We don't bend, but we don't break. You know what I'm saying? So with that,
we don't need to clear house with players and stuff like that. I don't think we need to do that.
Of course, even if we bring Cam back, the obvious reason we need a quarterback, that's obvious. We obviously need a future quarterback. That's obvious. But as far as this team, you can't tell me that the Falcons and the Saints are better than the Carolina team with an Eric Bieniemy. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. And then
the team is about 40%.
Go ahead.
I would say it's about 40 to 60% complete. It's enough to win, maybe get to a wild card spot if you know exactly what the heck you're doing. Now, my whole idea last year, when we were in the offseason, was to actually bring Cam back and then draft a quarterback and just do a predominantly run-based offense.
Yeah.
And basically bring in that wide zone kind of system that everybody is running in the league. Because, again, you have all the pieces. You got offensive linemen that aren't necessarily people movers, but they can get in the way a little bit. So if you get the defense moving left to right, you got that. You got a tight end in Ian Thomas, who's not the best one-on-one blocker, but he can leak out and get you some yak, as well as also get in the way of some linebackers, that are kind of scraping up the top. Now you got what Kyle Shanahan really wanted in Trey Lance, which is a running quarterback and a good run game. Turn CMC into kind of a Deebo Samuel, a slot back, basically, if you will, and draft a heavy running back.
Right.
A lot of people say,
that 1 year contract on Foreman really made me happy in what we were hoping to do. The 1 year contract on Foreman is a bridge to a just heavy power back. Throw CMC in there for the wide sets where we want to spread the field and let him sit in the slot and make people guess. That's what I thought we were doing. We're going to have a 2-back set, run Foreman up the gut, let him get some good yards, give CMC the opportunity to just make people guess. And it just didn't happen.
Yeah.
So hey, I want to bounce the microphone around a little bit. We haven't heard from AU Link in a minute. And by the way, to Josh, Cookie Monster, and Season, I see y'all in the background. I'm at capacity. I'm gonna have to filter some people in and out. But just as long as you're patient with me, I'll make sure I get everybody in and a part of the show.
Around 30, by the way.
So to answer some of the questions I've been hearing, go ahead, Connor. Go ahead. You first.
No, I'm just saying that I'm leaving around 3:30, so you guys could also get somebody in then.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, go ahead, AU.
So, quite a few people brought up the point. I want to give Jacob Eason kick the tires around with him. I saw him in college, so I'm an Auburn grad. Got to see Cam Newton walk the halls as after he left and joined the Panthers. But I saw Jacob Eason in college, and I actually liked him a lot. He has a Trey Lance kind of attitude to him, which I liked. And then I also, CK, you had a great point on the whole Wilkes situation. I like Wilkes immensely, but I like Eric Bieniemy as well. And I do think the NFL is probably setting him up for failure, and I don't like it at all. And dream scenario for me is Eric Bieniemy gets head coach, but he keeps Steve Wilkes as a DC. That would be the dream scenario, but I don't think that'll happen.
I'm a little concerned about Eric Bieniemy, though. Like, he's had so many opportunities, and they've had such a good offense. He should have been one of the first people to be hired as a head coach. There's got to be a reason why he has not in that role yet. It makes me worry about him, and especially with again, reports, sources, saying that he's not really a big part of that offense and the success that they have there. I don't know whether that's the case or not, but that does scare me a little bit, because I just don't know what's real and what's not. And the one thing I know that is real is he's been in the cards for getting the head coaching position for 3-4 years by this point, and he hasn't had anybody pull the trigger on him.
I agree. I mean, only thing I can say, like, that's fair. You know what I'm saying? Only thing I can say to that point is just like they say half of the plays. I disagree with that. I believe he run half of the snaps, because I was watching the Tampa game, and offensively, like, Andy Reid set up the screens, but it's somebody making the calls, and I believe Eric Bieniemy making a lot of those calls on the calls. And then even before, when they lost to the Colts. In the Colts game, him and Patrick Mahomes had a little disagreement or something, and because obviously he's making the calls, so that's how I know he's making the calls. But when my thing is, I agree with you, there's something there that I don't get, why it's not closing the deal for a coach that's under Andy Reid. He got a Super Bowl, so it's it is a little head scratching. So I do agree with you on that stand.
Yeah. I've got a couple of points I want to make on that. Is it's kind of, we just don't know enough, sadly, to make a really informed kind of conclusion about it. On one hand, we know the historical inequities and things and challenges that are facing minority coaches, and infiltrating the upper echelon of football for a league that's 85% black, right, or minority a player, right, at the same time. So, we could see how he's going to face more hoops or more adversity potentially to jump through. I mean, look, if you go back to when they hired Matt Rhule, one of the things is David Tepper said he identified with him personally as this short, or we both came up and we were both short order cooks and stuff like that. So maybe that bridge is harder for Bieniemy to cross with some of these owners, potentially like a David Tepper. There are questions too, though, is that, hey, you're coming off of this hot offense. You've been primed for the position. Why isn't it? But so I'm not going to be over, like, why haven't you gotten it? For me, though, the biggest concern I have is that whether or not he's calling the plays, is Andy Reid's the mastermind. He has, Andy Reid's the only coach that has had 3 consecutive championship games in a row. I think even hosted them like at home for 2 different teams. He's done it in the AFC and the NFC. So this guy he's got to play for every damn scenario, every day, every instance. And then my third concern is with any of these offensive guys like a Leftwich, and I hate that they're both black, that I'm going to name them both, but Leftwich and Bieniemy, or pick somebody else for me that when you've got, how about this? The dude from
the 49er guy, D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah. That's a defensive guy. I don't care. I don't want no defensive guy. But I'm telling you this is, how about this? Let's turn our attention to the struggles in Denver, right? As you got a head coach, is how much of some of these people's success is associated with the fact that they just have a fantastic quarterback. Is that, and I'm not trying to take away that they don't know football and this and that, but look, Bill Belichick was the most successful coach in the world when he had Tom Brady. So I think this, you got Patrick Mahomes, you got Andy Reid. Those are all things in his corner. Now, what we probably should go back and look at is how many people have come from the Andy Reid tree and had success. Maybe he has, because I know the Bill Belichick tree is not good.
Hey, our old coach, not to cut you off, Ron Rivera.
Was he
Sean
Andy
McDermott?
Reid?
He was an Andy
Yeah,
Reid.
both are.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
After came from Andy Reid.
So that
Sean
lends
McDermott
towards
was
Bieniemy
also
potentially being a good hire.
Yeah.
So
And
I
he was
just wanna
right.
point
Sean
this out.
McDermott was also a part of that as well. A part of that too. Yeah, go ahead, Blake.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. Sean McDermott,
No,
yeah,
you're
he
good.
was.
It's inevitable.
Something I want to just point out. Joe Person, one of my favorite beat writers that is on the Panthers.
The Athletic
just pointed out the Athletic. Something worth keep an eye on, and a topic I want to bring up. Luke Kuechly is close with both Steve Wilkes and Al Holcomb. Those 2 people are one of the only reasons why he continues to come back around, and now they're in charge. What can we possibly see out of that?
Blake, that is such a good point. I'm happy you brought that up. That was a part of my thread as well. That basically Luke Kuechly only comes around because of the respect that he has for men like Steve Wilkes and Al Holcomb. Look, at the minute Luke Kuechly retired, every fan was like, come be our defensive coordinator, be our linebacker coach. Like, we all wanted that so bad. And that's another thing that is a great point. I feel like now that this has happened, it opens up the possibility to do stuff like that.
How
now
crazy
maybe
is
Christian
it?
Luke coach want to come back and coach this football team.
No.
Imagine, and now that you go, CK, imagine Luke Kuechly coaching up Brandon Smith. Woo!
I'll do you one better. Imagine Luke having quit playing football because Rhule was hired, and we find that information out, and he is excited about the opportunity to come back and play for the Carolina Panthers.
I've been said that shit when that shit happened, G. I'm glad you said that.
The timing on it was too perfect. He retired.
Matt Rhule was toxic.
I mean, everything. Luke knew what we was getting into, man. He knew ahead of time, man. He said, "I'm gonna get the fuck out of here, man."
I mean, I knew Matt Rhule was bad when he thought Kenny Allen was better than Cam Newton. I mean, Kenny Anderson. What was his name? Kenny Allen. What was his name? Kyle Allen. Like that was terrible.
Kyle is same. Who cares, bro?
I don't even know that. Where is he at now? Like that's what I'm saying, man. He messed up.
He's in the Redskins.
Terrible, man.
So, hey, real quick, Connor, I know you said you had to go soon. I'm gonna let you kind of give your final thoughts real quick, and then I got some people waiting in the background that I want to bring in.
All right.
So go ahead, man. Tell me, give me your final thoughts. Are you excited? What are your thoughts, man, going forward now?
Okay, I'm gonna talk some more about Luke Kuechly. Okay, so first of all, whoever just said that Luke left because Rhule was brought in is an absolute genius. Because and part of me thinks that's what happened. So what if we got this? Okay, so let me bring this to your attention. What if we got Sean McVay as the head coach? We get what if we got Sean McVay as the head coach? What if we got Luke Kuechly as the defensive coordinator? Bryce Young as the quarterback of the future, and then for the offensive coordinator, we have a former. What about for the offensive coordinator? Crazy idea. What about Cam Newton?
Whoa, Cam Newton coaching the offense? I don't know, man. But how did Sean McVay come here? He's still coaching,
not going anywhere.
I said Peyton. Did I not say Peyton? I could have sworn I said Peyton.
No, you said McVay. You're cool.
You meant Sean Payton?
Yeah.
Only thing with that, guys, is like, think about it. Like, I agree with your points, but like, listen, man, like that LA job is a little more attractive. The Chargers don't really look that good. So I'm watching. I will predict Sean Payton go to the Chargers.
Brian Flores and Sean Payton are my two main guys, but that's what I'm gonna leave this at. And also Cody. So I'm in the C3 Discord chat, and I see you. I'm up for doing this next generation of Panthers thing. If we can get Noah on here, I'd love to do that.
We'll figure out a way to make that happen, bro.
That's your Discord.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, I'll definitely hit you up in Discord. We'll get Noah. Dude, I think, hey, put some ones in the chat if you would love to hear a Connor and Noah podcast. If you think that would be fire, man. Hit some ones, bro. I know I would love that. Listening to the future of Panther Nation, talk football. Dude, I absolutely love that. Connor, you're the absolute best, bro. Best, man. You know we love you. Have a great day, man, and enjoy this great news today, man.
All right, sounds good, man. Bye, Cody. Bye, guys.
Yep, look at all them ones too, bro. I love it. People love that. All right, Connor.
Get out of this. Goodbye, guys.
Hey, have a great day, Connor. I appreciate you, bro. All right, so next, I'm gonna add some people in here. This man has been waiting patiently. Josh, the Cookie Monster. Josh, what's up, bro?
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
Salute.
Doing good, man. How you feeling?
Man, I'm excited. This is probably the most excited I've been. I was laid down taking a nap. My fiance walks in. She goes, she has a big old smile on her face. She goes, guess what? They just fucking fired him. And I was talking about it all day yesterday. I was talking to Pro Football Talk was saying yesterday that, you know, sources saying that he could be fired. And I was like, I got a feeling about this one. And sure enough, it wound up happening today. I was a little down when I saw Ian Rappaport talking about it this morning and everything. I was like, fuck, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, where he was talking about him being thing. I had to respond to that on Twitter too, because it was such a, like, I know that he's just basing it off of what he has the last information he was given, which was that he was going to be patient. But you know, when you see his history, he gave a literal 2-time coach of the year in the NFL, a proven guy who has had mad respect from his former players, gave him a year and a half with injured quarterback play. Like, and you're talking about patience. This dude chose 3 quarterbacks that have yet to prove themselves on a consistent basis, and they still lost on a way too consistent basis. You took on a 3-year contract for a guy, Teddy Bridgewater, that left us reeling for 3 years. This is the first year that we're going to be coming up in 2023 where we're going to be free of quarterback contracts that are going to tie us down for salary cap purposes, and also not like we don't want to be paying people who aren't going to be starting on the field for us. So yeah, right. I think I agree wholeheartedly. I think that that tweet earlier when that came out, I had to respond to it because it just made no sense to me.
I'm starting to wonder. I think because everybody's portrayed this image from Tepper as being like a really prideful, like type of individual, and he's stubborn, like arrogant. You don't want to be wrong,
right?
And I think the reason why he waited to pull the plug on Matt Rhule so long was because he gave them an unproven collegiate coach a shot in the NFL. He paid the guy like what? How much was it guaranteed? Was it like
62 million?
62 million fully guaranteed, and you wait this long and everything, not to be patient, but because your ego is so much in the way, you don't want to be proven wrong. Fuck it, I'm gonna hold this out.
Yeah,
right.
Right.
Look at what he did. Look at what he did with the Charlotte FC head coach. 14 games, and this close to playoff relegation, gone.
Absolutely, it doesn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense whatsoever. I'm like, what?
Should have fired him at the beginning of last year. He waited way too long, let the season get out of hand. And I think we're seeing Bank of America Stadium so depressed at that point. Like I said, he was tanking the investment at that point. So it's like, we got to do something because there's no excitement around the team, no energy, no potential, no nothing. And, that makes me think that, something drastic is going to happen because, I mean, we are going in next week with kind of a dilapidated D, PJ Walker at QB. And I mean, I don't see Steve Wilkes, for as long as he's been there, kind of letting himself, kind of go in undergunned right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't see much changing with our offense over the rest of the season.
Yeah, like that's why if we're gonna be serious, we gotta really go after coaches that we want to get now. Because at the end of the day, if we wait for the off season, like what I'm saying, like the team, like you say, it's not moving forward. No, we're not moving progress. Like, and unfortunately, that's what I hate for Steve because it's like it puts him in a tough position. Because at the end of the day, who's to say he wanted Baker Mayfield, PJ, or even Sam? Who says that's even his type of quarterback? So. It's like he got to work with them type of guys, and it's like that automatically set him up for failure. And who knows if he could even bring in his guys or not, because he's just the interim coach. So that don't necessarily mean he's the permanent coach. So he can't even bring his guys in. So he really got to work with what he got, and that's a tough assignment for anybody. But what I would never understand why Tepper gave Matt Rhule so much power, like that. Why did he let him drag our franchise down into the dumps? I would never understand.
He's a program builder, quote unquote.
Yeah.
And so, a few orders of business, real quick. My man Anthony Piccarello with the 199 says Matt Rhule is gone. CJ Stroud, Sean Payton time.
I'm so sick of the Sean Payton shit, G. I'm so sick of that Sean Payton shit, bro.
Sean
why
Payton
would we trade
is
away
not happening.
Listen, why
would we trade away assets to go get Sean Payton, bro? Anything that has anything to do with New Orleans, fuck them, bro. I don't want anything that has to do with New Orleans.
Thank you. Why? First of all, why would the Saints trade him to a division rival and fuck him?
Exactly.
He's I'm so sick of hearing that shit.
That's the main issue right here. There's been unprecedented thing. This has happened one time in the past. The Jets traded Bill Belichick to the Patriots, which was a division rival. But look at what happened there. The Jets fell into shambles. The Patriots did well. There's no way the Saints want to trade Sean Payton, period. But if they are, like if it's not going to be to Carolina unless they fleece us, right? Like for something ridiculous to where they try to destroy our franchise. And then even you wouldn't even expect that Sean Payton would be excited to go do that anyway. So Dallas would be the landing spot for Sean Payton more than anywhere, or maybe now Denver after
the Chargers.
I don't think they. I think he's that's why I picked the Chargers. I think Saints is smart. He's an excellent Super Bowl winning coach. You trade him to a whole different conference, the AFC. You don't trade him to the why? Like that's stupid. You trying to compete for a championship? Why would you trade him to Dallas and potentially cut yourself out from winning the Super Bowl? You know what I'm saying? Or at least representing the NFC in the Super Bowl championship. So you trade him to the Chargers or you trade him to AFC team.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. And then White Chocolate Espresso with the 199 says, I heard some issues with Ron before Carolina. So again, once a coach is on their final few days, that's when you start to hear the rumor leaks. The rumors that I put out and heard. Everybody is starting to stuff on Matt Rhule. And then I want to let you guys know David Tepper is going live at 3:45.
3:45.
That sounds
We're
good.
going.
It's about damn time we hear from that bitch ass motherfucker. Let's hear what he got to fucking say.
We're going to be streaming.
Hey man,
and we're going to be live reacting. Hold up. We're going to be streaming and live reacting to David Tepper in real time. So hit that like, hit that thumbs up, and then Tone like to do some more cat calls.
Mm-hmm.
We ready?
Not to derail, by the way, but I put something in the little private chat just for all the boys to say the Cam can't throw more than 20 yards or shoulder shot. Again, this is
Hey, thank you, brother. Thank you.
Right off the bench.
I don't think Cam's the answer, but he's not done.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey, when we seen Baker hit a seam shot, and I'm talking about one that's not busted.
Mm-hmm.
This is go ahead.
Ian Thomas, he had that Ian Thomas one in week 1. But look, is that nobody's really here to defend Baker. I think more than anything, we just don't want to be the reason that Cam. Look, I didn't want him to come back last year. I was happy when he did, but I didn't want us to be the stink that got on him. So I respect Cam too much to just try to ruin him. That's my thing. And then when he doesn't come in and save the day, he becomes a scapegoat to the entire NFL community, not to the community, but the whole NFL analysts. So that was the thing is like last year, and I think he really even said this a lot in some of the honest conversations afterwards, is that he always thinks he can do those things. And he's always had that Superman persona or a belief in himself, and that's what's made him so great in so many cases. So he thought, man, I could come in here and make a difference. I can do this. And then he walks in and he sees the burning building that it is and goes, man, I can't even save this sucker. So that's just my thing about Cam. It's like I want all of my memories of Cam to be those fond, loving ones. I just don't want him as a shell of himself here. And for him, I just love Cam and what he did for us so much. But if he can come in here with Steve Wilkes and have a positive last hurrah, okay. But it's also kind of a long shot.
I don't want him to come in here with Ben McAdoo at the helm.
Oh, I know. Yeah. And he's never had a running quarterback either, I don't think, Ben McAdoo.
No.
Right. It's
Ben McAdoo's claim to fame is Eli Manning for what, 3 years?
And really just 2 of them.
Right.
Because he benched him in the 3rd year.
Right.
Yeah, true.
My thing is Cam is not the answer. As much as Cam is our franchise for since 2011, Cam is not the answer right now. Right now, we really need to build for the future. If Cam were to come back, I wouldn't want him to come back in the middle of a season. He needs an entire offseason for preparation and actually getting things the way it needs to be.
Give him a fair shot. Yeah. I mean,
especially with the way Ben McAdoo's offense is so complicated, with the way all the reports we've gotten out of it and the different language and everything else. I just don't see it, right?
But that's why.
Not mid-season. He wouldn't be a mid-season start. I would not do that. But I'm just saying.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah,
there's a lot of this that is Matt Rhule's fault. I mean, some of it's Bill Belichick's fault. Bill Belichick's dealing with the after effects because, again, Mac Jones kind of showing up to be a little bit of fool's gold right now, and so they're dealing with that.
That's why I say, go ahead. That's why I say, guys, I don't mean to cut you off, my boy. That's why I said, guys, let's go back to 2020. I think Matt Rhule killed Cam Newton's psyche, man. He killed Cam Newton at the end of the day, man. To tell a franchise team you led to a Super Bowl, a team that you had success for, to tell you just released it, like you're gone, for no explanation, bro. Like bro, that the confidence wise, bro. I don't care who you is, bro. That's gonna hurt you, bro. Look at Von Miller when he got traded from Denver. He was crying, bro, and he went to a Super Bowl championship team and won the Super Bowl. And he was crying. Bro.
You remember? You remember at the end of that season, they had tried to make it seem like, oh, we have given Cam the permission to seek a trade.
Anytime they do
was
that,
lying.
Right.
Matt Rhule,
they were trying to make it sound like Cam Newton wanted a trade, and that prompted Cam to come out and be like, "Nah, I never want."
Cam would never do that, bro. Cam would never do that to us, bro. Matt Rhule.
That's why
Matt Rhule sabotaged. That's why you got to go. That's why I said, guys, let's go back to 2020. Matt Rhule sabotaged our quarterback. He sabotaged him. Because at the end of the day, that was a great point. Cam Newton came back and clapped back and said, "Hey, man, like I got drafted here. Why would I ask for a trade? Like, what are you like? What? Like, what are you talking? Like, I just got in trying to at least show I'm healthy." That's what Cam Newton said. Remember when he got traded to New England? He said, "I just wanted to show that I can play a full season." Never got that opportunity, bro. He just got released it, bro. And at the end of the day, was it worth it, guys? No. Look at Matt Rhule through 6 quarterbacks, guys. 6 quarterbacks.
Cam had a year left on his contract when we cut him, bro.
There's 2 things, 2 points I'm going to make, and then we're going to go to a couple cat calls. The first is that some of this might have been with David Tepper being part of this, and David Tepper having 2 years where Cam Newton was hurt in a row, I believe. And, just saying, like, maybe we don't want another year of a hurt quarterback with a rookie head coach. The second point is that every team that says we've given this permission, the guy permission to seek a trade, has already decided at that point. You know what I'm saying? They just did. So we knew once they said that it was bull. It's like you ain't doing him no favors. I always think that that's like the most ridiculous. They did that to Jimmy G. And then they made Jimmy G go practice on the other side of the field with no playbook by himself. How ridiculous was that scene? And I always think it's wild that I would be so mad if I was a player and they were like, you can go find your own trade. I'd be like, mug, bitch, you're the GM. You go find the trade.
Right.
Why don't you?
Tony.
What if I handed you the football and said, why don't you go throw it?
Tony, you got to pull up Albert Breer's new tweet about what our total investment in quarterbacks has been since Cam Newton.
All right. We'll find it. All right, we're going to take a couple of calls. The number's 252-228-5098. That's 252-228-5098.
Finally, glad we get this shit show out of Carolina and get some winning ways here, hopefully. I do like the moves for Steve Wilkes. With Baker going down, I could see him bringing number 1 back for the season, just to see how that would go. We could be a run-heavy team with that under Steve Wilkes, and we really haven't had a fair shot to see what Steve Wilkes has as a coach. Only 1 season in Arizona, and his quarterback was Josh Rosen, which is an awful, comparison. To see if he's a good coach, you can't really judge off that. And I think he could be a good coach. I just don't know if he's going to have the opportunity to do what he wants to do. But this is great for Carolina, just seeing Matt Rhule go. I hate it didn't work out, not for him, but for us,
Cody, do you still mean to have your screen share?
Let's see what we can do. Hopefully, we still get a good draft pick to go get a quarterback.
All right, man. We appreciate the call. The numbers, hopefully the comment was covering that. But here is what you were talking about, CK, is the Panthers' total investment at quarterback, 4 holdover QBs, waiting to go all in on one in the first 3 post-Cam Newton years, 6th-round pick in 2021, a second-rounder and 2 fourths in 2022, a 3rd-round pick in 2023, 4th or 5th, depending on how much Baker plays in 2024, and $60 million in cash have been spent to get us nobody. The thing about that's interesting about this quarterback situation, or what I was thinking is like, wouldn't this be prime time if Matt Corral would have been healthy to see what you got in the young guy, you know, to give him some reps and get him playing. Then you can
Absolutely.
You know, then you could probably not win games and really see if that number 1 pick should be used on a quarterback. So let's go to the next call.
Kenny Pickett.
Hey, it's Alex Ennis, man. It's a good day in Panther Nation. Got rid of the coach. Now we can start from the ground up, man. Carolina, keep pounding, baby.
Good news.
Awesome.
Next
Wonderful.
Hi, what's up? What's up, fellas? I know I'm on the panel, or was trying to get on the panel. It's a subject I want to talk about. I hear a lot of people saying no fire sale, no fire sale, no fire sale. Well, I think the reason you want to do some fire sale, listen to this, guys, the key. We only have 4, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4 draft picks. Do we really want to leave our new head coach with just 4 draft picks? Think about it. No.
Yeah.
So we have to do some form of fire sale with players that we attach to our love. We got to do it. Let's get some first-round picks out of it so we can rebuild this team. We can't rebuild a team and start new, fresh with just 4 draft picks. Not going to work. Are we going to end up like we is this year? All right, that's all I had to say. Let's discuss.
Shout out to Carl D. Again, we're having to fumble around, making sure we get everybody in the chat room to be able to react. So sorry if I didn't get to everyone promptly. By the way, if you would like to join, you still can. Description. I'm cycling some people in and out, but I wanted to welcome our man, our boy. You know him and love him. It's Panther Pickle. Kenneth, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys? I'm in the middle of the plant. Got my earbuds under a mask I wear just to hide my earbuds. Hear this news on WFNZ and scream, yeah! And everybody in the whole plant look at me like I'm stupid.
We know you're not stupid, and we would expect nothing less from you.
Well, the one Cowboy fan looked at me and said, I understand. He also said we could have his defensive coordinator, but I said that's not probably the direction we'll go.
Yeah.
Not the direction. I don't think we want that.
No.
No.
Hey, Cody.
So, go ahead.
One of the guy, the last call, one of the things he said as far as like on getting rid of some of the players and everything. I just kind of want to feedback on what you guys thought about this. A lot of people have been saying as far as like trading like some big names, fan favorites, all this kind of stuff. And I thought about one trade in particular, Khalil Mack when he was traded. I believe he was on his rookie deal when he was still with the Bears and everything. They pulled 3 first-round picks or something like that for that trade. So, do you think Burns maybe pull some of that?
I mean,
I don't know if he's got the cachet that a Khalil Mack had at that moment, but that I think is here's the thing is that anytime we start talking about trading players, people get upset because they're the good players on our team. Yeah. They're the only ones people want to trade for. Don't worry. No one's picking up the phone and calling for Sam Franklin after they saw him sweep the leg yesterday. So it is people like Christian McCaffrey. It is, I think Brian Burns is one of the most tradable names. And the reason I'm saying that is because you don't get the money contract. If you sign DJ, you got to pay him his contract, or at least the Panthers might have to pay him the guaranteed part, to be honest. I'm not sure. I think that might be how it works. You don't trade away the guaranteed money, which you got to keep. It's just like how much is left on the contract, but they're going to have to assume the salary part of that. So it is a guy like Brian Burns who's still on the rookie deal, who has a 5th-year option in the hole, I believe, and a team that could potentially negotiate a long-term deal with him. That is the most attractive piece. It's either a piece that's going to be somebody that makes your team better now and can make them better next year, And that's the Brian Burns one, or it's Christian McCaffrey, where it's like, hey, we're willing to pay the money because we just want the short-term injection of good. So I think this is that Brian Burns is probably the most shoppable name on the team, honestly. And I don't know if he commands as much as a Khalil Mack, because I think Khalil Mack was an all-pro. Brian Burns just made his first Pro Bowl last year. And he's never crested 10 sacks. He's been a good player, a very good player. He's been our best and consistent defensive player, but not great by league standards just yet. But if you could get a first for him from a team that's not. And really the question comes down to this. Do you plan to sign him long term? If you plan to sign him long term, then we don't have to worry about it. But if you're honestly not going to have the money to do it, and you're unsure if you are going to do it, that's the time to trade him. If you really believe you're going to get a deal done, then okay, we'll talk about it. And then the last point about Brian Burns or somebody like this is that you could want to sign them, but they have to want to sign with you as well.
Right.
Julius Peppers, we offered Julius Peppers, and Carolina fans hated him for the moment. But, man, really, was he that wrong at this point? A guy that said, look, I gave you my good years. You tried to pay me big money, but I'm looking at this team, and it's in shambles. I'm going to get out of here. I got to go try something new. We tried to give him the most money in the world, and he still didn't want to play here. So will Brian Burns want to invest his prime years on a team that's in potentially a rebuild mode? I don't know. So those are all questions that we have to know more about. But I think who are the most shoppable names on this team right now? Brian Burns, right?
Jeremy Chin.
Jeremy Chin, he's hurt right now, but yes, I mean,
I don't think that'll matter. I don't think that'll talk.
I know. With the way Chin's been playing and showing Honey Badger caliber safety play and the versatility that he has.
We still got time on his deal, though.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
only 2 years, though. Only 2 years because he was a second round pick.
Yeah.
Christian McCaffrey and
a lot of
Robbie
people have been
Robbie
asking
Anderson.
about Terrace Marshall. A lot of people have been asking about Terrace Marshall.
You also got to. I'm sorry. You also got to think if you're talking to a team, they're drafting with 15th overall, for example, and they need a defensive end. Are they going to get Brian Burns, who, depending on the system they run,
exactly?
And let's be honest, he knows a lot, but is he 100% better to pay him the money he wants? So instead of drafting a rookie who's going to be on a rookie deal for 4 or 5 years.
I think
Steve Wilkes runs a 4-3 too.
Yeah, a lot of people.
And Brian Burns ain't no 4-3 defensive end, man. So I don't see him staying. I really don't.
Well,
he's too light in the ass.
If you want to trade Brian Burns, you probably ship him off like Pittsburgh, where they lost T.J. Watt, and
exactly,
they can put him on the side up.
I think the issue that we see with production out of Brian Burns, though, is a lot of times when you have a big defensive end like a Julius Peppers or a T.J. Watt, you've got pressure somewhere else, right?
Did you guys see the piece from Joe Person or not? Yeah, Joe Person and Greg Olson about Luke Kuechly.
He's making the top playoff run, right?
The coaching.
I did. Joe Person put out on Twitter that there's a large possibility now with Steve Wilkes and Al Holcomb that Luke Kuechly might come back into the building. And dude, I would love that so much. And hey, by the way, for those of you who are wondering, we are indeed showing the press conference. They are live. So as soon as
they always take like 15 minutes.
Yeah, so
they're the worst, dude. They are the worst about this. Like, why can't they just get a better timeline? It's like
David Tepper ain't trying to show his face right now. He won't take as long as he
but
wants.
they do this all the time. It's like, hey, and then they don't come on for 20 minutes. Just say, look, it's going to be at 10:30 and make it at 10:30.
Oh, by the way, I'm just now reading because I've been at work all day that there was an assistant special team coach was fired as well. What's up with him being fired? Just a Rhule buddy? Is that?
Yeah, he was with Rhule.
Yep.
With Rhule. Yeah.
I didn't
He
even
was one of the
recognize
last
the
left in the
dude's
regime.
name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ed Foley. I thought, wow, okay.
On
And I
that
think
Joe Person tweet that we were just talking about, guys, I don't know if you saw it, Cody, but Greg Olson was on there like, back off. We're going through a run in Pop Warner right now. We're in
He
playoffs.
was. He was. He's like, back off. He's unavailable.
Which this is pretty wild about that is former member of the C3 Panthers podcast, Mel Mayock, also Matt Rhule lover. He is coaching that in that same league, and his team beat Greg Olson and Luke Kuechly's team.
Oh no!
Yeah, it's he was like, I mean, he's so nice. He didn't even like gloat about it. But I did see that. But I thought of that as like, man, they had a tough start, but they're pulling it together. We need that type of tenacity with the Panthers, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
All right. How about this? Is Cody? We got time to take one more call, real quick. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Hey, I'm a Carolina transplant living in Tennessee, and I have been embarrassed wearing my jersey around town here, and I am just so glad I don't have to become a Titans fan now that Matt Rhule's gone. Keep pounding.
Right on.
I wonder where he lives at Tennessee.
I don't know why. I don't know who. It's really no difference between Baker Mayfield and Ryan Tannehill. So.
Yeah. No, here's my thing. I've been better
than Baker.
Right. I have been wearing
way better.
I've been wearing my garb every single Monday after every loss. It's my punishment for being a Panthers fan. Right. At this point in time, like I'm going out there and I'm putting that jersey on because I know what it was like in 2015 when people called all of us that were diehard Panthers fans just bandwagoners, right? And I'm not about to be that person who's going to be supporting this team only when we're good and not being there when we're bad, right? That's when you look at the cultures out there, fan bases, the best fan bases have those fans that show up no matter whether you're good or bad. You're going to talk some shit. You're going to boo some shit. You're going to maybe tweet a few things that might be a bit disrespectful to people. But at the end of the day, you're there supporting these guys. And that's what my entire approach is. So I respect you in Tennessee for wearing your jersey, even in the midst of a bad year.
Can I throw out one wild idea about coach and quarterback? How about this is we don't go rookie quarterback. We make a strong play for Lamar Jackson and Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator for the Ravens. Bring them over together.
Nah.
No,
How can y'all not be excited about that? People got excited about Deshaun Watson. Cleveland just gave away the whole franchise for Deshaun Watson. We can have Lamar Jackson and
that was a bad idea.
We're not getting.
Because
they are not getting rid of him.
No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I don't like it. With the style of offense that Lamar likes to run, and I don't disrespect that style. Cam did it. It's just all run. I like that. Don't get me wrong. But if he wants a 7-year guaranteed contract like he does, you can't give a guy who runs that style offense a 7 years fully guaranteed deal. I mean, that's an insanity idea because there's too right now he's good. You take 4 years from now, that dude might be crippled and still getting all that money.
I mean, I see the way you're looking. I see the way you're looking at it, but also you got to look at our the punks that's in our division, the Atlanta Falcons. If they run in the read option with a Mario, I don't even know how to say his name, Mariota, then I mean I will take a Lamar Jackson over a Mariota, but I don't think Lamar Jackson's coming here. I think he would rather go to the Dolphins than us. I mean, you also got to remember he's from Florida, and you got to also know. Even in that hypothetical, that's not happening until at least 2 years because Baltimore for sure is going to franchise tag him.
That's what I'm saying. At least 2 years.
Yeah.
You're getting a franchise tag on him. And by the way, Sheena just
Deshaun Watson 2.0.
Yeah, go ahead, CK.
Sheena just made. I'm laughing hysterically over here. Sheena just made a tweet about if you read the article, it looks like the firing of Phil Snow was the decision of Steve Wilkes. And that think about that for a moment.
We prophetic, baby.
Okay.
We prophetic.
No. Forget
Finish
about
your point.
the report. Forget about the report. Think about this in your real life. You fucking hate your boss. All of a sudden, you are your boss's boss, and you just fire his ass first day on the job, bro.
Yeah, because listen, I'm pretty sure now. I love that because I believe Steve Wilkes and negotiating and say, "Hey, man, I want to do it my way. If I can't bring my people in, I want to do it my way." So I got a feeling number one is coming back, and also you got to think this was a hypothetical I was going to put out for the panel. Baker Mayfield ain't damn hurt. They done with him. It's just so hypothetically he in the boot. He ain't hurt. That was his last game. That was his last game in the Carolina jersey. That's all.
I think the deal with go ahead.
I heard on NFL radio. I don't know what I heard there that Baker is actually getting a second opinion on his knee.
Yep.
And he said that he thinks he can play Monday. Now, y'all catch us out. I looked it up. We're kind of free. All we got, we're paying Baker anyway what we're going to owe him. If Baker pisses the office off, they could just outright cut him and walk away.
Basically, yep.
Yeah.
I think that's what it's leading to. I think that's what it's leading to. Because think about it. PJ is not going to be the starter. So that's going to force them to say we need a quarterback. Who is the free agent? Our all-time leading quarterback. So we looking like we might sign Cam Newton back. Right. Now my thing is what was Steve going to do with him? That's the thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Here, I don't know about that. Here's what I want to see happen. And, it may not help us in draft day, but we'll worry about draft day come draft day. But here's what I want to see happen. I want to see all these folks canned and all these folks cut or traded. So we go in against the Rams, and since they got already looking ugly anyway, I want to beat the bejesus off of them just so we can just
got the press.
All right, press conference.
Here goes. Hey, turn it up, D.
Yeah, all right.
Times in a very public way. Had a conversation with the coach this morning.
Smack the shit out of his bald head, bro.
I then had a conversation with Steve Wilkes and named him interim coach and had that conversation. And with that, I'll take questions.
We'll start with Darren. Dave, you talked before about wanting to build a long-term sustainable winner. Ultimately, why did you choose to make this decision today as opposed to at any point previously like this offseason?
Look,
great question.
Numerous reasons why you make a decision like that. Ultimately, I felt this was a time. Now was a time.
Good job. Dave, Matt has expressed at various times as
that's as loud as we can turn it, y'all.
Trying to find the quarterback, trying to find the franchise quarterback. It appears that search is still ongoing. How much of that responsibility do you bear?
Look, ultimately, I'm the head of the organization, and ultimately, I always bear responsibility. I'm not the person that makes those decisions. I'm brought into those decisions. Listen, we will find, and we may have that person right now, but I believe we will have that person eventually.
Going forward, to find the next head coach, assuming that you'll lead that, will Scott be part of that? Will Jordan be part of that? What will that process be?
Listen, we're far away from that right now. Right now, we have a lot of season left. I'd rather talk about the season left. Right now, Steve Wilkes is a coach.
Tepper, speaking of this season, what does the rest of this season look like as an evaluation period for Steve? And do you see him as a candidate potentially for the big job next season?
There's a lot of season left, and we'll see how the season goes. Ultimately, he's in a position to be in consideration for that position. I had a talk with Steve. No promises were made, but obviously, if he does an incredible job, he has to be in consideration for that.
Dave, how much did what happened yesterday
matter to you in terms of your timing, the fire Matt Rhule chance, the fact that there were so many 49ers fans here, and the 22-point loss?
Listen, as I said, there's numerous reasons why you make a decision. There might have been a little bit of loss of intensity on the field yesterday. I would say that's probably evident versus the first 4 games. Listen, I have great respect for the fans, and I do hear the fans. But ultimately, that can't be a reason why you make a change like this. But again, there's numerous reasons why you make a change like this.
Why can't it?
And Dave, back in, I think, end of April, you said this could take 5, maybe 6 years to get turned around. What's happened in between there that make you feel like that Matt couldn't be the guy to turn it around?
Look, again, a lot of time has, passed here. We have the record we have. And, again, there's different reasons that go into that. I think that there has been progress of some sort, but look, we're just not getting over the hump. And we got to get over the hump.
With Steve Wilkes specifically, why was he named interim head coach?
Look, it's good to have somebody internally that's familiar with the team and, with the people in the building, so to speak. Steve is a leader of men. He has experience as a head coach. And I thought he's the best candidate, in the building for that role.
We'll go to Phil.
What's your message to fans? You mentioned the fans. Do you have a message for them who may feel like this thing maybe wasn't moving in the right direction?
Yeah. What's your message?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do you have a message to the fans who maybe felt that the franchise wasn't moving in the right direction after this move?
Look, football is a funny business. Things take time, and as a former fan, I don't want to hear that. I want an answer. I want to win today, and I don't care about anything else. And I understand that, and I want to win too. But I do think we have made some progress, and we will make future progress. I think it's pretty reported out there that defense is, has some respect for the defense. It's probably a top half of the league defense or better. I think the offensive line is probably the best offensive line we've had since I've been here. Can get better, but I think that's probably fair to say. So I do think those are kind of foundation pieces. I think we have a lot further to go, and I think eventually we'll get over the hump.
What insight do you have on the firing of Phil Snow?
Tomorrow, I think you'll have a chance to talk to Steve Wilkes. I did talk to Steve before, that. He told me, he was going to think about these a few different positions, and that's obviously been reported out there. You should talk to Steve Wilkes tomorrow.
Just like we said, fired his
Given the
boss.
state of the roster and the upcoming strength of schedule, what are your realistic expectations when it comes to Steve Wilkes? You expect him to get your team over the hump with this remaining season left?
Look, I think we always have an expectation to win and trying to find a way to win. And, that's never changing. Steve is familiar with the team. I have confidence in him, and we'll see.
I hate how they get irritated by these questions. Like, man, like, what else are we supposed to ask you?
What was this for you? I mean, you've been in Pittsburgh. You've seen that they've had a lot of patience with head coaches, and one of the things that you preach was, being patient, taking time to develop. How hard did that make this decision, being that he was only here a little over 2 years?
I think, it's a funny thing, that thing called patience. If you ask the average fan out there, they think I was ridiculously patient on both these situations here. I think you have to show the right amount of patience and see the progress that's made.
Amen to that.
Are we winning
Too
more?
patient.
Are we?
He reads Twitter.
And I think
Come to C3, dude. We'll set you right.
Just spoke of, there has been that, and I think unfortunately we haven't, like I said, got over that hump to win. And I think that's that's what it is.
Dave, can you address the vast amount of empty seats that have been there the last few weeks, maybe half full? And just to clarify, are you saying it was Steve Wilkes that decided to fire Phil Snow and not you guys?
Just listen, it's an interesting thing you say that, but because we have 63,000 people seat, butts in seats. Now, unfortunately, there was too many red butts in seats this week. That was not, again, the reason, a reason for that. As I said, we just can't get over the hump.
He didn't answer the question.
Nope.
Was it Wilkes that decided to let Phil Snow go?
He asked him again.
Decided to let Phil Snow go, or was that you and Fitterer? How did that come about?
That was basically usually a head coach gets to choose his coaching staff.
That's exactly what happened.
It's informed that he might want to make these changes.
Basically, Wilkes told him, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it my way.
He did it, so you should talk to him tomorrow again.
Yep.
Majority of a GM's job is done during the off season. What direction do you want Scott to take as you focus on the rest of this season?
Look, we have to be very careful about how we use our limited resources. We have 200 plus million salary cap. We have how many draft choices we have. So we, including me, to the extent I'm involved at all, have to be more diligent in how we do that.
That said, given where the team is right now, is there a thought process to maybe get ahead of next year and make some moves?
Listen, we're always thinking about what moves should be made, and at this point in time, it's a little premature to answer that question.
I think we talked to you in the offseason. You had the full support of Matt in the offseason, understandably at that time. What did you see in him at that point that did not happen in the regular season that you thought that he could get the job done to give him another year?
I thought flexibility in the staff and trying to upgrade the coaching staff at that point in time and having that sort of flexibility to see how that all worked out. Again, I think there's been some improvements. There's always some improvements, but not enough. And we're obviously not getting over the hump. So, that's the bottom line.
And real quick, he had a final say, I believe, in quite a bit of the roster. Will that philosophy for you change going forward? Will you not give that to the head coach, or is that something you believe in?
I think a balance is probably more appropriate between the head coach and the GM. A better balance.
Wow.
Hi. You've mentioned the phrase "getting over the hump" several times. What does that look like to you?
And it's winning. Winning.
Can you quantify that as far as the number of wins? Is it a Super Bowl appearance? Is it going to the playoffs?
Winning more this year than you did last year. Having the appearance of winning more than you did last year. Looking like you're going to win more than you did last year. By that definition, I don't think we're over the hump. We started off 1-4 this year. We had 5 wins the last 2 seasons. We had a different lack of success at other seasons. So we have to somehow change that culture, see how we can change that culture and try to win. And whatever that takes, we're going to try to find that.
2 questions. One, is your plan currently to move forward with Scott as GM into 2023? And 2, do you think there's something advantageous about having a GM and a head coach both come in at the same time together?
It's a little premature to ask those questions. Scott is our GM. There's no thought of mine right now. Right now, my focus is Wilkes and helping him have success in the new role.
He doesn't want to answer it.
Dave, you hired Matt
I like Scott as
Rhule
our GM.
3 months ago. What have you learned?
Yeah, same here.
Building a winning and sustainable product in that time period from then to now.
Listen, I think that as an organization, we have to maintain patience in roster building and different positions. And just a little bit more patience would be good. And remembering all the time that we are in a limited resource business. We have the same amount of money to spend as the next team. Nobody has more. Nobody has less. We have the same amount of draft picks as the next team. Nobody has more. Nobody has less. We have to make sure we use that as best we can, and really, really consider that and strategically think about it.
Joe, how do you kind of reconcile the patience message, though, when you see other teams around the league having success earlier with newish coaches and getting to the playoffs?
It's funny. I get asked, you just asked that question of being too patient, and somebody says you're not patient enough. And I said, it's like you're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. And that's kind of, where I am. You have to show enough patience to see how things work out. And then ultimately, are you winning enough? I mean, that's the bottom line here is the bottom line. Unfortunately, that's the way it is. Fans care about your winning, and quite frankly, that's why we're all here. We're not in here to do anything but try to win games. And if we're not winning games, is there something else that matters? And look, I mean, you have to be patient enough to see what develops and how it develops, to give things enough time. And that was, you're saying, did you give it too much time? Other person just asked, did you give it enough time?
Nobody
yeah,
asked
I
that.
think it's a balancing act, and I try to balance it both ways.
That's what he's asking.
Would you do a 7-year contract again?
Oh, good question, Joe.
I don't really want to talk about contracts, but listen, it's probably in a lot of things in this game, it probably make more sense to be more conforming in some ways. On the other hand, look, it's about taking chances and taking risks sometimes in life. Sometimes things work out. Sometimes you learn from those risks. So if you don't take chances, don't take risks, you don't win usually. Okay. So I'm not gonna, any individual risk we take on the field, depending if it's smart risks and not smart risks. So, and you learn. So look, I mean, just in general, and I'll say this is, 4 years in this business, 2 years during COVID. I'm still learning, quite frankly. We had dinner with some owner. Their family's been in the business for 40 years. Okay. I'm going to be humble enough to say that it's a big difference from being in a seat of a fan or being up here, and you're trying to balance. You just gave the question about patience both ways. You try to balance that and try to learn.
Taking shots at fans.
And hopefully we're smart enough to do that.
Do you think that Matt's transition from college, where he had success, to pro had anything to do with his struggles to win? And would you consider a college coach to be your next head coach still?
Look, again, it's premature to answer that question. I'd like to see what Steve Wilkes does, just quite frankly. I'm not going to generally rule that out. On the other hand, there is a history of successful coaches in the NFL. You can go look it up. Every fan can go look it up and see what it is. I'm aware of what that is, and I have to be cognizant and pay attention to that.
That's good, Darren. Dave, you mentioned your expectations for the rest of this season. If the season ended right now, this team would pick first overall in next year's draft, and that's where quarterbacks are taken. How do you balance the present versus the future in terms of what you want to see from this team?
I'm trying to understand your question exactly. Again.
Oh my God.
Win now or be in position to draft a quarterback high in next year's draft?
Okay, if that's your question. Listen, there's no way that every day you can't go in with a winning attitude. And there's no other way to be. You have to try to win all the time. You have to try to win for the players. You have to try to win for the fans. And yes, I understand what it is, about draft picks and getting quarterbacks and stuff like that. And I understand the importance of quarterbacks in this league. But you have to try to win always.
Oh, do you,
Report,
sir?
Darren Gant has been fired.
I got you. Dave, what'd you learn from the last coaching search that you could take into this one? You mentioned education and kind of learning as you go.
Look, I think that there's some things different we would do in the process in general, as far as consultants and such like that in that search. But again, it's premature to ask that question. So,
He doesn't know anything. That's the issue. He's skirting around anything because he has no answers right now, other than the fact that Matt Rhule wasn't it.
In what regard? Not really.
Dave, obviously there's a trade deadline coming up. I guess my question to you is, do you feel like this team needs to be rebuilt? I mean, would it be possible? Do you feel like you guys need to maybe, try to trade some of the veteran guys, get in draft picks, and build for the future? Do you feel like this thing needs to be rebuilt, or do you feel like you're just still a few pieces away?
I think that we have to figure out how to get a culture of winning here, okay, which we haven't had in a long time in this place. And as I said at some point, we never have won. This team has never had 2 winning seasons. So I don't really think it ever had a real culture of winning. So how do you develop that culture of winning, between players, coaches, and the rest? And look, like I said, you have to understand the resources you have and try to get the best resources you have. So that's a question of looking over the roster you have right now, trying to figure out how you can have the best roster in the future. The areas of strength, some areas of weaknesses. There are a lot of good areas of strength on this roster right now. And I think that they're better than they were a few years ago, but we have to.
I agree with that statement.
Hate to repeat myself again, have to get over the hump and have to figure out how to learn how to win all the time.
You said when you bought this team, though, you had to change the culture. And now in 3 years, you got 2 different head coaches. You got to fire in season. And then beyond that, a soccer coach you had to fire. So what is the culture right now?
Get him, David.
Your organization and your group as a whole.
Normally, I don't like David Newton, but he's asking some really good questions.
We have a pretty good culture in some respects in the building. I think we have to be confident in ourselves. I think we have to realize we have a lot of good players on this roster, a lot of good players that we can win with, and they have to have confidence in themselves to know that they can do that. And it's accountability. Listen, I'm accountable. I'm accountable to the fans. Everybody's accountable. You guys are accountable in your own jobs. The players are accountable.
You sound pretty irritated right now, actually.
Everybody has to be held accountable.
Oh, I would be.
And realize there's no place.
He sounds like a dickhead.
Okay, there's no place in this sport. Everybody knows
He's getting
what's
asked
going
questions he doesn't
on.
want to
Everybody sees how
answer,
everybody's
and it's
playing, and
irritating
everybody has
him.
to know that and play to their best. That their
Poor
best ability.
billionaire.
We have to just do better in instilling that and instilling the to winning. We'll get there.
Mr. Tepper, since you took over, this team has had 4 head coaches, 1 you inherited, 2 interims now, 2 general managers, 1 you inherited, 3 team presidents, $800 million practice facility that sits dormant. I am wondering, what is the reason for the turnover and the lack of follow-up that has been shown under your ownership?
Dude, that's a good question.
Can you be more specific about what
was
you're
the
asking?
question? I
Because
didn't
you
hear
asked
it.
A lot of questions there.
So I listed 4 head coaches, 2 general managers.
Okay, you're asking about the head coach, and I addressed that, the head coach and the interim head coaches, okay? And then your next question is what?
There's been 3 team presidents, 2 general managers, and an $800 million practice facility that sits dormant. I am wondering what is the reason or the largest cause for the turnover in leadership positions and the lack of follow through in terms of Rock Hill.
I think that as I just went through the coaches before. I think as far as presidents, there's been different various reasons that we've moved on from different people, and that's respect. And in this organization, just as an aside, away from football, in this 4 years, 2 COVID years, we brought in, besides football, we brought in a soccer team that is setting records, okay, and bringing 34,000 and revitalizing
This is the NFL.
city.
We're not talking about soccer right now.
Music back, not back to Charlotte. There never was music in Charlotte, with concerts. We brought we reopened restaurants because of what we've done here. So if you look at what's really going on in the field by this organization, there's been no lack of progress in these 4 years, 2 COVID years. Okay, so you want to look at the results? Okay, it's a results-oriented business. We've won and we've won.
You're not the only one who went through COVID.
We're not, we're doing better on the football field, in the future.
Thank you for saving us, David Tepper. You
Dave,
and the
can you talk about
CDC
the
saved
conversation you
us.
had with Steve, about
We're not
went to high
worthy.
school here, went to college here. Was he overly
Could have made it
excited?
without
Was he
him, right?
tepid? Like, what was his reaction when you had that conversation with him?
Listen, Steve loves this area, loves Charlotte. So if you're in somebody who loves this area, loves Charlotte, of course you're going to be a little bit excited. Obviously, a question for Steve, though. So you should ask Steve the question tomorrow.
Are they practicing today? Do they normally practice on Mondays?
Question, but did you
No, I
wake
think they're
up
off
this
today.
morning and decide to do this? Did you know last night? I just wonder what your own decision process was here.
Well, we need to know more, Dave.
I read your column, okay? You know better, okay? Every day, this is an everyday thinking about things, how we can be better, what should we do, when is the right time, when's not the right time. And I said,
What a
there's numerous
fucking
factors that
dick.
go into it.
Bruh. What an asshole, man.
There's a tipping point that gets reached. It just so happened we got to the tip.
No shit, he just told Scott Fowler, you know better. Like he's a fucking mom or something.
This is the guy that supposedly drinks beer with the fans.
Poor billionaire, my new favorite oxymoron.
You want me to read? I can actually, I shouldn't say that, but I actually read your columns and I can go back to your columns and regurgitate them. So you can read your own columns, okay? For that
Damn.
answer.
He is fucking mad.
Wow.
Look, he said, oh, look, he just quit it. He just quit it.
Oh, and that just walked off. What a fucking
Poor
pussy.
billionaire.
Bald
bitch. Bald bitch.
Wow.
Tepper
what a
is
This
catty
is a
right now.
multi-millionaire.
He's
This is what they do.
Don't I know?
David Tepper is going to have fucking Charlotte rioting over him right there. Like he's just basically said, I saved this city. Like he's sitting there, he's basically saying he's using COVID. He's like sitting there thinking like, well, in the middle of COVID, we've brought an MLS team here and we've broken records. What are you
So every
like?
state
What?
had different jurisdictions of how they could handle
Whoa,
certain things.
competition.
Oh, shit.
What are we doing
For
here?
example,
Oh, why we
Patriots?
got another
Whoa.
podcast up here?
I removed it.
Shut up,
That's meta. I was
But,
about to react to their reaction of the reaction.
Dude, hey, what a punk, huh?
Dude.
You're being asked legitimate questions by legitimate reporters. Joe Person, whether you love him or hate him, is one of the most respected Panthers beat reporters and one of the most tenured
That was Scott Fowler.
Panthers beat reporters.
That was Scott Fowler.
Dude, the fact that you're gonna go off on this man for asking you an honest question, dude, that is absolute bullshit. And
Guys,
this man
take
doesn't know how to
it
talk to
easy
people.
on. Take it easy on
He
him,
doesn't
Cody.
want
He
to.
just
He
had a
doesn't want to
fired
fucking
soulmate.
own up. He doesn't want to own up and admit he fucked up and was wrong. And he's just irritated with the question because it's just something you can't.
Well, but you know what? I'm sick and tired of people that have all the fucking all the shit in the world wanting us to feel the most sorry for them. You know, I mean, like this is the whole thing: is that you're a freaking billionaire. Suck it up,
Richest
dude.
owner in the NFL.
You had a bad day. You made your mistake that you were wrong. Eat it. How many of us on regular, normal people in this world have to make mistakes that actually sit with us? Like Matt Rhule is getting fired today, and he's still a 63 millionaire. I am not, right? And on top of that, how about this, CK? This is you inspired this tweet. The savior of Charlotte just walked off in a Tepper tantrum.
Here's what I want to talk about. There was one point that he talked about how, you know, I've been doing this for 4 years and I'm still learning, right? Well, let's also keep in mind he was a partial owner in the Steelers before, right? So let's also take that into consideration. And when have you ever given a fucking player that benefit of the doubt? You know what? He's only been in the league 4 years. He's still learning. Right? Yeah. No, they cut people after 2 years. Like he doesn't give it. Like he's fired presidents of the team within a matter of a year or two. He fired the head coach of the MLS after 1 year. Not even that, and he's still learning. He's still learning.
It's the fact that he pulled the COVID card too.
Oh, I know. And Malik, we saved Charlotte. Do you know how many restaurants we saved? Oh, shut up, man. Like. this is the whole thing. Is like, hey, first of all, yeah, Charlotte might have. I mean, that's the four. Think about rural America. Come to Greenville. We don't have that. Number one, and so two, I don't feel sorry for billionaires. Three, what do you think? What's the name of his investment? His new investment company? God, I should know the name of it. But like, do you think if his VP or whatever guy of investment, his hedge fund manager that was losing money for 2 years, 3 years, they would let him? Oh, we're just figuring it out.
Yeah,
no.
Not if you're him, regime.
It's a temper tantrum.
He sounds like a rich
tantrum.
politician. That's what it sounds
That
like.
was a real.
Yep.
Just,
Running in circles.
Just a rich man who got caught in his own lies, and he don't. I believe some of that he don't know the answer for.
Right.
I believe a lot of that he really doesn't know the answer for.
Or he didn't. He knows the answer. He just don't want to say it. The answer is 2 letters.
Yeah.
Me.
Yeah.
That was the answer to that one question when they asked that list of stuff and they said, who at the end of the day, why did this happen? The answer is me.
Right.
That's the
It's embarrassing. How about this?
Tizzy, you
David
right.
Tepper.
You absolutely right in the chat. Tizzy right there.
Hey, David Tepper has never embarrassed himself more as an owner than he did right then. I'm telling you, man. Like, with Baker Mayfield, I expect Baker Mayfield to act like a punk because he's always been a punk. But for David Tepper, now after the basement comment earlier this season, which, by the way, Dave, all of us basement fans were right on the fucking money about our assessment of this fucking team that you own. But then on top of that, to go out and to attack our read your own column. Read your own column. Well, how about this? He's doing his job. What is your job? Because apparently you're not too good at yours either, David. It's embarrassing, man. He embarrassed himself today.
That's what you call as for an owner, that's what you call bad looks. Like bad looks as a coach, as a owner and as a part of this team. And this interview really showed
Yeah. And what this tells us, dude, is this reminds us one other thing, is that the rich and powerful are used to not being questioned, to not being used to being challenged, and used to getting their way. And this is the best. I like this tweet a lot it's at SamIam3187. He said, Tepper about to buy the Charlotte Observer just to fire Scott Fowler. This is, you know what? Tepper has been like this since the second year. He came out and had his rock star year where he was so happy he bought the team, but he's gotten snippy several times. He doesn't like to be challenged and he doesn't like to be wrong. Oh, not surprising for someone who always gets their way.
But he saved Charlotte.
True colors.
He saved Charlotte, though.
And he's
Savior.
He's going to save Charlotte again when he moves the team to somewhere else.
Real quick, hold on, real quick. Blake has to join us. I wanted to thank joining us today and hanging out. Blake has to head out. Blake, your final comments before you head out, man.
Yeah, I think Tepper's got some introspective looking to do after that. You know, coming in with for a big portion of that, he was being really humble. There's a lot of work to be done. I think we as fans, now that there's a change in regime, need to be more patient. We got what we've been asking for a season and a half now. Now it's time to be patient and let the process go through while still expecting the most out of our organization. We cannot just bash Steve Wilkes and we need to give an opportunity to the people to turn around the, for lack of a better word, shit show that has been happening for the last season and a half. And that's where we need to be.
Yeah. Well, Blake, I appreciate you for being on today, man. Hope to see you again. By the way, everyone, this is what we do every Friday at 7 p.m. on the Friday Free-for-All. So if you enjoyed this format and being able to come and give your opinions and hang out, that's what we do, man. C3 Panthers podcast every Friday at 7 on the Friday Free-for-All. Blake, I appreciate you, brother. Have a great day, man.
You guys have a good one.
Yep. And before we go forward, I wanted to introduce my man from the he's a Friday free for all faithful. My man Season as
Yo, what's up?
What's up, man? How you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling good about the news, and just to kind of hop into Tepper talk, like, I mean, you guys hit on the head. Like, you can just tell he's not good with the media. You know, he stumbles on his words a lot. You could tell he just dreaded to be out there facing the media after being wrong, because that's really what it boils down to. He didn't like being wrong, and so he's really had to humble himself. And look, I think all we can hope for with him is that he does humble himself, because the same story happened with the Browns, with their owner. He was always involved. He was always, in the media or whatever. But as soon as he took the step back and he really let the football people start making the decisions over there, that's when the Browns really took off. And so I think we're just going to have to bank on Tepper learning from experience and just kind of being like, he might not get his first couple hires right. That's just usually how it happens in the NFL. Like he's just going to have to learn, because like he said in the thing, he went from being a fan just like us to being an owner, and I think it's easy for us to say like, oh, hey, I would do this, this, and this, or it's not that hard. And I think at the end of the day, when you got millions of people who are fans of your team and you got millions of other eyes watching you, and it's not that easy. So, I mean, like, I'll give him some chances. I'll be patient with him, because at the end of the day, we can't get rid of him. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm a little more lenient towards him, because it's just, there's nothing we can do about him. So it's like, there's no point in me getting pissed over every single little tiny Tepper move that he makes, because it's just like, it is what it is, So I think, yeah, go ahead, Pickle.
I'm sorry. According to David Newton, who posted this 3 minutes ago, the Panthers have a new owner. Panthers owner Dave Gettleman.
This is totally on brand. This is on brand. Y'all go easy. Y'all go easy on David Newton. As someone who always does stuff like this, juxtaposes people's names, I've been calling Jacoby Brissett Jacoby Forsett for like 2 years, man. Like, I do this all the time. I know who I'm talking about. He's trying to pump this out. But this is totally on brand for David Newton. And I know it's easy for y'all to take shots at my man David Newton.
Nothing but love, money. Nothing but love, buddy.
But he straight will go into these press conferences and ask the question that usually people don't want to ask. The ones that they were asking today. Scott Fowler was that guy today. Oh, man. And I've never seen, that was such a bad look. Such a bad look. That
was the worst I've ever heard him.
He just spiraled out of control. Once he started getting irritated, it just got what did you think was gonna happen? Like, did anybody help pump you up some or like prep you for this crap?
Yeah, better.
Did something happen towards the end? That's all the first half of it.
Yeah, let's be real. He don't give press conferences for this reason. He don't talk to media too much or anything like that for this reason. And to be honest with you, people keep wanting to know all about Rock Hill and all the little details. Media fans, y'all need to understand, David Tepper ain't going to tell you. He don't consider it your business, and he ain't going to say. So you might as well just give that rock up.
Man, David Tepper was prepped for this press conference by Amber Heard's press agency.
David Tepper is where I see Baker Mayfield becoming in, like, let's say 20 to 30 years. Like, this is like a glimpse into Baker Mayfield's future and how he handles press. Oh my God, it's horrible.
Do you guys think that possible if hypothetically, of course, if Fitterer gets fired, if other GMs or coaches are going to see how that transitioned right there as far as that, because this is going to be talked about most likely, and then maybe look even less desirable to go to, like working under that?
I don't know.
That's a good question. That's a good question. Are you asking if David Tepper made this a less desirable position just now?
Exactly.
I think he's. I think if the only thing that I think has really happened is there has now been a precedent for the amount of money the next coach should make.
Yeah, it's like, how about this? Is I'm about to fleece this motherfucker.
Right.
Here's
the
I
guaranteed
thought
market.
about that too. I thought about that too also before this whole thing came up or whatever like that. I wonder if the next coach that comes in, they're going to use the amount that Matt Rhule's paid and go off of that and try to fleece it even more. They're going to try to run the books up.
If I'm David Tepper, I'm telling them they can go elsewhere. I'm not. I think
So
it's incompetently stupid to pay a coach a 7-year contract. I don't give a damn who the coach is.
he definitely made things harder. Listen, but you don't paint yourself with a good image when you do shit like that. I will say this: the fact that he did give Matt Rhule as long as he did, maybe that might help with whatever head coach he gets next. But also, maybe this has colored his expectations the other way now, in that he doesn't want to give the next head coach such a long leash to be able to hang themselves. We're gonna have to see it going forward. I think I got my man Anthony Piccarello here. Anthony, what's up, bro?
What's up, Cody? What's up, boys?
What's up, man?
Chilling, man.
Saw
How you doing, man? How you feeling?
Good. I'm good. I saw CK and Catman at the game yesterday. That was pretty cool.
What's up?
Tough watch, but yeah, I just listened to this press conference. I mean, we all knew Tepper wasn't gonna like admit that he was wrong about the hiring, but I mean, he's right. We were Matt Rhule didn't get us over the hump. I didn't like when he brought up the soccer team randomly. That was a little That was a little confusing how he was like, well, during COVID, I was managing to, buy this soccer team, but that has nothing to do with the football team. So, but I mean, it was a matter of, when he was going to get fired. I do like how Phil Snow got fired because everything Cody put out there, like almost a month ago, it all came true today. It's really awesome to see that. But I mean, yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. Except I was wrong about Baker fucking Mayfield. He's fucking trash. But there is one common denominator. I think quarterbacks under Matt Rhule were here to die. So I'm just happy he's gone and looking forward to the future.
Yeah, man. And listen, one trait that I appreciate in people is being able to admit when you're wrong, when you get better information. Being right or wrong, man. Like I'm not blaming anybody for ever being excited about Baker Mayfield. There was good reason to believe that Sam might not have uncovered the best version of himself that he might have had with the Jets. There's no reason to that maybe Baker wouldn't do the same thing. It all comes down to evaluation. And, at the end of the day, we all want a winning quarterback. And I feel like right now we're at least on the path to get that. That got to get out of here. Malcolm and Josh. We'll go to Malcolm first. Malcolm, I appreciate you being in here with us, bro. Tell them, give us your final thoughts and tell people where they can find you.
All right, guys. Well, it's probably going to get a little bit rocky here because from the looks of it, David Tepper is, how do I say, a bit of a putz, man. Like, honestly. So,
sorry about I cut out, but I did want to add, I was optimistic about Baker because, I mean,
Well, Anthony, hang on. I'm gonna come right back to you. Malcolm and Josh are getting ready to go. I'm letting them do their exit, and then I'm gonna come right back to you, and I want to hear what you got to say about Baker. Go ahead, Malcolm.
Yeah, but just look me up currently on Twitter at Mal_Flexutaro. That is my new Twitter name. So give me a look-see, and maybe I'll be back on again. If things get bad enough. So other than that, guys, y'all take it easy.
Appreciate you, Malcolm. And then Josh, we definitely appreciate you having you on, man. Again, hope to see you more often on the free for all. What are your final thoughts for the show? Anything you want to say before you head out?
Well, first off, it was good. Good talking with you guys and everything. It's my first time actually being on you guys' actual show, so it was pretty cool. Man, I don't know. I'm excited to have Matt Rhule gone. I'm excited to build for the future and everything. It's unfortunate and everything. Our owner has to act like basically have a temper tantrum. I like that. That was pretty funny. But yeah, you guys can find me on Twitter. It's at JoshM1837. I tune into you guys' show all the time. I appreciate you guys. You guys, as they come in, like, comment,
Yeah,
share,
man.
subscribe, as you guys always say, man. So just everybody keep pounding, man, and we'll see how this turns out.
Keep pounding, Josh. You're the man. Thanks for coming on. And yeah, man, we do this every Friday. Every single Friday at 7 p.m., man. We're trying to grow C3 Panther Nation. And I certainly appreciate each and every single one of you that hit the like and subscribe. And everybody that comes on the show and participates in this content. It is definitely appreciated. Josh, we appreciate you, brother. Have a great day, man.
I want to take a moment.
Guys have a good one, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Have a good day. I'm going to take a moment to this. I'm cracking a beer for this day right here.
Hey,
this is first. Here is to a new day. Cheers to a new regime. Here is me pouring one out for my homie. Nah, that not Matt. I ain't pouring that. Give me that beer back, homie. And second, boy, David Tepper. If you want to have a beer, I feel like you need a beer too.
Yeah, he probably does.
Boy, I just put up. I feel like I'm slaying Twitter right now, but it's just so overwhelmed that no one's going to see it. I'm not going to be able to cut through the noise. I was on that. I've been using that Tepper tantrum for a while now. I like that. I came up with the new oxymoron I had never thought of. Poor billionaire. Love that. Poor billionaire. Oh, it's such a great oxymoron. And then the last one is the gosh, that poor I did the Tom Brady. This is David Tepper in his limo right now, checking Twitter. Looks like Tom Brady on that damn Surface tablet.
And dude, can we say we know definitively now that Matt Rhule is checking Twitter? Because it's like, oh, some people say I waited too long.
No, David Tepper, you mean? Yeah. Oh, no. It's so clear they read their own headlines, dude. And if they don't listen to us, he ain't going to listen to us now.
And look, we obviously know that he's reading all the articles written about him by Scott Fowler and Joe Person. Like, man, I just felt like he had to go out of his way to embarrass himself. And by the way, even all the underhanded comments, that you're going to have reporters that are taking jabs at you for how bad this organization has been run. But then
they're not jabs, though. They're not jabs.
They're the truth.
Yes.
They're legit
truth.
But he takes them as jabs. And the reason why is because then he's like, well, Charlotte never had live music until your boy David Tepper came around. He keeps on doing all this stuff like, oh, look at what I've done with the stadium. Look at what I've done with the soccer team. Well, first and foremost, you bought an NFL team to try and win Super Bowls. And you're not very good at doing that. So maybe instead of getting pissed off at beat reporters and fans that are viewing or that are making their discontent known, maybe you should continue to try and be better. And maybe take a public speaking class or something, because when it comes to talking to people, you're really fucking bad at it, bro.
He's
Panther
very
Pickle.
emotional.
Can we get you to turn your TV down a hair? I think it's there. Somebody's got some background noise. I think it's Panther. But anyway,
you would think for a guy who's all about business that he wouldn't be as emotional as he is when he's talking to the press. Like you could. Here's my question. Why do the players have to bite their tongue and not show emotion, but you as the fucking owner can come out here and act like a complete asshole and talk to these reporters who literally keep your team relevant by writing articles about them?
This is the point, man, is that the rich spoiled people. This is rich and spoiled. He's not used to being people telling him how they really feel. He's used to everybody tiptoeing around the fucking tulips for him.
Right.
And at the end of the day, this is a disaster. These press conferences, we ain't going out there to celebrate David Tepper. You got to go out there and take your medicine. It's just part of it. You should have been ready for that. You should have been more composed. And this was bad. This was a bad look for him. And I'm to the point I am starting to get like this. Look, my family's Yankees, like my mom's family. They came down, but I was born here. I'm a Southerner. I can't deny. My mom's from Queens, but I'm from Winterville, North Carolina. After Matt Rhule and now David Tepper, I'm done with the carpetbaggers. I hope our next coach is a Southerner. And I know that sounds weird to say, but one more Matt Rhule. I'm from New Jersey. I'm from New York. I know football. I'm sorry. This whole and look, some people are saying, look, the South were too polite. No, what I want is some humble pie, man. That's what I want. If we came on here and fucked up and did something, excuse my language, if we did something ridiculous and made a bunch of mistakes, the whole internet would get up on our small little podcast and tell us how stupid we were, how wrong we were, how a bunch of idiots we were. And you would expect us to come up here and admit it. And you know what? That's fine. We're the little guy and we got to do that. This guy is too big to admit he's wrong. Too big to have a moment of humble pie. The egg is on your face, dude. It didn't work out. The 7-year contract, that's my point. That's why it's a good question. You know what David Tepper's going to say is you know what? We'll definitely think about the longevity of contracts going forward.
Or he can just honestly say, I made a mistake. I thought that this was the right move and it didn't work out. It's that simple. Right?
We respect people more. Americans are very good with apologies, and people that just come through and say, you know what, it's just every time people dip around the apology and then it comes out later that they should, we just own up to it. That, you know what, it's Bill Clinton should have just said, I inhaled and I came on that girl's dress. It's just easier. We would have been fine with it. We would have been fine with it.
Hey, so Panther Pickle is reporting this from Jason Lachenfora. Pickle, you want to come in and read what you posted? If you're still there, Kenneth?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. Jason Lachenfora reported that the Panthers will have to eat salary cap space to move guys like CMC and Robbie. Basically, a lot of dead money. But he's reporting that as around the league, experts he's talked with said that they that as it's previously been posted in the Washington Post, they're willing to do just that. Now also Sean Payton was on the Herd today, I guess, and he said that the Panthers, there was a video online by John Ellis. He said that the Panthers are a very attractive job right now to him. They're a very attractive job. But then, of course, like Tony said earlier, you have to give up compensation. And before that, you've got to get New Orleans to agree to it. So, if you try to go that route, it's not going to be cheap. It's going to be near impossible.
It's going to be near impossible. And again, the entire everybody that looks at Carolina as a head coaching destination is seeing that Matt Rhule contract, and they're salivating over that bad boy.
Yeah.
Right? They're like, all right, I'm going to fleece this fucking billionaire right now. Right? Sean Payton, if he comes here, you don't think everybody was talking about how John Gruden got his money when he went to Oakland or went to Las Vegas, I guess.
Yeah.
And he got 10 years, $100 million or something like that. It was a ridiculous contract and it was fully guaranteed. Right. Well, if you think that's crazy, wait till you see what Sean Payton asks ask David Tepper about.
Right. I really don't. I'm not a Sean Payton fan anyway. He can actually coach ball, but all his other demands. I mean, let's just be honest. He put New Orleans in real bad cap space, and then in the middle of it, when Breeze retired and he realized he's going to have to go train another quarterback, he said, "Nope, I'm out. Good luck." You know, and so that's
I will say that Tepper treats the fans as if we're criticizing him, but us fans and beat reporters have been here before Tepper's been here. So the fact that he doesn't see it as we care so much, he sees it as, we just want him to admit that he was.
well, I think here's what I think about that. I understand that, and I kind of agree to it. But at the same time, Tepper is used to having a fan base in Pittsburgh that's been there for decades. They're all ultra loyal. They've never had a remotely struggling season until this year, and they've always had a good direction because somebody else has been in charge doing all this. He comes down here, he's the boss. Like I say, his first year was the golden year, and after that, it's been the shit. And everything he's done so far has been screwed up. He knows that. He's just too pride to look at on the press conference and say, "Folks, this is me. I screwed up. Let's move on."
Hey, so by the way, I'm not going to be able to play the clip, but Sean Payton was on Colin Cowherd.
Yes,
literally just like 20 minutes ago, and he was talking about the Carolina Panthers. Obviously, I can't play it because they'll fucking slap us. But I definitely recommend everybody go check that out. And
what was that?
No picks to get.
You're cutting in and out a lot, Cody.
Out.
Oh, okay, hang on. I'm gonna fix my microphone.
I think it's an internet thing.
Go ahead. Is it? Is it my
it
internet
keeps on
thing?
going. Yeah,
Am I good now?
Yeah, it sounds good now. Where did you say it was?
Okay. It's Cowherd, the herd. He just put up an interview. Not 10. I can't even play just the audio. I'd have to download the audio and then rip it.
Hey Tony.
Yeah, but I will let everybody just go and look that up. It's on John Ellis of One Panther Plays shared it. So Sean Payton was on Colin Cowherd just now, and Payton point blank asked him about the Panthers coaching job and basically what is it an appealing place to go? And he talks for like 4 minutes about.
Use the link of it in the chat.
Yeah, about it. It's if you want to go and check it out.
Yeah, we'll get dinged for that.
Hey, Tony.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I wasn't gonna play it. Go ahead, Kevin.
Tony, can you hit me with the G baby bra?
Yeah. Come on.
Bruh. What was that press conference?
Bruh.
That was embarrassing. Like Scott Fitterer should have been out there because that was just.
Bruh. No kidding. Just offer a statement. Just offer a state. I would have just rather had a written statement at this point. That's what Jerry Richardson would have done.
Tepper didn't buy an NFL team. He bought a stadium. From all the things he just said, all the concerts we got, the soccer field, nobody cares. We're talking about football here. Why do you bring up concerts and music?
To go off what Cody was saying about the Sean Payton thing, he actually talks about how it is an appealing coaching job to coach the Carolina Panthers. Yeah. Like, we do have talent on this team. So I think a good I think coach and GM won't necessarily look at it as Tepper's corrupt, more so just they know that Matt Rhule was a bad coach. But I could be completely wrong.
He sure does. He kind of disses college coaches and says that he'll never be a college coach because there's too much tie wearing. But to be honest, in my language, he says there's too much tie wearing and ass kissing and having to smooch with parents and be a foster parent to every kid who walks in the fucking door.
And
pretty much what it is.
Right, and Pickle, you know what else he mentioned is that the difference schematically from the college game to the pro game. And then he goes on to mention all the things that we have been struggling with. Red zone, third down, all of literally every single issue that has been plaguing the Panthers, he brings it up in the span of like a minute.
Yep.
So it goes to show there is a very real difference between being a college head coach and an NFL head coach. And, David Tepper really set us behind the curve by hiring Matt Rhule. And now these past 3 years, it's been hell for the fans.
That man's head was red. He was red.
Can I ask, why didn't Ben McAdoo get fired? Like, why did they?
They don't have out.
I think
probably just not enough people to replace him.
No, there's no offensive people on this staff.
No, the closest offensive coordinator you have on this staff, I looked it up before this. The closest offensive coordinator you have is Nixon, the running backs coach, who did it for Matt Rhule last year. That's the closest guy you got.
Run pass.
I don't think Tepper had any involvement to fire Snow. I think it was all Steve Wilkes wanted Phil Snow out of here. And which makes sense for Phil Snow. You know, Cody, that your source you had months or so ago, he a pretty good guy, you know?
Oh, he's a damn good guy. Let me tell you, that man is spot on.
Yeah.
1,000%.
You tell him I love him.
Have you talked to that dude on Twitter who constantly gives you shit for it?
Oh, dude, that guy blocked me forever ago. Yeah, people that don't like what I got to say on Twitter, they just block me. And
Dude,
you know what?
I'm telling you this is
like that.
there's so many people when it came to all of those things that we talked about on that Friday free for all, things that were brought to, again, I want to put this out, is at no point has this podcast ever tried to tout being journalists. We've always been from the fan perspective, but we follow this team closely. We never name drop. We never do anything like that. And when we came out and put that out there, it was carefully thought about in a way, right? It wasn't just like, oh, we heard, like, we're going to make it like this. But there's a group of people who are upset that either they weren't the people that brought it to everybody's attention, or that they just don't like it was us. And here's the end of the day, is that those people are still just going, oh, it's just common sense now. It's just common sense. So it went from being made up to now common sense, and to every connection that has come to light is just happenstance. Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. You call that haters, bro. And you know what? That's a sign. That's a sign that the Secret Panthers podcast is going places. Whenever you're able to acquire some haters in that way,
right?
I kind of want to steer the conversation back to Steve Wilkes if we can.
Yeah.
Let's look forward to the future, right. And again, I want to continue to go back over what are your expectations now that Matt Rhule and Phil Snow are out the door? There are no more now. I'll go to you first. What is your feel for this team going forward, seeing that our next game is on the road to the defending Super Bowl champion LA Rams?
Well, if you've watched the Rams, you know they struggle with pressure. They struggle quite because their offensive line, to be honest, is very bad. They're as bad as we was last year, I think. And I believe that when Steve Wilkes was defensive coordinator, boy, he loved to blitz. He blitzed the bejesus out of everybody. I think a lot of these players are really going to come in hard today to prove that, hey, we're good players. Because as players do, they get it in their head, and now they're kind of feel they have to fight for their job. So you're going to see a lot of people out there fighting hard. I believe Steve is going to call a very aggressive defensive game. And Matthew Stafford is still a statue in the pocket. I think McAdoo is going to call a really good game because he'll actually, granted, it's PJ Walker, and who knows who's backup. His backup may be Eason, or it may be somebody they're trying to bring in. Who knows? What possibility I was looking at. If you trade McCaffrey per se to the Bills, who there's like 3 or 4 people reporting the Bills are trying to talk Carolina into trading McCaffrey to them. Case Keenum is their backup quarterback. Say you ask the second and your backup quarterback.
No.
Not kind of saying I want Issa or Case Keenum, just expressing that issue. Nonetheless, what I'm trying to say is McAdoo will likely call a better game. Because even in the games he's called before, a majority of his plays was good. It's the execution just wasn't there.
I will say that McAdoo cannot be calling an 80% pass game with PJ Walker, or it's really
that
interception the whole game. Charity picks.
I think that's the difference where you'll see an NFL coach. NFL coaches are, as you know, folks who knew John Fox would say. John Fox, every other play, he would say we need to run that ball more. Steve Wilkes likely won't let McAdoo just run roughshod over the play calling. He'll be on the headset saying, "All right, let's see some more runs out there." Where Matt Rhule just won't talk at all about it. Well, whatever you think's right.
It'll be very interesting to see. It'll be very interesting to see what changes Steve Wilkes does implement.
Right.
Because like it or not, this offense has seemed absolutely lost under the leadership of Matt Rhule. It'll be made it in a relatively short order of time. Hey, I wanted to go to my guy Corral Rashine over here. Are you optimistic about the future of this team going forward? Do you think that Steve Wilkes can provide the necessary jolt to maybe potentially save the rest of our season, or are we still looking like we're shooting for a top 3 pick in the draft?
My opinion, I think we're still looking for the top 3 pick in the draft, because we did make these coaching changements, but we still have the same problems at the quarterback position. Ben McAdoo, having 80% of his calls, passing plays, but we're going up a team against the Rams with Jalen Ramsey, and stuff like that. I just feel like Steve Wilkes is a short-term person, and I just think I think he's just like a fill-in, kind of, just for the offseason. That makes sense.
Here's an interesting tweet put out by Will Kunkel, who said, "I'm told Matt Rhule was an extremely hands-on head coach with the Panthers. He even got involved in the creative side of things in regards to what he did and did not want on social media, and et cetera."
Sounds like a college coach.
Yes, that's exactly what I wrote. It does sound like a college coach. In fact, a lot of I live in a college town, work with the radio that covers this football team, the ECU Pirates. And one of the things that's interesting is a lot of the coaches, now that you have the name, image, likeness, they don't like the kids going out there and doing the radio conferences, because they say, oh, it gives them bulletin board material, stuff like this. And really, I just feel like at the end of the day, it just comes on to this, is that they can't control everything at that point. And that's what they're ultimately upset about. They're not upset when they're doing commercials for the local gas station. They're not upset when they're, getting paid for these things. So
the difference here, you can look at, and even you can even say that Bill Belichick does probably that same thing. He probably doesn't want certain things on social media. He probably controls a lot of the media, but he has a fucking reason to be able to say that. He's got a proven track record. You cannot, here's the thing that I have an issue with. It's a lot of people want to carbon copy the type of coach that Bill Belichick is and try to just copy and paste it over to their own coaching style. And you can't do that. He had to earn the ability to be that type of guy. And that's what I think is lost here. And that's where I think Matt Rhule might have failed. Right? He tried to say that maybe, let's be real. He approached his job like a college coach. That was really what he approached it as. And so you can't do that coming to the NFL and expect to be able to change the way that everybody does work. You can't expect the players to change over immediately to the way you want things to be done because you're a college coach and you were successful in college. It just doesn't work that way. You have to, it's prove it season for coaches too, if you've never been a head coach in the NFL.
Absolutely.
Hold
that. Yeah, hold it. May I say again?
I got to bounce out of here, so I was just going to give my final thoughts. And
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Appreciate C3. Y'all are the best, man. This is literally the only source of Panthers content I listen to now, man. I just
appreciate you, brother.
But I'm glad Matt Rhule's gone. I hope we can. I really hope that I don't think wins are going to be a big possibility with PJ Walker necessarily, but I think that Steve Wilkes will definitely make this team fight, and I think we'll see a difference in that no matter who we're playing. Going back to what Cody said, I mean, it's funny how Steve Wilkes fired Phil Snow because maybe the defense isn't playing up to that potential that they have. So I think there's a lot of different things and changes that we could see over these next weeks. But yeah, I'm glad Rhule's gone, and I'm glad we don't have to sit here every week and count down the weeks till he is gone. So yeah, appreciate y'all. Y'all are the best. But yeah, I'll be there on Friday.
Wonderful.
Yeah, Anthony, you're the man, brother. We appreciate you, man. And
yes, sir, for sure.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, hey, man, dude, I appreciate everybody coming on. And Anthony, I'll see you Friday, man.
Yes, sir.
I wonder if there's going to be any depth chart or roster changes because of Wilkes runs. Wilkes used to run a different defense than what Snow run. For example, Snow or Wilkes had Luke and Thomas Davis. He run a lot of linebackers in zone coverage, and our linebackers, I don't think any of them know how to run zone.
Well, Pickle? I can't prove this, but I bet you we're going to see less of the people that we had heard Steve Wilkes didn't like. Guys like Hartsfield. I think these guys are probably not going to get a lot of playing time. Thank goodness. I don't think that they're very good. And then on top of that, I'm hoping. Now, maybe this is just me being an optimist or putting my own wants and needs out there, but I so hope that this means that Brandon Smith is going to see much more time on this Panthers linebacker core as a starter, man. Even if you want to start him at outside linebacker and then maybe kind of rotate him into that Mike, I think it would be a fantastic Mike linebacker. He seems to be very intelligent. I would love to put him at that position. Yeah, I'm really hoping that Steve Wilkes is finally going to make some of the changes that us Panther fans have been clamoring for.
Right.
Tony, why don't you say we
you said cat calls? Yeah, let's go.
Yep.
Let's check out. We got a couple of calls. There's 3 calls in the hole. If you want to get your voice in on the C3 Panthers special broadcast, man, we've been covering this now 3 hours and 45 minutes. Lots still to be taught. Man, I'm feeling good. I think that David Tepper, I felt like, we were going to kind of be just spinning our wheels talking about what do we do now. But David Tepper really injected some life into the party here. The number's 252-228-5098. Give us a call. Maybe you can have a Tepper tantrum while you're at it.
What's going on, C3 Podcast? This is Ben Farmer. Hey, rejoice, Panther fans. Today is the day. It's been long overdue. Hey, we can only look forward. It may take a few years for us to bounce back, and depending on, what we have to do to pick up more draft picks. But, hey, the future is always bright. We got rid of Rhule. The COVID excuse is over. Man, drafting a long snapper, I think that was one of the most bogus things that he did during his tenure. Man, bragging about how he could get a college job to the players and personnel behind the scenes. And we definitely can't forget that Jay-Z quote. But what really did him in this year, I think, if we look back at training camp, that quarterback battle between Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold, knowing that we was going to start Baker the whole time, that threw off a lot of chemistry with the offense. So I know he would love to take that back if he had the opportunity. And behind the scenes, coaching controversy between, him, Ben McAdoo, Phil Snow, that whole trio, all led to his demise, man. But I'm not going to feel bad for him, man. The guy robbed us of $60 million. We still going to be paying him, along with our new head coach. So he'll find a job in college. Auburn looks like one of the top guys that's top teams that's thirsty for him right now. So he can go down there and actually coach kids because he can't do it at a league full of grown men. But, hey, keep pounding, guys. And C3, I appreciate you guys for what you do. Peace.
Fantastic call, man.
Good call, man. I want to say this is like he didn't rob us. He maybe robbed David Tepper, but David Tepper also gave him a check. That's his, David Tepper got caught up in the moment. Marty Herney over there smashing meatballs. Him and that dude that kind of looks and acts like him from the same area of the country, talks like him, both short order cooks at some point in their life, right? Getting along, rubbing elbows. Yeah, man, he made a mistake, but after today, man, and the way Tepper was whining and crying and throwing his temper tantrum, I say this is I hope Matt Rhule takes a year off. I hope he doesn't take a job and he just makes Tepper pay him. Pulls
but sometimes
old Steve Logan, bro. Pull the old Steve Logan who did this to East Carolina when we had a good college we had a good coach, and then the AD and him had problems. The AD shipped him off after they had just signed a contract extension, and Steve Logan turned down jobs just so he could cash that $5 million free dollars on purpose. That's what I would do if I was Matt Rhule. I'd take a year off and survey the landscape. Maybe Auburn's the job to take. I'd be worried about that Nebraska job. That's a tough place.
So, but that's another thing. Everybody knows I love House of the Dragon. It's like my favorite show going right now. And if you've been watching it, David Tepper very much has Viserys energy. And I mean, not David Tepper, pardon me, Matt Rhule. And that Matt Rhule, I'm sure he had great intentions. And I'm sure he thought he was doing good things. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to brass tacks, he just didn't have the necessary leadership to actually make the tough decisions and to actually do what's right for the football team. And then we already mentioned, doing the farce competitions at quarterback and left tackle, even though they already knew from day one who they intended to start at those spots. To me, it's ridiculous, man. Let me read this dono, and then I'll welcome our guests. I think the biggest change under Wilkes will be the use of Jeremy Chin when he returns. Also, What about Ken Dorsey as potential head coach? That's Jacob Cagle with the $4.99. Jake, we appreciate you, brother. And so, but before I answer that, I would love Ken Dorsey. We'll talk about that in a minute, but I want to welcome friend of the C3 podcast back, our buddy John. John, how you doing, man? And what did you make of that David Tepper press conference?
I'm good, man. When I saw that, I had to tap back in with you guys because I was like, man, this is wild, especially like towards the end, how him and Scott Fowler were kind of, well, it wasn't really him and Scott Fowler going back and forth. It was more Tepper and, Tony's new hashtag Tepper tantrum or whatever that seems to be floating around Twitter. But like, man, I don't know about you guys, like, because I want to touch a couple of topics. Panther Pickle mentioned something I wanted to ask about in a minute, but just on the Tepper situation, like, does this not kind of scare you guys a little bit? Like, because to me, it's like, is it possible in some alternate universe that this guy gets upset and like tries to move this team?
So I spoke about this a little bit last night, John. Is that I don't know where you moved them. Like now that Los Angeles, and by the way, everybody mute your microphone if you got some background noises. But basically, I've been, I don't know what market is more attractive than Charlotte. Like, I honestly don't. There's no more, there's no more Los Angeles. I mean, maybe you're talking about Austin, Texas, but then you're talking about adding a third football team to Texas. I think the NFL wants to be in Charlotte. This is still one of the fastest growing cities in the Southeast. It's a banking hub. This city continues to grow every single year. I don't know where David Tepper would even move this team, even if you wanted to throw a temper tantrum. So, I mean, unless somebody can put forth a better name that it might be moved to, I kind of think David Tepper just has right. And if he doesn't, he's going to continue to have a bad time from all the fans that are demanding more. And on top of that, this man just brought an MLS team to Charlotte. So it would be really hard to say, nah, we're good on Charlotte and wanting to go somewhere else. I just personally don't see that happening, John.
I think, yeah, I think that's the funny part because it seems like everybody in this area, they always scared. Like you always hear people, oh, the Hornets might relocate, the Panthers might relocate. They always scared of that. I don't think it's as easy as people on trade. It's a little harder than that. You have to have at least what, like 23 or 25 other owners, and then you have to find a better market. It's just a lot of stuff to go with it. It's just a lot of stuff that go with it.
Yeah, I think this is now I've been with Cody on this. Is like the Charlotte market is just such a growing place and such a stable region, right? Is like North Carolina's attractive destination for snowbirds are moving from the northern cities, and higher taxes are attracting people. People are fleeing California for like, I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? This is like people are leaving, coming. North Carolina's an attractive place. Charlotte's one of the greatest growing places, even just Raleigh. I mean, the North Carolina in general. So the market is there. It used to be where we a big enough, attractive enough market, but I think the stability and the money is there. But I think John brings up a good point, is David Tepper just such a crybaby that he would throw it, could do something. That does concern me, that he just is so angry, at criticism. But then you got to go, where are you going? I think that's one thing. But I want to say this, is you guys think that David Tepper lost money with Matt Rhule? No, he didn't. You know where he really lost the money? He negotiated hard with Rhule. They made a bad deal. He signed a bad deal with them, trying to get them to pay, you know what I'm saying, to foot the bill. But we know that David Tepper has just wanted a new stadium so bad.
Yeah.
And he has come out and said, look, all the research is there. We give you guys so much economic stimulus. I'm not going to do this on my own. We're going to have to do this as a partnership. He has been very hard pushing for Charlotte, or the region, Mecklenburg County, however they divvy it up, to foot a large part of this bill. You're looking to the Buffalo, who just paid a crap ton, which all the researchers said they've overpaid from the taxpayer position to build that $1 stadium. I wonder if the real monetary loss for David Tepper comes on the heels of the Rock Hill debacle, now with this press conference where Charlotte voters don't have any sympathy or desire to contribute to this dude.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying, Tony. Like, when you talk about that situation with Rock Hill, that's something I didn't even really think about or add in. He's never going to live that down. Like, what are they going to do with that space and that area? Like, it's going to be an eyesore there. It's going to be, taxpayer money lost for a very long time until that. Because I think at one point they talked about building some kind of pavilion there or something like that. But, like, even then, like, what's the timeline on something like that? Because right now it's just there.
It's going to be a Halloween Express. Cody, can you pull up PD Wheatstraw's comment? Wait, is he saying? Wait, who is it? Who's the? Pull up whoever's the New Orleans Saints fan. Who is it? Do we know who it is?
Nola. We got Pelicans Nola in the chat. Every day you get I even saved it earlier. One of the 49ers fans came in here and he was like, we did y'all a favor.
True.
Yeah, so
this is for the Saints fan out there.
Fuck you, Saints.
Okay. All right, sorry. All right, I got that one queued up every time.
I love that one.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Tim's daughter.
Tony,
but that's a big question, John, is that now we're starting to see Tepper, he had this moment where he injected some excitement with the fan base because we had such a removed owner, one who was just fine with going in there, never having any press conferences, sitting up there watching the game, doing the same thing every year, keeping the shield on the field. And then all of a sudden you get David Tepper here, younger, exciting, rich as shit. Oh, we're going to put the Panther logo on because that's what people want. I'm going to dance around. I even got a picture. Thank you, CK, is the one who spotted it. We're walking around on the way to a game one day. He goes, that's David Tepper. I got him to take a picture with me. And he was showing up. He showed up at the Roaring Riot tailgate, this and that. And it turns out he's a fraud, man. And you know what? I probably shouldn't say that. Given him, I hope he buys the C3 Panthers podcast just to close it down. Do it, dude.
What would be the asking price for something like that?
7-year contract, $640,000.
No, can I be real? There isn't y'all might not believe me. I wouldn't accept a single dollar amount to quit this podcast. The only thing that
I would, then I'd make another one.
I don't give a damn. No, how about this? I love the C3
Call
fan
it
base
3C.
too much. I love y'all. I need y'all every single Sunday. And you may not admit it, but y'all need our ass too. I wouldn't give this up for the world. The only thing that would even tempt me to get away from doing this podcast is if David Tepper said, all right, Cody, I got a place for you inside the front office. Quit that podcast and come be a part of help building the Panthers. I'd be like, boy, you better build a ramp in that bitch because my crippled ass will be there tomorrow, baby. Let's go.
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
I got another question.
I was about to say, Tony and CK gonna sell your ass out. They will be gone.
I would sell all y'all out. I would be on my way.
Cody, you got more people on Twitter apologizing to you.
I know.
There's a group of people who won't ever say no. Oh, I know. I'm still
my
mad.
Twitter's blowing up, bro. My Twitter's blowing up. It's it's going crazy, man.
Yeah. So you was right.
Let me respond to some of those people.
There was people commenting on that video that I had did, reporting on what you had said like today as well, like saying the same thing, like, dang, man, Cody was right. I'm like, hey, when a guy
I don't even see the video.
Who was did we hear from Nick Cannon last? Is that who the caller was? Tell me if this is the call we just listened to.
Nick Cannon, oh shit.
What's up, C3 Podcast?
Did we hear this one?
This is Nick Cannon.
I don't
Coming back
believe
to the, I guess the airways, so to speak, bringing the Panthers Den podcast. Just search us by name, put my name in it as well, and it should come up. Please subscribe, as I have, of course, y'all's channel. You know, we'll cross-collaborate, things of that nature, because it's all Panther Nation. But anyway, on to this particular joyous day. I'm really about to throw a monk party. If y'all don't know what that is, go check Ace Ventura with Nature Calls. That's the party I'm about to throw. Everybody's invited. Seriously. As far as the whole, I've heard a lot of things about bringing Cam back potentially. There's a way to do this. You bring him back and just let him study, let him learn. Tell him that we're not putting anything on you. That you have to save. But whenever he's ready, you give him the shot. You re-sign him. But on top of that, it's not just about Cam. You go ahead, get your first round pick in here next year, whoever that new coach is. So you got Cam, the new first round pick, and Matt Corral. Let them battle it out. Let's see who's on top. And you let Cam know, okay, Cam, you are an MVP. You need to win this spot. If you don't win the spot, it's over for you. And if you win this spot, then you need to keep this spot and take it somewhere. Or again, it's over for you. And if it's over, then, we'll give you, we'll let you dress out on the last day. We'll let you, give you a last series or whatever. But, this is it. And that's how you kind of right the wrong. I am so glad that the change has been made. I believe that Wilkes has a lot more opportunity now than Perry Sewell did to actually adequately audition for the head coaching position. The only thing that kind of gives me trouble now is the fact that Ben McAdoo is still in the room. You know, his plays are still being called. So I'm not quite sure how that works out. I would make a switch and put Jeff Nixon as the OC. Since Jeff Nixon is still in the building as the assistant head coach, I'd put him as the OC and see what he got, because he never received the opportunity to adequately audition for the OC position last year because they waited so late to fire Brady. Y'all keep pounding. God bless.
Awesome call, man. Fantastic.
That was a good call.
Tony, you've got me feeling all tingly inside with what you've got going on the screen right there. And look, I have been saying that if we were to trade Christian McCaffrey, there's no better place than Buffalo. And it's not just because of their team, but we love these players, man. We don't take Christian McCaffrey for granted. All the players that have been busting their behinds for the Carolina Panthers during this incompetent coaching era, like, I want what's best for them. I want Christian McCaffrey to go to a team that is under someone that's actually going to compete for a legitimate championship. And then even if you have a late first-round pick, you have a bunch of teams in the top 20 that are always looking to move down. So let's say you're picking at anywhere between 29 and 32 with an extra first-round pick. That's further ammunition for you to be able to move up and grab players that you want, or even to be able to trade back and add more assets to the team, man. I hope it happens. If we move Christian McCaffrey, the Bills are my number one destination that I want to see him go to.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that's going to be bittersweet, right? We don't want to get rid of our top, one of our best players that we've had in probably the past decade, right? However, for his sake, I don't want him to go through another regime change, right? I don't want him to have to sit there and wait for another quarterback to find his groove when we draft a guy who's, inevitably going to have growing pains in the NFL, right? I think he deserves to have a competent coaching staff that's going to put him in the most advantageous position to succeed. I hate to say that, but if you love him, let him go, right?
Yeah,
I felt this way. I know it's a strange feeling, Panther fans, is that, and look, my bastard son, White Chocolate Espresso, says, look, we don't need to sell the farm yet. We just man, if this is a coach, we have a lot of talent. You get a coach and a quarterback, but that's the problem, is it's a bunch of ifs, and wins and wins and wins. I tell you this, is Christian McCaffrey right now kind of reminds me of what Steve Smith was in 2009, 2010 with us, is that you're just watching a guy who has so much talent be on a team where they're good enough to where they're your best player and all of this, but they're languishing. I always wanted, it was so bad, I wanted us to trade Steve Smith to the Colts in 2009. He would have been a first ballot Hall of Famer with Peyton Manning when they were all killing it then. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? 08, 09, 2010. Peyton Manning was slaying it right then, right before the neck. Oh, my goodness. Christian McCaffrey, look, the Bills have everything but one thing. A running game. They have never been able to figure it out. Never. They have this stable of nobodies that never do anything, and it's all Josh Allen. Look, Christian McCaffrey, they're probably already the odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl right now.
Yeah.
I mean, they really are.
Oh, yeah.
It's them, it's the Chiefs maybe. Who else is it? Them, the Chiefs, and the Eagles right now.
Eagles Eagles are
those are the teams right now. And Christian McCaffrey puts them to a team that, if they don't win the Super Bowl, it's like a lost moment. Would be great. It'd be great. And I know that everybody is Cody. What was the person that said? Was it Lock and Four? Whoever said we're gonna have dead cap if we trade these guys away? It's true. the guaranteed money we get stuck with. So if we pull up their what we have to do is pull up their contracts and look at how much guaranteed money is on it. DJ Moore would probably hurt us the most because he's got a lot of guarantee. You know, he hasn't even started his contract.
Right.
Christian McCaffrey is in year 2 or 3 of his contract, so it's probably getting to a balance point. Robbie Anderson, I would say this is I don't think that's kind of a wash. So if you're probably not losing a ton of money there, I think DJ would cost the most. So I don't know. If you love him, right?
More than Brian?
More than who?
Brian would warrant a first round.
No, I'm saying that he would cost us in dead cap the most.
Yeah,
like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they want Garner the most. Right, but that's because he's going to have all the guaranteed money that has to go. When you trade them, you don't get to escalate that guaranteed money. You got to go ahead and just pay it all right then instead of divvying up over the life of the contract. So there would have to be some sort of compensation that factors that in, you know, and that probably would make the draft pick higher. So all cool stuff. Cody, what are you over there grinning about so much? You've been over there just chirping into your...
Oh, yeah, dude, I'm taking my victory laps. Twitter is all filled with people like, damn, I should have listened to your ass. Like, I should have listened. Cody was right. And by the way, these are all people that go after my ass all the time, that take issue with everything I say on Twitter.
All right, we're going to go to the next call. The number's 252-228-5098. Is it fire sale time? Does Steve Wilkes have an actual chance? And what do you think about David Tepper's press conference? Has your opinion changed, been reaffirmed? Man, bad look today, in my opinion, for David Tepper. Let's go to the next call.
Tepper is man, disappointing, bro. It's like he ain't taking no accountability. He talking to the media and the press like, you know, we don't even matter. You know, it's crazy. Like, Tepper is unacceptable, man.
It really is. It's a terrible look, and it just always reminds me, Cody, as I've done this podcast so long ago for now, we're going into our 10th season. I'm somebody, I don't know anything. I'm a fan. I got the eye test, man. That's what I do. I'm like, I don't know, but I tell you that guy ain't good. I don't know why, but I could tell you Matt Khalil sucks. I don't need to tell you it's a kick step. I don't need to tell you he don't do well with swimming. Just look at him. He sucks.
Oh, yeah.
I understand this is what I've learned, and this isn't just from doing the podcast. This is just me getting older and maybe wiser, is that too often we just say because someone is in a position of power and influence that they must be qualified. And it truly turns out that this is not the case. We have a lot of jerks, a lot of unqualified people that are always in positions of power. And I will tell you this, you know who cries the hardest? People with money and power. They whine, bitch, moan, and complain louder than anybody. And I got to tell you, today was a poor billionaire. Poor David billionaire Tepper, man. I don't feel... Eat that one, man.
I hear you. And
irritated,
you know
man. Irritated.
There is a part of me, Tony, that hopes that Matt Rhule does do him like that.
Yeah.
And just makes him pay every penny. Like, nah,
should just be a college analyst, dude, for free.
Mr. Scrooge. You're good, Mr. Scrooge. Go swim in your sea of golden coins. You'll be fine. And then, by the way, CK actually shared this with us.
Oh, is this about the winning thing? The winning
yeah,
culture?
So
David
Tepper mentioned in his comments that since we've never had back-to-back winning seasons, we've never had a culture of winning. And then Jonathan Jones rightly points out that the 2013 to 2016 Panthers won 3 consecutive NFC South titles and had the 6th highest winning percentage in the NFL. That David Tepper views himself as this Pittsburgh guy who comes from a real franchise in the Pittsburgh Steelers and he's going to come down south and save our lowly
carpetbagger. It's a carpetbagger, dude.
It is filled with pompous, rich guy bravado, and it's embarrassing, man.
In all honesty, though, that when we run those 3 division titles, the middle of them, correct, Tony? If I'm not correct, we were 7-9. Technically, we didn't have.
We were 7-8-1. We were 7-8-1.
But technically, we didn't have a winning season. We just won the division title because the rest of the division sucked.
But here's the thing.
But I mean,
here's one thing to consider, though, is that we may not, in his mind, have had a winning culture.
Right.
But we sure, with multiple NFC championships, 2 Super Bowl appearances, multiple division championships, we didn't have a losing culture.
Right. No.
And we got a losing culture right now.
Oh,
That's
boy.
the thing, is we might – there's an argument. We were unhappy with the mediocrity. Right. We were unhappy with not putting together multiple winning seasons. We wanted more of a winning culture. But I know one thing we didn't want. This losing ass culture.
Right. I heard on WFNZ today that after yesterday's loss, Rhule now beat Stanford. Not Stanford. Anyway, he is the worst coach in the Panthers' history, officially and statistically. What's that coach we had, that offensive coordinator that stunk? I don't remember. Stanford. Can't remember his name. So,
Seifert.
Anyway. Yeah, Seifert. That's what it is. Yeah. Matt Rhule was officially worse than him after yesterday's loss. But I also read on Pro Football Talk just a minute ago, made sense though. Tepper didn't say the draft was important because he don't want to admit that tanking is a good thing. After what happened to the Dolphins. So
well, here you could also be fined for that. You can't.
Exactly.
So that's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah. But you know what he would say is that like he should have just said, if we had the number 1 pick, I mean, of course you have to consider a quarterback, and move on and not be all offended by the question and irritated and aggravated by it. Yeah. And the one other thing I did have to was hold on. All right, go ahead, Panther Picker.
I think David Tepper, to be honest, is so used to people kissing his ass when they talk to him. He ain't used to people telling him something he don't want to hear. He ain't used to NFL media, especially here in Charlotte, because that's been through all this losing time. And he's just that. He's so used to people kissing his ass. He runs up across a group of people that ain't going to kiss his ass.
Is that not the weakest Pittsburgh mentality to have?
Right.
Like if you're supposed to be this guy who's supposed to have this thick skin because you come from a hard-nosed background,
worked your way up,
like and you get offended by a question about your decision making, which has led directly to a losing, one of the most losingest, as far as when you look at the history of the Panthers, this is probably one of the longest streaks of inadequacies as far as a team is considered. And it's so irritating to think about.
Right. When all those losing seasons we had in the past, the 1-5 and all that, as a fan, you really knew why. You knew there would be an end, and you knew that there were more than likely good times coming in the end. Under Rhule, you just lost because you lost. I mean, we knew when we lost the lockout, we knew we were going to have the number 1 pick. We knew why we lost the lockout. Everybody knew that it was to save money for the lockout. It's just
it was actually, you know what? That was Jerry Richardson being the puppet master at that point, right?
Yes. Right.
As he paid those guys in 2009 and everybody got pissed.
Right.
And he knew the lockout was coming. That's why he gave him that money. He said, stick with me, bro. I got y'all's back, but I got to screw the rest of the players first. And then he made Peyton Manning look silly with that chart. He's like, what did it make him read that chart and all that? But David Tepper right now is public enemy number 1, in my opinion.
Right.
The only guy not going anywhere.
Right.
Is public enemy number 1. And that's the thing. Look at the Washington Commander owners with Dan Snyder. You can hate and dislike your owner of your team all you want, they ain't going nowhere because they already signed the check.
Right, exactly. Because
that's why I put in our chat. I put up a poll. If you haven't already voted in it, do you trust David Tepper to make the right call on whoever our next coaching hire is going to be? Because I feel like right now, faith in David Tepper, even after doing this move today, it's still at an all-time low.
Right. Oh yeah. I don't. I found it interesting too when they asked him about was you going to make that hire or Scott Fitterer. He didn't answer it. I don't think it is. That's why I said I believe he's going to have a hand in it. He may accept Scott's recommendations a lot more than maybe he accepted Rhule, but he ain't going to let Scott just have at it.
Yeah, go ahead.
He should, but he ain't going to.
Yeah.
He says he did say something about a consulting firm. He said he didn't use one the first time he hired the coach, and he said, I don't know if he said he was going to hire a consulting firm.
He did mention that he would consider. Yeah, it's like he fielded that idea.
I don't think he hired one the first time.
No,
I don't think he did the first time.
I do want to be clear on this. I want to be clear on this, Mr. Tepper. As majority owner of the C3 Panthers podcast, if you do want to buy us, don't listen to Cody Lashney. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's hear some numbers. Let's talk some real business, sweetie. I'll take back all that. You want a yes, man? Let's talk numbers, baby. Let's talk numbers. Yeah. But what I do think would be awesome, CK is the only person that supports me on this, is that teams want to own more of the conversation. That's why they put their YouTube crap up. Guess what? They turn the ads on YouTube. They're taking the revenue for ads on YouTube. They ain't passing that money up.
Right.
If you guys really want to expand your footprint into the best part of your constituency, you should be considering buying up podcasts like ours and then giving them a certain amount of latitude to keep and doing what they're doing, where they don't have to be a bunch of bitch asses like probably Bill Voth has to be. How uncomfortable is Darren Gant right now? Like, I don't even know what to write.
Yeah, you look back or you think back way back when Darren Gant and Bill Voth were doing their own thing.
Yeah.
And I remember a time when Twitter first started, everybody that thought about the Panthers followed Darren Gant. He was the only one that was on there regularly and told you the truth. He didn't bullshit you.
Yeah.
And now he's joined
He got fired from Pro Football Talk, and I mean, or downsized or whatever, probably because he wasn't clickbaity enough.
Exactly.
But all right, let's go to the next call.
The 1980s TV show Dallas had J.R. Ewing. The New York Yankees had George Steinbrenner, and the WWE has Vince McMahon. Could David Tepper be the big-time corrupt scumbag, greedy asshole SOB that the fans love to hate? Maybe he will inject some energy. Because obviously I don't see this guy ever getting back into the good favor of the fans or anyone really. But will he at least gin up some energy into the fan base? What are your thoughts? Thank you, gentlemen. Bye-bye.
I think that's the call of the day so far.
That's the question of the hour as well.
Yeah. Is he the villain?
Now,
is he the villain we cheer for or we root against?
David Tepper needs to come out in that song "No Chance" that Vince McMahon comes out on with the smashing glass and all that when he comes out press conference.
You know who
That's what I would do.
Like? I wish he was like Dana White, the president of the UFC, because Dana White, he cusses a lot, but that's not even the point. It's not because of that. It's because he always tells you the truth of what's going on, and he does a lot of the things that need to be said. I would have no problem if David Tepper was a villain to the rest of the league, to the rest of the owner's circle.
Right.
Stopping him.
We want
that.
You're sorry, you're breaking up a little bit. We want honesty. We want authenticity. What people want is we want accountability. That's what we demand. They demand of us. They demanded of us they demand it, like CK said about the players. Imagine a player going to a press conference like this or whatever. Here's at the end of the day, is that this was just poorly handled.
Right.
I would be fine. I mean, like, imagine if I went and taught a class like this today, you know what I'm saying? And responded to student complaints or, and just like, this is like the old, it sounds like an old headmaster where it's like, well, shut the F up, kid. You either get it or you don't. You know what I mean? It's just so talking down. I'm actually surprised by this. I'm not surprised that billionaires act like this.
Right.
What I'm most surprised is that he was so bad today. Like, why was he not more composed for this moment?
He's not a guy that's very composed. I'll go right back to your pick. I just want to make sure I read this. Our brother Nick Montero says, if anyone wants to listen to the Tepper press conference, fast forward to 28:40. Ice up Panthers for that BS. Keep pounding, fam. Yeah, man, that's the whole thing. It doesn't surprise me as much as it does you, Tony. If you listen to his other interviews, this dude is always, making terrible statements and kind of being low-key aggressive. And you saw it when he made the basement comment.
Yeah. That one made me mad. I was the one all over that.
As it should. We were upset fans, and all the decisions that David Tepper has made thus far have been dragging this organization down further and further. But yet he wants to come at the fans. He wants to come at beat reporters that are just doing their job, giving honest assessments of the very poor product they've been putting out on field.
I think Tepper actually, honestly, is being a real owner. Jerry Richardson kind of didn't talk much at all. He kind of stayed in the corner. In a situation like this, he would come out, make a little speech, be polite. But Jerry didn't go to practice squads and all that as far as build them and stuff. But at the same time, though, I think they've compared Tepper to Jerry Jones in a lot of ways. He's kind of like our Jerry Jones / John Snyder, mouthy. He's kind of developing a mouthy attitude, and he got his toes stepped on, and he don't like it.
I agree with you, Cody, is that all signs have pointed to this as his kind of demeanor and the way he's acted. This isn't surprising, but what is surprising to me is that someone in such a position of influence, such a position of a focal point, in a moment that you're supposed to be prepared for and composed for, was just so unprepared. He's like, I'm just going to go wing it. I got it. And then, they're going to be nice to me because everybody's always nice to me because I'm a billionaire. And what I'm saying is that if you were going in and you were trying to to make a pitch to David Tepper in your own mini Shark Tank, say he gave us an opportunity to pitch the C3 Panthers podcast as an acquisition or changing something in the way that they do something in the organization, and you bumbled and stumbled in your presentation, do you think he would be that forgiving? He wouldn't understand at all.
It seemed like to me like somebody made him do the press conference. It seemed like Nicole was like, yo, you gonna do this press conference. It's almost like your mama wake you up out your sleep telling you to go clean up. You're gonna be mad as hell, like snapping on everybody, like, don't talk to me. Like,
I think he was just totally unprepared for all them questions. If you look back, which he shouldn't have been, he should have been waiting, expecting that. But different owners would have took the head coach out, the interim head coach with him. He would have took the GM with him. He would have sat down. Remember when Arthur Blank did that press conference as they were cutting Michael Vick and his little dog fighting thing? He told everybody, ask every question you want. We'll get it answered, and if anybody gets hungry, we'll order a pizza in the press conference, and everybody stay here and answer questions. Because he wasn't going to last. He wasn't going to make everybody answer it till it's over. Reality is Tepper should have had the GM out there. He should have had Steve Wilkes and maybe even anybody else out there that he thought would be able to answer questions and just get it all answered. But instead, he turned chicken and left because he got his toe stepped on. Nobody out there kissing his ass, and
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty accurate.
Rivera, though, like he wasn't like this with Ron Rivera though. Like he was more cool with it with Ron. I don't really remember. I think he was a lot more cool with it though.
Oh, he was nicer to Ron. He was nicer about it because about Ron, but he didn't have all these questions he got asked today. He didn't have a practice squad answer questions. He didn't have all these different questions when he fired Ron. As to today, he waited, and he was right. He waited too long, which everybody had a lot more answers.
Do you think there's any significance to Scott Fitterer not being out there with him?
I think Scott Fitterer is just as well on the hot seat as he was before. I don't think Scott Fitterer is as safe. I mean, did not he say that Rhule Tepper said that right now it would be incorrect to say anybody's safe. So
yeah, and when it comes to Scott Fitterer, and by the way, this is somebody who doesn't want Fitterer to be fired. I would like to see him get an opportunity to play a real part in some of these coaching hires, and not some investment firm who have a list of names that are put forth to them by their freaking buddies.
Right.
But what I would say is, Scott Fitterer is starting to look more and more like a pawn. And what I mean by that is the reason I think that he wasn't up there is because I think kind of Fitterer does what he's told. I don't think going to David Tepper and saying, hey, I think we need to fire Matt Rhule. In fact, I think it was the other way around. David Tepper went to Fitterer and said, hey, guess what? We're going to fire Matt Rhule. And I think he said, yes, sir. Just like what happened when the coaches came to him and said, hey, we're going to trade for Sam Darnold because that's what the coaches decided to do. We're going to trade for Baker Mayfield because that's what the coaches and the owner decided to do. I really don't think he had a big-time opinion in those. I'm only hoping that either this prompts David Tepper to now give him that kind of decision-making power, or just cut bait and promote from within and let Dan Morgan have a chance to be a general manager, which I've been a proponent of since before we hired, or right after we fired Dave Gettleman the first time.
Yeah, and all right, so let's go next call.
Hey, what's up, C3 Panda Podcast? This is the Gas Man calling in. I'm very happy today that Matt Rhule got fired, and I know Tepper, he had a Tepper tantrum today, but my main positive that I got at that press conference was that Matt Rhule had a total power of the football operations. He was frustrated that he was getting most of the blame. Obviously, he's the owner, but he put Matt Rhule and let Matt Rhule actually do his job. He came from Pittsburgh, where they give a long leash to their coaches, and that's the way that he knew. And so it bit him in the tail, but at the same time, Matt Rhule was ultimately responsible for picking up Baker Mayfield in the drafts. Scott Fitterer obviously wanted to draft somebody else, and we were supposed to go after Justin Herbert, and Matt Rhule just wasn't trying to have any of that. So the blame, it falls on him at the end of the day, and we're happy that he's gone. Brian Daboll for the Giants, they had literally the same exact roster, and we thought that this season the Giants would be maximum 7-8 wins, and they already got 4 wins. And I would say 2 of those wins specifically came from coaching. At the end of the game, great decisions and the team rallying behind their coach. So better times is coming. We should trade CMC. He's not going to last. And what's the point of keeping him? Where are we going to go with what's in for this season or next season? So get rid of him. Let's rebuild it. Love y'all, man. Panthers, man. We a family, man. It's all good. The cancer has been.
That's it.
The cancer has been eradicated. All right. Have a good day.
If I could
appreciate you, brother. Fantastic call. Hey, I'll let you go, Pick. I just want to introduce 2 people back to the show. G Baby, rocking that 89. Steve Smith, happy to have you back, bro. And then we got our man Jay Stubbs. Jay Stubbs, what's going on, dude?
I can't believe you are still on. It's
I know that's what everyone in our chat room is saying. That damn, y'all still alive? Yeah, man, we felt it necessary. This was such a long time coming of Panther fans that
Y'all
were
still coming in
literally.
here.
It's a
Yeah.
celebration,
that's
baby.
it.
With my Panther jersey on backwards. I had my jersey on backwards when I came in here.
Cody.
Ken just said, "Don't act like you didn't plan that." And yeah, we've been live 4 hours and 40 minutes, man. This is something that we and let y'all who have had a bunch of pent up frustrations about Matt Rhule. We wanted to give people an opportunity to come in here and vent and let people get their feelings out, man.
Hey, Cody.
Yeah.
Y'all might have touched on this earlier, but that statement that David Tepper said that he really didn't inherit like a great winning culture is like we had one of the best winning percentages in that whole era, and we went to a Super Bowl, and then like we were a playoff team when he bought us, like,
yep.
And then he gonna say that we wouldn't have a winning culture. This dude is delusional.
Well, Matt Rhule, thinking about it, Matt Rhule, when he was hired in here, he went on with, we have to change the culture. We have to get winning. And I'm like, what? What's wrong with the culture? And I thought we was good. But,
Look.
looking back to the 2017 season, that was when Steve Wilkes was here as a defensive coordinator before the 2018 when he went to the Cards. We have three players still on this roster that remember those days. Christian McCaffrey was a rookie, and Taylor Motrin and Shaq Thompson. I wonder if Shaq Thompson was here as a linebacker back then anyway. My bet is Shaq Thompson's going to come out in this Rams game on fire like you ain't seen him in several years.
Well, he better play the right position, Pickle. He better play the right position, and he better be on the fucking field, G.
Well, he'll play the position they tell him to play. That's what he's
I've never been a fan of Shaq.
Play. Well, listen, I'm all right if they trade him. I'm good with that. I've never been a true fan of Shaq Thompson. I'm just saying he knows how Steve Wilkes wants it.
But we all can agree we should have gave Bradbury that contract instead of Shaq, right?
Well, yeah, okay. That'll be all right. I thought
all the Panthers do. Look, the Panthers have a long history of giving out contracts to players that are slightly above average.
Yes.
I mean, we just do.
Right.
We just do. We pay a lot of bad contracts to players that are they're only good to the point that we don't want to lose them, right? So we don't want to see them.
And they're
go
mainly
everywhere
running
else
backs. We looked through our history.
Right, to fill extra holes on other teams. Look at our history with running backs, with Christian McCaffrey. This has been an issue going forward. But by the way,
let me ask you this, Cody. Let me ask you this real quick. Do you think it would be a mistake to give Brian Burns that big contract?
Man, I'm really torn, man, because I don't want to get rid of our best pass rusher. But
Brian
at
Burns,
the same time, hold on real quick. I don't know if I want to pay Brian Burns like what, top 3 defensive end money.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know. Like,
and Cody,
that's
you don't want to
probably
be here.
Yeah, that's probably the most expensive contract that you're going to sign outside of offensive tackle and corner is pass rusher. So it's really tough.
I'm sorry, man. If it was me, I would make Brian Burns play out his 5th-year option. Now, if a team called and said, "We'll give you a first-round pick for Brian Burns," now, he might be on his way there.
Yeah, it has to be first-round minimum.
Yeah, that's what I say. But I would make him play out his 5th-year contract. At the very worst, his 5th year, he has a stud-out year, and you franchise his ass. Then you negotiate.
I think nowadays, it's smarter to do it before the 5th year. But
but you're right. But under our certain situations, if you trade him now, and your new head coach comes in and says, "Well, you got to find a replacement for Brian Burns."
Yeah, and it's one of those.
Cody, for me, it's not the thing to paying Brian Burns. It's just like we need to pay him sooner than later because, like, you see every year that it goes up $10 million or $7 million for that position.
Yeah,
exactly.
But as soon as you pay him and give him that nice big fat contract, and he's happy, and his mama's happy, and his kids happy, everybody happy, and the new head coach comes in and says, "Well, we'll figure out somewhere to use him."
You also don't want. I mean, like, look, is he Nick Bosa? And the answer is no.
No.
Hell no.
And Nick Bosa is about to reset the market, right? Isn't he the next one that's going to go and do all of that? And so if you want to sign Brian Burns, I would think I think that this offseason was the chance to extend him. This past, and so now you're going into a position where you're losing leverage, the price is going up. And I don't know. I mean, he's good, but I don't know.
He's a very good player.
Yes.
Yeah. But you're at a situation. Let me put it this way: if you wait till draft day to trade him, I don't think you're gonna get any more or less.
Another thing too. I think that we have a good history of defensive ends. So he's not even in our. I mean, he's not even our top 5. We got some good ones,
Well, but also, like, if there are certain players though that if you trade them away, or move them, you're gonna need those picks to replace them, and you're gonna need first-round picks. I mean, so again, we've been talking about, even when we were rumored to want Carlos Dunlap on the team, we've been talking about physical, be able to play edge with their hand in the dirt, and also just to get another pass rusher on the other side of Brian Burns. We've been waiting for guys like YGM to show up, Marquise Haynes to show up. We just drafted Amari Barno, so we really don't know what we have in him right now. But let me tell you, if you're going to get rid of players that you would build your franchise around, like Brian Burns, like Jeremy Chin, then you have to make sure that you're getting first-round picks for all the players that you're trading away and nothing less.
And I wouldn't. Speaking of the draft, if you're gonna go draft folks, let's be real. Let's get people, or at least try your damnedest, to get people ready to play. Don't get these guys that you're going to draft and they're going to be on your. Now, when you're talking about a Saturday pick, you kind of give with that. That's what Saturday draft is. It's guys you're going to develop and kind of slowly develop. But when you're talking about a second or third round pick and you say, "Oh, they ain't going to be ready for about 2 or 3 years," then don't draft them.
Right.
Don't
Tony, are you showing us something?
Yeah, and I want to comment back to this person. Now, you got to be I don't know enough, but I mean, he does have it in the bio. Guy named Dan Goldfarb is tweeting in response to Will Kunkel's report that Matt Rhule was overly involved even to the creative side. He said, "Y'all don't even know the half of it. I was a full-time creative in that building for over 2 years. Big claps to the Panthers digital team for navigating truly unbelievable franchise circumstances."
Bro.
And this is what I'm about to reply to him, guys, is that we know that Panthers media, particularly the Twitter and the social media part of that franchise, was among the league's top in 2013, 14. You know, man, like, do you remember? Like, they were just slaying everything. All their tweets.
They was on fire, bro.
Yeah.
Every week they was on fire, dude.
And it has not been the case over the last 3 years.
They got snipped.
Corollary, causal, I know. That's a big deal.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. It makes absolute sense to me.
Hey, I want to welcome Michael to the show. Michael, what's going on, bro?
What's going on, guys? Man, I'm just glad that fucking Matt Rhule is gone. Next needs to be fucking Baker. Baker needs to be fucking gone, dude. He is a fucking joke to this fucking team. I'm pissed.
Tell him, bro.
Yeah,
everybody's on a short leash.
After seeing him for these several games, it's like, come on, bro. Like, what the fuck are you doing out here? You're throwing fucking passes to nobody that's open, You're not reading the fucking defense right, and you're not even running the fucking football. Like, what the fuck is up with this shit? Baker needs to go, bro. Baker needs to fucking go. Period.
I hear you, man. I'm done.
Need a
with
round of
Baker.
applause for that one.
Round of applause. And by the way, like that's why we're all asking going forward. Do you have trust that this team is going to be able to turn it around? Like, what can Steve Wilkes actually do to salvage this season? Frankly, I don't think it's going to be much. And sadly, I don't think he's going to get an opportunity to actually, put forth his name for the head coaching job.
Exactly.
This season, if this is his audition, it might be doomed before he even gets a chance to start.
Cody, he's doing the same thing he did with Cam that he's doing with Wilkes right here. Hey, man, go make it work with PJ Walker.
Thank you for your service, but when we're done with you, sayonara. You know, it's a nice play.
But here's the thing. Hold on. Here's the thing. You can say that, but Steve Wilkes accepted the position too.
Right.
Right.
Hey, look, you make a good point, CK. But listen, he filed a lawsuit, so he knows this is probably his only chance at another job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, but if he really believed, if he thought that he was coming into a dumpster fire, he has that option to say, I don't want to be the interim coach.
Yeah.
He has that choice. Same way with Cam, could have chosen not to sign with this team.
Yeah. But you know what you're forgetting?
Now.
Y'all they're forgetting this is money talks, baby.
Right.
Exactly.
Money talks.
Right.
Look, Cam did make that decision.
Exactly.
But he also took $10 million, bro. That's a payday.
Right.
Steve Wilkes might be just saying this is, you know what? I'm probably not going to get a head coaching job anyway. So why don't I just get coach? Yeah, maybe I hit the lotto and we kick ass, or even just probably more realistic is that I'm just going to cash a head coach's check for the next 12 weeks.
So here's my I guess quarrel with this thought that Steve Wilkes is now being thrown to the fire, right? Sure, it's not a great situation to be in, just like being a number 1 draft pick in the NFL isn't a great situation to be in, right? At the end of the day, it's not a fantastic situation for anybody. But at the end of the day, if he's saying yes to that job, then it's Steve Wilkes' decision to be there. If he is there and he's taking that job on, he believes that either he believes in himself or he believes that that's an opportunity for him to prove something that he hasn't been able to prove. Money does talk, but that's why you can't blame, if Cam Newton signed on for this team last year, you can't blame the organization for signing Cam. Sam also signed that contract, right? You can blame the organization for being inept.
I can't blame the organization because they used Cam to ingratiate themselves to the fans momentarily. They used him like a cheap hoe. Actually, like a $10 million hoe.
We should have did Cam like that.
Welcome to PR though, but like at the end of the day, Cam also signed the contract. He knew what he was getting in for.
I think what's more interesting about this Steve Wilkes, maybe not more interesting because I don't want to take away from y'all's comments, but we continue to go back to the news that was brought to us on the Friday free-for-all about all the things that were going on behind the scenes, the relationship, the things between Snow. I think this is that who were the options for interim head coach? You had Ben McAdoo in the suckiest offense in the history of football, it seems like. So he's not an option. He's not an option. You know what I'm saying? That would have been ridiculous. Actually, that would have been entertaining.
But what he's doing is the same thing he's doing with Cam. It's the fan favorite.
Right. That's exactly right. He's using Wilkes because we like him. And he even said this today. He's like, those are questions for Coach Wilkes already. Dude ain't even got an office yet. And he but here's the other thing is think about this. If some of those things in those reports were unfounded, there are other options. There's Pasqualoni, who I think has been a head coach in the past. I think he's why not?
Nope.
Why?
Hey, listen. At the end of the day, sure. Like he can certainly probably come in there and do the thing. But at the end, he's also an older coach who doesn't have any. He might have experience in the NFL, but he's not been at the head coaching position.
I think he may have. We're gonna have to look him up. We'll look him up. But
he has a pretty good resume, but it's not. I don't think he's got a head coach.
But you don't have to be a head man. Like that one. No, you could have gone Tabor.
No.
I agree.
Harbaugh was a special teams coach and then became one of the greatest. What I'm saying is this: is that for some reason, Wilkes was a power play also, maybe, I think, against the Rhule regime. I don't know. Oh, Cody, you're muted, and I felt like you were bringing the passion.
Yeah, dude, Tony, there's some Game of Thrones shit happening in the Panthers front
That's what I
office,
think.
dude. David Tepper is the king. Freaking Fitterer is the hand of the king. And there's all these factions vying for power. And then now that I hope y'all caught this during the press conference, when he asked about why was Phil Snow fired, he goes, well, that's a question for Steve Wilkes. And then one of the reporters catches that and he says, hey, are you saying that Steve Wilkes was the one that decided to fire Phil Snow? And guys, we already know this is true. I reported earlier that Steve Wilkes and Phil Snow had been beefing and fighting with one another. So this is absolutely not surprising to us. And listen, I've always been on Steve Wilkes' side. I've always been on his side, and I'm hoping that Steve Wilkes uses this as the opportunity to build the Panthers.
We got to keep DJ Moore, Brad. We got to keep DJ, bro.
Are you guys seeing this? Was sent to me? Actually, it was sent to me. Matt Corral was shot is in our conversation. Thank you for this. He's in the panel right here. Tell us about this since you brought it up. This is interesting because what I think is interesting about this is because Steve Smith and Cut to It, his podcast, he used this description of DJ Moore. He said, "I think DJ Moore has handled this as in the utmost professional way that you could." In a position from a player position that people call us divas, he's done all the right things, said all the right things. So Matt Corral will shine. Tell us what this tweet is and what you think it means.
Well, I think this really shows that how calm he is in certain situations where he really could show his his real feelings towards Baker and Matt Rhule, but he chooses to be professional about it and ask for advice from Steve.
Yeah, good point. So I'm just going to read the tweet for people who are just listening, maybe later on the podcast, the audio version. Wait until they see this 5-hour show that could be we might just be here till tomorrow night.
Yeah, let's just make it good.
Yeah.
It's a celebration, baby.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a motherfucking celebration, G.
Steve Smith was on WFNZ today, and he reiterated to the point when Kyle Bailey asked him, he just said, I got to go, and he didn't want to talk about it. But Kyle Bailey was right. Steve reiterated to the point that he had talked to Tepper before Tepper fired Rhule.
Well, this tweet right here says, this is from AO_TTime9, who I've seen this guy. He's around the Panthers streets. You know what I'm saying? So I've seen this guy a lot on Twitter.
He does all of the Panther
he's official.
Okay. He said this. He said, Steve Smith just insinuated that DJ Moore came to him frustrated about the whole situation in Carolina last week and was asking for advice. Seems like Baker and Rhule were getting on his nerves. Now, I will say this. One thing is, I don't know if Steve Smith is the best person to ask for advice at this.
Man,
they are kind of that is his mentor.
Yeah, but you know it's bad when you have to go to Steve Smith for help. I mean, you got to remember, Steve Smith had issues when he was young with his certain teammates, and he just waylaid him upside the head.
I
He
know.
really did.
I know.
He had issues with anybody who got.
I feel like Steve Smith here. Let's reenact this conversation, man. Because DJ's so quiet and calm.
Yeah, exactly.
He'd be like, man, I feel like this whole offense has been struggling. My game has been called into question, and Baker Mayfield has not been. Man, it's just not been what we expected, and Matt Rhule is just tiptoeing around the tulips for Baker. And Steve Smith was like, why don't you just go punch Baker Mayfield in the fucking face?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well,
what world does I'm just really curious about what Rhule, like, after he's gone, all of these reports are dropping, right?
Oh, there's gonna be more, dude. There's gonna be a lot
What-
more.
How much blackmail does this dude have on people that he was able to keep their mouths shut for 3 years, dude?
You know,
$60-something million worth.
He had
That's
full
how much
control in his
blackmail.
contract. That's what it was.
Yeah, and hey, by the way, let me welcome Nick Montero to the show.
I was just about to say, did I just hear Nick's voice?
Robbie Anderson. Robbie Anderson. Hey,
What up,
man,
Nick?
Robbie Anderson was like Rhule's best buddy. They were like this. You know, Robbie was the one who always had Rhule's back.
Well, because
Where
he
does
saved him in college, dude. He saved him.
Yeah. Well, where does Robbie?
And he got him paid.
Where does Robbie stand in the locker room right now? That's my.
But hey, you know
Well,
what?
my
Something else
question
I
is
want to
too is
point out.
where does PJ stand?
Yeah.
Well, PJ,
Yeah.
starting,
He's just doing.
Yeah.
PJ is gonna. PJ Walker is going to be starting against LA next week.
And here, how about this? PJ was the most honest out of all of these fools today. They asked Brian Burns, they asked CMC, and they're all like, oh, he's just been so nice to me. PJ said this because PJ comes up on the real streets. He gets cut, he gets thrown to the way. He said this is like, you got to win.
Yep.
That's what he
And by
said.
the way,
He said, man, you got to win. We know this business, and we got to win. And we want to win for him, but at the end of the day, we know what it is.
Never mind.
I think players were always unhappy. I just think like they were doing like their best to not throw Rhule.
Can we
I
also
think
talk about how PJ very well could be the best quarterback that we have on the roster?
Oh, gosh.
Tony, hear me out on this, okay? Whenever PJ comes on, he airs out the ball. Is he going to throw a pick in just about every game, if not multiple picks? Sure. But so is Baker. And so is Sam. So at this point, let's let the ball fly. We got DJ Moore. We have Robbie Anderson. We have Laviska Shenault. We have all these weapons. Let the ball fly.
If Baker does actually have extended time to where he's missing, I would rather see Sam Darnold out there.
Me too.
I say this is
we're
probably
down.
the real question would be well, not the real question. It's two questions would be this. Is one is that this ankle injury is a blessing in disguise for Carolina. Because is that right now we need to either just put him on season-ending IR, put him on the bench, because now we're going to go from a 4th to a 5th round pick if he doesn't meet that threshold of whatever percentage he's got to play. My fear is that you put Sam Darnold in and you actually win a few games.
Right.
And then I guess the last question I have for you guys on the piggyback of that same conversation is that if you put Sam Darnold, you can't trade Sam Darnold because you don't have a contract next year. Like,
yeah,
what's the audition even for?
So,
well, you know, Sheena and Blitz, the Carolina Blitz, was on what we call them little audio
Twitter
things.
Spaces.
Twitter
Spaces.
Spaces.
Twitter Spaces today, and I was listening to it briefly, and at work, and they said when asked about Sam Darnold, because they mentioned Sam, somebody said, is he all right? He said, well, he's at the locker room. He ain't got no walking boot on. We've seen it in the gym working out. He looks like he's ready to go today. And somebody asked him about the injury to McCaffrey, and she said that McCaffrey's never been injured. all the injury news issues was a scam by Matt Rhule. That's what Sheena said. Said it was all a scam by Matt Rhule. He said, you know, I would think if the league finds out about this, it would be, you know, could it be?
I don't think it's a
I
scam
don't
by
know.
Matt
I don't know that
Rhule.
it's illegal or
That's
anything, but
stupid.
It doesn't. Wow, because why would he do that?
why?
My,
Well, in Matt Rule's little weird mind, he's probably thinking it's going to confuse the defense. Not Sam. Sam was legit injured, but where McCaffrey, oh, he's hurt. You know.
Do y'all think Baker's really injured?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Baker
I
is
do.
Baker has contacted second opinion about his current injury, and says he thinks he could play, and the Panthers said he can't.
Yeah, I don't think he's hurt.
Mayfield cannot
So
afford to miss any time.
yeah,
Like this was his final year to prove to either the Panthers or some other team that he was worthy of being a starting caliber NFL quarterback. So yeah, of course he's trying to get every single opinion possible. I will say this:
somebody's gonna be stupid enough to think that they can fix him.
because if the Panthers,
you mean like the Panthers were this year?
Yes.
But hey, I wanted to make a point real quick though.
Yeah.
That last tweet that you pulled up about DJ Moore pulling Steve Smith aside, didn't we also report just that Panther veterans like Brian Burns have been talking to guys like Julius Peppers, Steve Smith, and voicing their concerns and how they don't necessarily think that their future is here. So literally every single thing that has come out today continues to further validate all the information that we put out.
Flawless victory.
Yes.
Finish him.
Wow.
Finish him.
So do we
Hey guys, I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Let's
my
hear it,
question
man.
is
I
this.
love your passion, by the way. What's your name again? I didn't catch it.
Michael Wydrick.
Man, I love your passion. First of all, I'm so happy you're on the show, man. Welcome.
Welcome. Yeah. But anyways, my question is this: do you guys think David Tepper is going to sign another fucking college coach to this team?
hell
If
no.
he does, I'm gonna be pissed.
Today he basically said no.
If he does, I'm gonna laugh.
Oh, I got
he
one
said no?
for you. I got one for you. No, he did not say no. He just did. He tried to dance
He
around
basically said no. He said if you look at
Yeah,
the
because
history
that's
of
what I
college
didn't
coaches-
fucking get at the first place.
What about
Yeah.
this one? Let's fuck Cody Lashley up right now.
Don't
How
say
about a
no.
little Debo Samuel for you, or what is Sweeney? Debo Sweeney, or whatever.
Dabo.
Dabo. I'm
Dabo
thinking
Sweeney.
Debo Samuel. First of all, I think he would be a terrible fit. Like I'm with you, G baby, is because he would be in here and he'd be like, "It's about the brand. It's about the it's about
You've never heard a Dabo Sweeney interview in your life.
I
man.
have heard
Hey, the
him,
only
man.
way
He's
I'm-
super
the only way
passionate, and
I'm
he's
gonna-
always
that's
about.
gonna
Hey,
happen. No,
here's what's going to happen. Dabo's going to be out, and Matt Rule's going to be in. Matt Rhule will be the head coach.
Y'all are
of the
killing me
Clemson
over
Tigers.
here, bro.
By the way,
no.
hey, I just pulled a David
What?
Newton and called him Debo Sweeney.
Yeah, you're Tony Gettleman over there. But look, I mean, I don't want Dabo because personally I want him right where his ass is in Death Valley. And by the way, college is dishing out better checks than the NFL. Search and look at how much money Dabo Sweeney is making. And you tell me if he wants to come to Carolina. The answer is no. Spoiler alert. Number two, there is not a shot in hell. There is not a shot in hell that David Tepper hires another college coach. You have a better chance of me getting out of my chair and doing a fucking backflip, bro. It's not about to happen. And what I think he's going to do, whether I agree with it or not, is try and get someone that has appeared in a Super Bowl before.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if you hear
Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, Harbaugh.
That's my
Harbaugh.
choice.
Yep. I
Harbaugh
fucking
from
like that
Michigan.
pick.
But by the way, hold on. I'm just throwing out some names here. I'm not like endorsing any of these people. Because another name I think we're gonna hear that none of you want to hear is Dan Quinn. I think we're gonna continue to hear that name. I think
For sure.
Sean Payton.
That's if we keep Fit. That's why Fit needs to get the fuck out of Carolina, bro.
Yeah,
It's a complete.
Yep.
Maybe so.
Bro, I'm telling you, dog. I know, bro. You guys.
David
If Fitz
Tepper is
stays,
gonna
bro,
want
he's
to
gonna
hire.
want to bring Dan Quinn in. Imagine if fucking the Cowboys go on a 13-win season and
their
they make it
defense
to
is
the
good
playoffs.
too. Their defense is crazy.
Yeah,
And
but
then,
here's the thing.
David Tepper, we got to go get Dan Quinn. Oh my God, nah, man, fuck that shit, bro.
Here's the thing,
Nah,
though.
go ahead, Nick.
Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead, Nick.
You got to remember, he was non-committal to Scott Fitterer today. Anytime that anyone
He's so
brought
right
up,
about that. He didn't bring him out there either. He didn't bring him out there. He didn't let him. No, that's a good point. The other thing is this is like, I hope that Dan Quinn, look, the stink of that Super Bowl has to follow him around a little bit, at least in this division. If Tepper can't do his research enough to understand that, and if you are so dumb that you believe that Dan Quinn was the reason that they made that Super Bowl, and no offense, he's a good defensive coordinator. He's got a good defensive group too to coach, and he always has. But that was the Kyle Shanahan show. Yes, he made that, and as soon as he was gone, that team didn't do anything. It felt
juice.
Yes, and I am to the point. I'm with you. I will take the Harbaugh. I will mess with that. He's a quarterback. He's an
I think he's what this
offensive guy.
culture needs.
I am okay, but I think that Sean McDermott is an outlier. And what I think is it's just difficult for defensive coaches to have longevity in the league, because is that once they get an offensive coordinator that puts it together for them, they're on the track to a
different team.
Yeah, head coach. And to be honest, I don't want to hear Ken Dorsey's name either. Y'all can miss me with that shit too. Is that he's got Josh Allen.
Why do you have this irrational hatred towards Dorsey? I mean, this is, by the way, hold on.
Because he couldn't help Cam.
Tony,
Well,
hold on. Tony, let me play devil's advocate. Last year, they said the same thing about Brian Daboll, who was the offensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills. And right now, the Giants are like, what, 3-1, 4-1, or some shit like that?
4-1.
And Ken Dorsey has ties to Carolina. The final thing I want to say to finish my devil's advocate point, Tony, is that we already know how the NFL works. If we get a good offensive coordinator in the building, they are going to be the first one to be plucked out of the organization as soon as we have some level of success.
That's my point. That's my point. I'm fine with that.
But that's why someone like Dorsey, who's an offensive play caller, would be beneficial as our head coach, because they will be in charge of our offense.
I watched him as Cam Newton's quarterback coach. He ain't it, man. He ain't nothing special. I'm not saying. Look, he was a mediocre quarterback, and maybe that's what you know what they say. And as a teacher, this sucks. It hurts. This strikes hard to my soul. They say those who can't do teach. So maybe since he wasn't a good quarterback, he can teach. But I tell you this I thought he was too young to be paired with Cam at that time. I think Cam looked at him like, dude, you didn't even play well in college, or maybe barely. Like, I'm more successfully. How am I going to listen to you on everything? I don't know. I'm just saying this is, how are you going to just look at Ken Dorsey in 5 games, and just say, all right, okay, coach of the future. Might as well go get Joe Brady.
But are you going to discredit everything that offense is doing and say, Ken Dorsey, he's just a bump on the log? He has absolutely.
No, I'm going to say this is that he's got the best, arguably the best quarterback in the league right now, and he had an offense that was killing. Like, he inherited a good offense. You know, it's not like I'm telling you this is that, like, I just don't look at him. Kyle Shanahan has a track record for me.
If I can say, remember also, though, that Brian Daboll was offensive coordinator for the Browns, the Dolphins, the Chiefs, for Alabama, and the the Bills, and an assistant to New England twice. Twice. So let's remember, Daboll has a better history as a offensive coordinator before he became that head coach. Which now I like the guy up there in the Bills too, but let's be real, he has a very limited experience as offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I mean that's
you're taking a big chance. You could have a Sean McVay, or you could have a fart in the wind.
Hey, you know what? But here's the difference that I would say. Like with the Bills, their offense is humming, right? You can't use the same excuse that you would use for a team that has an offensive minded head coach, which is like, so for instance, like the Saints. If you wanted to take the offensive coordinator from the Saints, well, you can make the argument, well, it was mainly Sean Payton. It really wasn't him. This isn't the case. Like Dayball's gone, and there's and you have Sean McDermott as the head coach, meaning his handprint on the offense is going to be pretty limited, I would guess, right? And so everything you're seeing in that Buffalo offense is Ken Dorsey and him using those weapons the best way he possibly can. Now, let's not take anything away from Josh Allen. Josh Allen is a freak, right? Sure. He's got Stephon Diggs. He's got some of the best, he's got Gabriel Davis. Is that what his name was? Isaiah McKenzie. They just don't have a run game, right? And they're still without a run game. They're still out there blowing teams out the water.
Yeah, man.
They are. Man. Y'all are tripping, bro.
I mean, they can be inconsistent on offense sometimes.
Listen, I mean,
y'all are
one of the
tripping. Y'all be putting the fucking Bills on a fucking pedestal, and I'm fucking sick.
They're one of the best teams in football, bro.
The Bills, bro. The Bills miss the Bills back. The Bills haven't won shit, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro. I'm sick of hearing about Josh Allen, comparing him to fucking Cam Newton. Fuck that shit, bro. I'm sick of hearing about Buffalo, bro.
G baby, you're right. Josh Allen is better than Cam Newton ever was.
Yeah, you're fucking crazy. Let me know when Josh Allen was a fucking MVP.
I'm muting everybody. No, I'm muting everybody. I gotta tell. Look, I am not starting a Josh Allen versus Cam Newton debate right now, man. Wait, hold on. Who's talking? I gotta mute people, bro. Everybody talking to me. I gotta rein this in real quick. Look, hang on. First off, let me do this. We got two people that added to the show. Sailor. What's up, bro? He's busy. I'm gonna let him do his thing first. And then second of all, I do want to say this though, and I didn't get a chance to say this. Whatever our new head coach is, let them be an all. Please.
We didn't hear what you said. Yeah, your internet's all whacked out right now.
How about now? Am I good?
Yeah.
Calm down. Okay. Right,
we know what you wanted to say. We know what you were saying, and that is let our our coach be offensive. And I agree with you. I mean, it just makes sense. Is that if they can't move on, it's so much easier to replace Dan Quinn than it is to replace Andy Reid.
Yeah,
you don't have to replace Andy Reid because he's not going anywhere.
Like whenever you have a head coach quarterback combo that they form a good pair and they work in tandem with one another, dude, that is coveted.
I.e. Sean Payton.
Did y'all see what Sean Payton said on the herd today?
Yeah, Sean Payton was given. Go ahead, Jay. Jay, you there? Jay Stubbs? You might be cutting out. Basically, Sean Payton was saying that he doesn't view Carolina as a bad stop, as like a terrible destination, because he made the point that you're never going to go into a coaching job where they have the franchise quarterback ready and waiting there for you, and if you're picking in the top 5, these quarterbacks can go to places where there is a lot of turnaround, both on the coaching staff.
He called the Panthers a unicorn, though.
Well, no, he was saying no. That's actually not what he said. Okay, he said that that it would be a unicorn for a team to have that type of situation. Because Colin Cowherd asked him, he said, "Would you consider going to a Carolina because they don't have that quarterback?" He was like, "No, the Panthers are in a position where, and then he kind of stopped himself and said it would be a unicorn type of situation where you're going into a franchise that already has their quarterback and that just fired their head coach. Because more times than not, if you have that franchise quarterback, you're not firing your head coach, at least not most of the time. So my thing with Sean Payton is, as a play caller, I don't mind Sean Payton, but I am not down with giving up all the draft capital that it's going to take to make Sean Payton the head coach of the Carolina
I agree.
Panthers.
Amen.
It's too
I
much.
agree with that one.
It's too much, and I'm not willing to give that up, man.
It's gonna be 2 firsts
They
and
ain't
2
worth
seconds minimum.
First and a second.
2 firsts and 2 seconds a minimum, probably. Trading
And by
the
the way,
division?
especially if we have the first
that's too
overall
much.
pick,
That's too much.
especially if we have the first overall pick, and we have a shot at CJ Stroud. Hey, let me get my man Algernon in here, bro. Al, tell me what you think about Matt Rhule being fired, dog.
Yeah, he's good. Good. About time. It
Hell
took
yeah.
about 2 weeks too late. Look, my cousin was like week 3. Everybody's getting fired. Other coaches, he's talking about some the Raiders coach gonna get fired by week 3. But week 3, I said week 3 for Matt Rhule, but week 5, it's not bad. Good. Get him out of there.
Yeah.
And Phil Snow.
I think the Saints game saved them.
And Sean Payton, I know people don't want to hear Sean Payton because they don't like the Saints and stuff like this, but dude, he's a proven coach, bro, in this league, bro, and that's what we're talking about right now. We're not going to Dan Quinn.
Can I ask you a question?
He sucks. Dan Quinn sucks, bro. We don't need no more. We don't need no more defensive coaches, bro.
Hey,
no more defensive coaches. We don't need
it. Algernon, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Talk.
How many draft picks will you give the Saints for Sean Payton?
And it's gonna go for a 4th round pick in money, bro.
No.
That's
It'll be 2 first round picks.
Yeah,
it'll
it is.
be
Yes,
at
it
least
is.
2 first
He's
round
gonna
picks.
go for a 4th round pick in money, bro.
But
he'll go, not to us. He'll go for at least 2 first round picks.
Time out. But listen, okay, but that's what I'm saying, Al. You have to understand that we're not wanting it just because it's the Saints. It's the fact that the Saints are the division rival, and if they're going to let go of their Super Bowl winning head coach, they are not going to let him go for anything other than premium draft picks. So if you want Sean Payton, you have to be willing to give up whatever first round pick the Panthers have this year, and potentially whatever first round pick.
Right.
Right.
And
they don't care about that. They care about money, bro.
Well, let's be real though.
They're gonna make that money no matter what.
Right. And the Saints have power. It's like that old cartoon He-Man. I have the power. The Saints have all the power. Sean, if they say no, Sean, you're not coaching in the NFL unless it's for us. You're under contract till the end of the 2024 season, and that's what it's going to be. Then Sean Payton just has to say okay and leaves. He doesn't have any choice in this issue. It's all the Saints have complete control. It's like a player. The Saints have complete control. The complete control over Sean Payton's coaching.
Pickle, these teams, bro, they collude all the time. You see what I'm saying? And they're not just gonna hold somebody. When the guy retired, he retired. He quit already on the Saints.
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna try.
But the Saints were in the same division. They're not trading him to us. They may trade him to the Cowboys or to Denver or somewhere else, but they damn sure ain't trading him to us.
Yeah, I don't think so. Oh, hold on. Let me bring J Subs back in here.
What you got up here?
Hey, Tony, do we have any more cat calls?
Yeah, I think we got one more.
All right, let's go one more, and then I don't know. Maybe we'll wind down this 5 hour and 30 minute.
Oh wait, no, these are texts. Hold on.
Podcast.
There we go. We got Sea Dog.
It came back on. I took a 2-hour nap. You guys are still on.
That's me, Sea Dog, 1983.
Sea Dog.
Today is a great day, a happy day. Tepper is looking frustrated and everything with his decisions. making. We're bringing in this mediocre coaching staff. But thankfully, Steve Wilkes is here to right the ship. So we can just sit back and see what Steve Wilkes is going to do for the rest of the season and see how his defense can go to another level and his offense can go to another level. That Steve Wilkes is in control now. A real NFL-minded coach. No more of this circus shit or college bullshit. But great show as always. Everybody hit the like button, subscribe. Shout out to my nigga G Baby, you know what I'm saying? And shout out to everybody on the C3 podcast, the whole C3 podcast and everything. And I hope everybody have a great day. You know what I'm saying? I hope everybody don't go beer or take a shot, you know, or smoke something. You know what I'm saying? Put something in the air. But everybody have a great day today. Keep pounding. Let's go, Steve Wilkes.
We call it that Matt Rhule pack, baby.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Here's the last call so far.
We finally got Rhule out. Wilkes' leadership. He will sit there and get these guys in line and get these guys ready to move forward. He will say he knows what he has, and he will work with what he has. And we will see some improvements, even if they lose any type of leadership over Rhule.
I like it. Short, sweet.
That's it. He just didn't ever hang up. It's still going.
Oh boy. Hey, I know we're probably about to start getting out of here. Our boy Mike, aka Supreme Todd, has joined us. I wanted to make sure we get his opinion on everything before we jump out of here. Mike, my brother, talk to me. How you feeling, man?
What's good, y'all? Y'all been live for 5 hours now. It must be a beautiful day.
Hey man, it was a cause for celebration. We needed to let Panther fans get in here and celebrate the way they wanted to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just want to come in and say what's up to y'all boys. That's it.
That's what's up, man. So are you happy about everything that transpired today? No more Matt Rhule, no more Phil Snow. Steve Wilkes is the interim head coach.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a start. It's, you know, it's kind of, I think one Carolina said earlier, it's kind of bittersweet, just, you know, where we're at right now as a franchise. But, you know, there's only one way to go right now, and that's up. So, yeah, I'm happy. Let's roll.
Yeah.
Keep pounding.
Heck yeah, keep pounding, baby. I love that.
I saw a comment in the chat, and we'll just start. I'll ask Mike this since I saw this. What do you guys think about Byron Leftwich for head coach? You guys would be a divisional move. I mean, he would be going interdivisional. Byron Leftwich under Bruce Arians in a way, like tutored there in one sense, and has had the benefit of Tom Brady.
That's
I don't want to hire any Tom Brady coordinator. I'm good on any Tom Brady coordinator.
That's my number one choice.
I kind of. What has he done anything outside of Tom Brady or Bruce Arians?
Well, he was a quarterback for the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's somewhat successful. He also beat my ECU Pirates in a bowl game where he had a broken leg, and the offensive lineman like carried him up to make the final couple of plays. It was crazy, heroic. But other than that, in coaching, no, that's all I got for you.
And doesn't history say? History says Tom Brady coordinators really don't do well, right?
That's because they're not really doing anything. Like, I mean, there's like, and I don't want to take anything away, but like Tom Brady has the majority of the say of what's being called out there on the field, right?
Bruce Arians, right? They got his ass out of there.
Right. And even when you think about that, like I still like anytime I think about taking an offensive coordinator that was underneath an offensive mind like Bruce Arians or the whole Eric Bieniemy under Kansas City, right? Under Andy Reid. I get a little concerned. Is it the coordinator or is it the head coach that's really the difference maker here? And I just don't know.
It's Tom Brady.
It's a Peyton Manning effect. It's a Peyton Manning effect.
So far, it's Tom Brady because he took all them coordinators that left New England to be head coaches.
Is yet to be successful.
Failed.
You never
failed.
Hey, let me put a pause to this conversation real quick. Our man Michael Davis with the $20 love bomb. We appreciate you, Michael. Michael donated during the post-game show a 50 bomb. This is the man, always showing love for the C3 Panthers podcast. He says, I usually don't drink during the week, but when I do, it's Miller Lite I've had in my fridge for 5 weeks, waiting on this day. I've never been so refreshed. Cheers to you, Michael Davis. Crack open a cold one for us, man. We appreciate you, man. That's great time. That's good news, people. That's good news. Yeah, man. Dude, this is and apologies if my internet connection isn't going in and out.
He's our patron saint, bro. Is that between him and Just Don't Care, David Tepper better pull out the checkbook if he wants to buy us.
Straight up. All right. Is there anything else we need to do? We need to talk about?
If also keep in mind, if we hire an offensive coordinator, what style of defense you want to run, or who you want to be defensive coordinator.
I would bring in veteran defensive coordinators that already failed at head coaching.
Yep.
Yeah, like get in Vic Fangio or something like that.
Yeah.
They always turn out to be the best.
Yeah, well, yeah, because if Denver fires their coaching staff, Vic Fangio is their. No, I might be wrong on that. Anyway, never forget about that.
Flores.
I think that is just so far down the road. You know what I'm saying? Is that like at this point is that it's just like the real question mark that we're going to have before we even start thinking about the next head coach or even who their staff is going to be is to see what Scott Fitterer's future entails. Right. And this is going to be an important time for Scott Fitterer to prove his worth and you saw, like, I think it was Jay Stubbs or Nick said that he was non-committal to Scott Fitterer in this moment necessarily. He didn't have Scott Fitterer coming out there and they got together and they made this decision together. None of that. So right now, everybody's it's a prove it year, like Cody's been saying, for everybody. And Scott Fitterer is part of that. And he's got about till November 10th or something like that, right around early November when the trade deadline's up, to figure out if they're going to try to find some momentum with Steve Wilkes or if they're going to institutionally tank and try to acquire some assets. And he's going to have to show his value. So I think that's the first thing we look at is Scott Fitterer the guy that's going to be leading this charge for the next head coach? And then after that, we'll be starting to think about, are we looking for a quarterback in the draft? Is this coach going to be an offensive guy? So still so much time is going to have to pass before we can really fill out some of those more detailed or I guess, tangible questions like who's going to be on the staff, what type of defense we're going to run. But I know this is that 3-4 defenses have always given the Panthers problems, but we've never been good at them. So.
Well, that's the reason why I asked that question is because if you talk about trading these players, if they're good players, maybe that's what will attract a coordinator or a head coach.
Or having like 3 first-round picks.
Yeah, that would help too.
Yeah, but you're right. But then he would have to develop them 3 first-round picks.
Are there any players that you guys would want to have traded away? I mean, for me, it's Robbie Anderson.
Yeah,
I'd trade Robbie today.
Yep,
I'd trade him yesterday. I'd build a time machine and trade him 2 weeks ago.
What do you think we should get for Robbie as far as draft pick wise?
Probably not too much.
Set up. We're set up. We're set up as a 3-4 defense right now. But our personnel, we have.
Yeah,
we
but
had
that
Derek Brown in the middle.
A lot of people do believe the linebacker in the 3-4.
Yeah,
a lot of people have said that for a while.
Yeah.
The problem is, like what Tony was saying with Fitterer, is that if we're going to do this, like if we're going to fire Fitterer, we need to not wait so long. That way we can process of building what's going to come next.
Right after it would be, you would fire him right after the trade deadline. That's when he would have to go. You fire him at the trade deadline, and then you make the Samir Suleiman just do the day-to-day business, or whoever the hell the assistant is, because you got to get a GM there pronto, because they're going to have to put a new scouting staff in. They've got to fill in a bunch of jobs that go beyond just them coming in and running the draft. It's usually good to do this, is to replace a GM super early or right after the draft. You know what I'm saying? Like, so then they have a whole year to prepare for the next year. I think that Scott Fitterer, if he can show himself and his worth, and that he was just handcuffed by David Tepper and an over-controlling Rhule, then we can give him an opportunity. But I understand G-Baby's concern, too, is like, we can't have no damn Dan Quinn up in this mug.
Right.
No Dan Quinn.
Please no.
No. And so
1,000%.
we're going to have to probably delve a little deeper into who he knows in the league, who was associated with Seattle. But Seattle's been a defensive team. So it's not like he has a ton of contacts. I don't know. We'll be interested. But I think if Scott Fitterer, I think there's a reason to keep Scott Fitterer around. But I also can understand, hey, let's just purge this shit with fire.
Yeah.
And what somebody mentioned in the chat, a new head coach may want his own GM.
Nope, we got to do it the other way around, dude. We made that mistake. We made that mistake with Matt Rhule, dude. You hire the GM and then the coach, because this GM has been jumping through hoops for Matt Rhule. He went and got all these players, and then Matt Rhule don't even play them.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah, it's been embarrassing. Hopefully the embarrassment has come to an end. Hopefully, at least if we're going to have a bad season the rest of this year, hopefully Steve Wilkes at least brings up the competency level. Hopefully we see some better third down on offense. Hopefully we see some better first and second quarter offense. And
not going for two for no reason at all.
Right. Knowing when to put the most points on the board possible. And also the red zone. Everything that we didn't like Teddy Bridgewater very much, but that man was right about the Panthers and their practicing of the red zone drills, and that we didn't do it very much because they don't do it very much in college. This has been building for a long time, and no matter what happens at the end of your day, personally, because Matt Rhule has been fired, baby. Let's go. Tony, what else we have, man?
All right, that's it, man. Let's go. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up. You're listening to special coverage by the C3 Panthers podcast of the Matt Rhule firing, but probably even more interesting to me was the David Tepper tantrum that occurred afterwards, where him bantering back and forth with reporters. We're going to have more on that tomorrow night on the C3 Panthers podcast, the longest running Panthers podcast, literally. It's our 10th season. And we do shows that are 5.5 hours long when crap like this breaks. Holy shit, that's the longest running Panthers podcast out there. Look, we got y'all's back. We need y'all to have our backs. You can do it by doing some simple things. Smashing the thumbs up button, jumping in the chat, calling in at 252-228-5098, or even the coolest thing you can do, like this panel of beautiful people have brought these wonderful takes, these wonderful personalities, and the energy. Channel your energy, baby, and get your ass on the C3 Panthers podcast. We're here on Tuesday night. Tomorrow night, we've got Matt Rhule, the cool Matt Rhule, coming and doing his, he's got to do his farewell tour. We've got Dennis Cox from 99.9, the fan, who does that wonderful Matt Rhule impression. He's already got an impression up of Matt Rhule saying why he got fired and this and that, so you can go check him out. Also, Wednesday, Jonathan Stewart joining us for the beat check. We're gonna get we're gonna get some player insight. Now I tell you, Jonathan's a nice guy. He's not gonna come on here and fire bullets, probably. Now, who knows? We never know. But what I'm saying is that we've continued to expand our content and our coverage, and we've done it because of y'all, man. Y'all are the ones that are driving this show. The Friday free-for-all has brought this crazy energy to the C3 Panthers podcast. The callers are going crazy. The post-game show is blowing up because we got to lock arms right now and lift each other up. Fuck these poor billionaires. We got this. We got this. The C3 Panthers podcast tomorrow night, guys. Cody Lack. Dude, you've done a great job with the Friday free-for-all culture, your little baby cult following you got going on. What else we got? I think, big shout out also to us and you for being the deliverer of this news, is let them see what we bring, man, on it.
Listen, you cannot talk about the Panthers fandom without talking about the C3 Panthers podcast, baby. We are out here. You already know it. This is for the fans, by the fans. And I want to reiterate for everyone again, this Wednesday night, Panther legend Jonathan Stewart, going to be interviewing him on the C3 Beat Check. Wonderful. It is going to be such a good time. We're going to have some great questions. And how about this? If there's any specific questions you want me to ask Jonathan Stewart, maybe either DM me or tag me on Twitter, and I'll write down some of the best ones, and I'll make sure that we get them out to him.
I know what was wrong with Tepper. He needed Manscaped. That's what he needed, probably.
He needed.
Well, he's not going to use our stuff to make it happen.
Yeah, he's definitely not using our stuff. But that has been another edition of the C3 Panthers podcast. We will be back tomorrow night for another flagship Tuesday night show, and then Wednesday for the Beat Check with Jonathan Stewart. And then every Friday, 7 p.m. If you like the format of this show, come and do it every Friday, man. We do it every Friday free for all. You can join the stream via StreamYard, just like you see right here, and everybody can give their love, their hate, their energy toward this Panther.
More Panther fans on the C3 Panthers podcast than in Bank of America, baby.
That's right. That's right.
Might not be wrong.
Keep pounding.
Keep pounding. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.